Hello there, dear friends. I hope you've had a wonderful day filled with joy and laughter. Now, as the world outside quiets down and the night wraps us in its gentle embrace, it's the perfect time to dive into the comforting stories we've prepared just for you. Let go of your worries and let your heart be light, for this is the season where soothing tales warm our souls. So snuggle in, relax, and let the calming sounds of our stories guide you to a place of peace and tranquility. Sweet dreams await. Story 1. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep within the heart of an enchanted forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her home, a quaint structure built of weathered wood and adorned with creeping ivy, seemed almost a part of the forest itself, as if nature had gently cradled it into existence. The roof was swathed in a thick carpet of moss, glowing a soft, verdant green under the sun's gentle caress. The forest beyond was a symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong, with golden sunlight filtering through the canopy, casting dancing patterns on the forest floor. The air was thick with the earthy scent of moss and the distant sweetness of blooming wildflowers, mingling with the fresh, crisp bite of the autumn breeze. Willow, with her curious eyes the color of the deepest emeralds, was always eager to explore the wonders that surrounded her. Her hair, a cascade of auburn curls, seemed to catch the very essence of autumn, matching the vibrant foliage that framed her world. She was a child of the forest, as much a part of it as the trees and streams, with a heart full of questions and an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Her favorite pastime was meandering through the forest trails, her bare feet feeling every contour of the earth, while she collected leaves of every conceivable hue, marveling at their intricate patterns. Her days were filled with adventure, each step taking her deeper into the forest's secrets. She would pause to listen to the stories the wind whispered through the trees, or to watch a family of deer grazing in a sun-dappled glade. Each encounter was a lesson, every discovery a new piece of the world's endless puzzle. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Willow sat by the crackling fireplace, its warmth spreading through the room like a comforting embrace. The shadows danced on the walls, performing a silent ballet that only she could see. Her eyes caught a glimmer of light from a dusty old book on the mantelpiece. The book's cover, worn and faded, was embossed with intricate patterns that hinted at secrets long forgotten. Drawn to its mysterious allure, Willow carefully reached for the book, her fingers brushing against the rough texture of its spine. As she opened its worn pages, a soft whoosh of air escaped, carrying with it the scent of ancient parchment and magic. To her surprise, the words began to shimmer and twist, as if they were alive, dancing before her eyes in a mesmerizing display. "Ah, a new reader," a gentle voice echoed from the book's depths, melodious and kind. "Welcome, dear Willow, to the realm of enchanted tales." Willow gasped, her eyes wide with wonder, her breath caught between disbelief and delight. The book had spoken to her. And not only that, but it knew her name. Her heart fluttered with excitement, like the wings of a butterfly caught in a gentle breeze. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and apprehension, her eyes never leaving the enchanted pages. "I am Storyteller, the guardian of this ancient tome," the voice replied, its presence enveloping her like a warm hug. "And within these pages lie countless tales of magic and adventure, waiting to be discovered." Willow's heart raced with curiosity. Stories had always been her refuge, her portal to worlds beyond the confines of her small cottage. Never could she have imagined that a book could come to life in such a wondrous way, offering her companionship and adventure in equal measure. "Please, tell me a story," she pleaded, her voice a soft whisper, as she snuggled closer to the fire's warm embrace, the flickering flames mirroring her own eager anticipation. And so, Storyteller began to weave a tale of a young prince named Rowan, who had embarked on a quest to find the lost kingdom of Everlight. The narrative unfolded like a tapestry, rich with colors and textures that pulled Willow into its depths. Each word was a brushstroke, painting vivid images in her mind. Rowan, a brave and noble prince with eyes like the sea after a storm, set out on his journey with a heart full of hope and determination. Along the way, he encountered a wise old owl named Sage, whose feathers were as silver as moonlight, and whose eyes held the wisdom of centuries. Sage became Rowan's guide and mentor, teaching him not only the ways of the world, but also the secrets of his own heart. As the story unfolded, Willow found herself transported to a world of wonder, where every tree and stone seemed to whisper its own secrets. The forest in Rowan's world was vast and mysterious, with towering trees whose leaves glimmered with an ethereal light, and streams that sang a melody of their own. Time seemed to slow as she followed Rowan's journey with bated breath, her heart entwined with his as he faced challenges and overcame obstacles with courage and wisdom. But it was not just Rowan who captured Willow's heart. The characters that accompanied him on his quest, the mischievous sprite Twinkle, with laughter like tinkling bells, the noble steed Thunderhoof, whose hooves thundered like distant storms, and the steadfast squirrel Chitter, whose loyalty and bravery knew no bounds. Each had their own unique personalities, making them feel like dear friends. One evening, as the stars spilled across the sky like a scattered collection of diamonds, Willow took a break from the story. She stepped outside, inhaling the crisp night air, her breath mingling with the mist that curled around the cottage. The forest was a different kind of alive at night, the sounds of nocturnal creatures whispering secrets meant only for the moon to hear. She often wondered if the magic of the book stretched beyond its pages, weaving into the world she knew, transforming it into something even more enchanting. As she stood in the starlit clearing, the gentle glow of fireflies dancing around her, Willow felt a surge of inspiration. She realized that perhaps the stories she loved were not just tales to be read and forgotten, but lessons to be lived and cherished. The forest, with its hidden wonders and untold mysteries, was a story unto itself, waiting for her to uncover its truths. The following day, as the morning sun cast a golden glow over the treetops, Willow decided to explore a part of the forest she had never ventured into before. Her feet carried her to a secluded glade, its entrance hidden behind a curtain of willow branches that swayed gently in the breeze. As she stepped into the clearing, she was greeted by a sight that took her breath away. It was as if she had stumbled into one of storytellers' tales. A meadow filled with flowers that shimmered in every color imaginable, their petals catching the light like fragments of a rainbow. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone archway, covered in vines and etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a quiet energy. Willow felt a strange familiarity with the place, as if she had been there before in her dreams. She reached out to touch the cool stone, and a tingle ran up her arm, a reminder of the magic that flowed through her world. Her heart full of wonder, Willow returned to her cottage, the memory of the glade fresh in her mind. She couldn't help but wonder if the archway was a doorway to another realm, perhaps even a place from one of the stories she had read. The thought filled her with a sense of endless possibilities. As she sat by the fire that evening, the book open on her lap, she felt an even deeper connection to the tales within. Each story was a journey, not just for the characters within its pages, but for her as well. Through Rowan's adventures, she learned the importance of courage and kindness, of seeing the world not just with her eyes, but with her heart. And when Rowan finally reached the gates of Everlight, it was not through force or might, but through understanding and compassion that he gained entry. For the lost kingdom had been hidden away, awaiting those pure of heart to rediscover its wonders. The kingdom was a place of unimaginable beauty, where the air shimmered with magic, and the very ground seemed to hum with life. Its streets were paved with golden cobblestones, and its buildings rose like majestic sculptures, each telling a story of its own. As the tale drew to a close, Willow felt a warmth in her heart that had nothing to do with the fire's gentle glow. She had learned that true magic lies not in grand gestures or daring feats, but in the simple acts of kindness, courage, and understanding that bind us all together. The story had touched her soul, leaving an indelible mark that would guide her for years to come. From that day on, Willow and Storyteller became the dearest of friends, sharing countless adventures through the book's enchanted pages. Each story was a new journey, a fresh discovery, and a profound exploration of the human spirit. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, she knew she could turn to the wise old tome for guidance and comfort, its pages a haven of solace and inspiration. For in a world where ordinary objects hold extraordinary secrets, sometimes the greatest magic of all is found in the simplest of things. A warm fireside, a beloved story, and the boundless imagination of a child's heart. And so, in the cozy little cottage nestled deep within the enchanted forest, Willow continued to dream, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world, both real and imagined. As seasons changed, Willow's explorations of her enchanted surroundings deepened her bond with the forest. She learned to decipher the language of the rustling leaves and the chatter of woodland creatures. Her adventures grew bolder, each day offering new mysteries to unravel. She discovered hidden groves where time seemed to pause, and ancient trees that whispered tales of the world's beginnings. One winter's night, as snowflakes fell silently, blanketing the world in a pristine white, Willow sat by her fire, the book in her lap. Storyteller began another tale, this time of a young girl named Lyra, whose village was threatened by an endless winter. Willow listened intently, drawn into Lyra's world of icy landscapes and frosty breath. Lyra's journey to find the source of the winter's curse resonated deeply with Willow, sparking a desire to help others and protect her own beloved forest. Inspired by Lyra's courage, Willow began to see her world with new eyes. The stories she cherished were more than escapism. They were guides, teaching her to be brave, to be kind, to be resilient in the face of adversity. She realized that the enchanted forest was her everlight, a kingdom not of castles and kings, but of nature's wonders and the magic of everyday life. With each story, Willow grew stronger, more confident. She learned to weave her own tales, crafting stories from the threads of her experiences and dreams. Under Storyteller's gentle guidance, she found her voice, her narratives filled with the magic of her heart and the wisdom of her forest adventures. And so Willow's journey continued, each day a new chapter in her unfolding tale. Her bond with Storyteller in the enchanted forest deepened, her life a tapestry of stories, adventures, and dreams. In her heart, she carried the lessons of courage, kindness, and understanding, knowing that the true magic of her world lay in the connections she forged and the stories she lived. In the cozy little cottage, nestled deep within the enchanted forest, Willow thrived, a storyteller in her own right, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world, both real and imagined. As Willow's friendship with Storyteller grew, she began to notice subtle changes within herself. Her dreams became more vivid, filled with colors and sensations that lingered long after she awoke. She would often find herself lost in thought, her mind wandering to distant lands and untold stories. The magic of the book seemed to have awakened something within her, a creative spark that burned brightly in her soul. One day, while exploring a part of the forest she'd never ventured into before, Willow stumbled upon an old, crumbling tower hidden among the trees. Its stones were covered in moss, and ivy clung to its walls like a protective embrace. Curious, she approached the tower, her heart pounding with anticipation. She felt a strange pull, as if the tower itself was calling out to her. With a deep breath, Willow pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside. The air was cool and filled with the scent of damp stone and aged wood. Sunlight streamed through cracked windows, illuminating motes of dust that danced in the air. As she ascended the spiral staircase, each step echoing through the silence, she felt a sense of belonging, as if she had come home. Reaching the top of the tower, she found a small room filled with books and scrolls, their pages yellowed with age. In the center of the room stood a large wooden desk, its surface cluttered with quills, ink pots, and parchment. She realized that this was a place of stories, a sanctuary for dreamers and storytellers. A shiver of excitement ran through her as she imagined the tales hidden within these walls, waiting to be discovered. From that day on, the tower became Willow's refuge, a place where she could write her own stories and give life to her imagination. She spent countless hours scribbling down her adventures, her heart swelling with joy as she crafted tales of magic and wonder. With each story, she felt herself growing stronger, more confident in her abilities. The enchanted forest, with its hidden wonders and untold mysteries, continued to inspire her, providing endless material for her tales. She wrote of brave knights and cunning witches, of mythical creatures and enchanted lands. Her stories were woven with the threads of her own experiences, her characters imbued with the lessons she had learned from her adventures. And so Willow's journey continued, each day a new chapter in her unfolding tale. Her bond with storyteller in the Enchanted Forest deepened, her life a tapestry of stories, adventures, and dreams. In her heart, she carried the lessons of courage, kindness, and understanding, knowing that the true magic of her world lay in the connections she forged and the stories she lived. In the cozy little cottage, nestled deep within the Enchanted Forest, Willow thrived, a storyteller in her own right, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world, both real and imagined. Story 2. In the heart of the ancient Whispering Pines forest, where sunlight trickled through a canopy of emerald leaves and dapples danced across the forest floor, the air was perpetually infused with the crisp scent of pine needles mingling with the rich aroma of damp earth. Here the gentle murmur of a babbling brook wound its way through the trees like a silver ribbon, binding the forest together in a symphony of life. It was a place where the essence of existence seemed to hum within the soil, and every creature, from the tiniest ant to the majestic deer, played an integral part in this grand, natural orchestra. The forest was a vibrant tapestry of colors and sounds, where the rustle of leaves was accompanied by the melodic calls of distant birds. The sunlight filtered through the branches, creating patterns of light and shadow that danced across the forest floor. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying with it the whispers of ancient secrets and the promise of new adventures. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell, a rugged mosaic of greens and browns, bore the marks of many seasons past, each groove and ridge a testament to his long life under the whispering pines. His eyes, deep and knowing, reflected a gentle wisdom akin to the forest itself, like pools of clear water that mirrored the sky. Thistle had witnessed the cycles of nature unfold countless times, understanding the delicate balance that kept the forest thriving. His presence was a reassuring constant, akin to the steady heartbeat of the earth beneath him. Thistle's wisdom was not just a product of his years, but also of his curiosity and empathy. He had spent countless hours observing the forest, learning its rhythms and secrets. He understood the language of the rustling leaves and the stories carried by the wind. Thistle was a guardian and a learner, always eager to discover more about the world around him. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to fiery hues of orange and red, and the forest buzzed with the rustling of leaves underfoot and the soft whispers of the wind weaving through the branches, Thistle set out on his morning walk. The cool air carried the faint scent of wood smoke, a reminder of the human settlements lingering beyond the forest's edge, where villagers busily prepared for the coming winter. As Thistle ambled down the familiar path, each step deliberate, it felt as though he were tracing the lines of an ancient map known only to him. The forest was not merely a backdrop to Thistle's journey, but a living entity with which he shared a deep connection. As he moved, he could feel the soft earth yielding beneath his feet, and the chorus of birds overhead seemed to harmonize with the rhythm of his steps. The brook's gentle babble mingled with the rustle of leaves, creating a symphony that only those truly attuned to the forest could hear. As he meandered along, Thistle encountered a young squirrel named Pippin, frantically gathering acorns. Pippin was a bundle of energy, his tiny paws working tirelessly as he darted back and forth, his fluffy tail twitching in excitement. The acorns, with their smooth, glossy shells, piled up around him like a treasure trove. "Good morning, Thistle," he chirped, his voice bright with youth and enthusiasm. "I'm collecting as many acorns as I can before winter arrives." Pippin's eyes sparkled with the innocence of youth, yet his frantic movements betrayed a hint of anxiety, reflecting an urgency he felt within. Thistle chuckled, the sound like the rustling of distant leaves, gentle and soothing. "Ah, Pippin," he said, his voice as smooth and rich as honey. "It's wise to prepare for the cold months, but remember, the forest provides for all who live in harmony with it. Take only what you need." His words were a gentle reminder of the unwritten laws that govern the forest, where every creature took only what it required, ensuring there was plenty for all. As they conversed, a nearby jay, its feathers a brilliant blue against the autumn backdrop, swooped down, its keen eyes catching the glint of an acorn in Pippin's pile. The bird's presence was a subtle reminder that the forest's resources were shared by all, a delicate balance maintained through mutual respect and understanding. Pippin paused, his eyes wide with curiosity and a touch of apprehension. But what if there's not enough? Winter can be so long and harsh, he said, his voice tinged with worry. He had heard stories of winters past, of harsh winds and snow that blanketed the forest in silence and cold. Thistle nodded, understanding the young squirrel's concern. True, winter tests us all, but have you ever noticed how each season brings what the next needs? The fallen leaves enrich the soil, and the snow blankets the ground, protecting the seeds until spring. We are all part of this great cycle. Thistle's words were like a balm, soothing the squirrel's fears and imparting a lesson that transcended the immediate worries of winter preparation. The forest around them seemed to echo Thistle's wisdom, as a gentle breeze rustled the branches above, sending a cascade of leaves fluttering to the ground like colorful confetti. The sound was soft and soothing, like the forest was sighing in contentment. It was as if the forest itself affirmed Thistle's words, a subtle nod from the ancient woods to its wise caretaker. As they spoke, the sky began to change, a soft gray overtaking the blue, signaling the approach of a gentle autumn rain. The first few drops were cool against Thistle's shell, and he watched as Pippin scampered to find shelter beneath a large oak. The squirrel's swift movements were a reminder of the agility and adaptability of the forest's younger inhabitants, who learned to navigate its challenges with a mix of instinct and experience. The rain fell in earnest, its rhythm like a lullaby, pattering against the leaves and creating tiny rivers along the paths. Thistle found shelter beneath a wide-brimmed mushroom, its surface glistening with droplets. He took a deep breath, inhaling the fresh, earthy scent that filled the air, a scent that spoke of life and growth, of renewal and resilience. The rain was like a cleansing bath for the forest, washing away the dust of summer and preparing the ground for the coming frost. "Thistle," called a voice, soft and melodic, from the shadows of the trees. It was Luna, the ethereal deer who seemed to glide rather than walk, her coat shimmering like moonlight. She approached with a grace that seemed almost otherworldly, her movements fluid and serene. Luna was a creature of the night, her presence a reminder of the mysteries that the forest held within its depths. "The forest thrives under your guidance. Your wisdom has kept the harmony for many seasons," Luna said, her voice a gentle melody that blended seamlessly with the sound of the rain. Her eyes, deep and luminous, held a look of gratitude and respect, acknowledging the role Thistle played in maintaining the balance of their shared home. Thistle looked upon Luna with affection, his heart warmed by her words. "Thank you, Luna, but it is not my wisdom alone. It is the wisdom of the forest passed down through the ages. We are but caretakers of this enchanted place." His words were humble, a reflection of his belief in the interconnectedness of all life within the forest. Luna nodded, her eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the rain-drenched forest. "The balance is delicate, yet resilient. We must teach the young ones, like Pippin, to respect and nurture this place we call home." Her voice was filled with a quiet determination, a reminder of the responsibility they all shared in preserving the harmony of their world. As the rain softened to a mist, the forest seemed to hum with a quiet magic. Tiny mushrooms sprouted overnight, their caps glistening like jewels, and the brook's song grew louder, a chorus to the rain's retreat. The forest was alive, a living tapestry of sound, scent, and color. The air was filled with the scent of wet earth and the promise of new beginnings, a reminder that life continued its eternal dance, regardless of the season. With the rain gone, the creatures emerged from their shelters. Pippin scampered up to Thistle, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "I see now, Thistle. The forest is like a family, each part supporting the other." His voice was filled with awe and a new sense of responsibility, a testament to the lesson he had learned from the wise tortoise. Thistle nodded, his heart swelling with pride. "Indeed, young one. Together, we weather the seasons, each of us playing a part in this wondrous cycle." His words were a promise, a commitment to the future of the forest and the generations that would follow. As the day wore on, the forest began to stir with activity. Birds flitted between branches, their songs weaving through the air like ribbons of melody. A family of rabbits emerged from their burrow, their soft fur glistening in the dappled sunlight, and a fox, sleek and watchful, padded silently through the underbrush, its eyes sharp and attentive. Thistle decided to visit the heart of the forest, a place few ventured. There, an ancient tree known as the Sentinel stood, its massive trunk gnarled and twisted, its roots spreading like fingers into the earth. The Sentinel was a living library, its bark etched with the stories of the forest's past. As Thistle approached, he felt a familiar sense of reverence. The air around the Sentinel was different, charged with an energy that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the forest. He placed a gentle foot on the tree's rough bark, feeling the history beneath his touch. "Tell me, old friend," Thistle whispered, "what do you see for the future of our forest?" The wind answered, rustling through the Sentinel's leaves, a voice both ancient and wise. Thistle closed his eyes, letting the stories of the past wash over him, tales of great storms and gentle springs, of creatures long gone and those yet to come. He felt the weight of his role as a caretaker, but also the joy of being part of something greater than himself. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and lavender, the forest settled into the embrace of twilight. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the promise of a crisp, clear night. The stars began to appear, twinkling like diamonds against the velvet sky, as if the universe itself was joining in the forest's celebration of life. Thistle returned to his cozy burrow, nestled beneath the roots of a grand old tree. As he settled down, he felt the gentle pulse of the forest around him, a living, breathing entity that held the stories of countless generations. He closed his eyes, the warmth of the earth and the whisper of the wind lulling him into a peaceful slumber. In his dreams, he saw the forest as it had been, and as it would be, an eternal cycle of birth and renewal, guided by the wisdom of those who cherished it. In the stillness of the night, the forest continued its eternal dance, a serene symphony of life and magic, forever intertwined. Under the watchful gaze of the stars, the Whispering Pines forest remained a haven of harmony, guided by the wisdom of those who cherished it. And so the story of the forest, of Thistle and Pippin and Luna, of all the creatures who called it home, continued, a never-ending tale of life, love, and the enduring spirit of nature. As dawn approached, bringing a gentle light that crept through the dense canopy, Thistle awoke with a sense of purpose. He decided to follow the brook upstream to the place where the waters pooled in a tranquil glade. It was a sacred spot, where the forest's magic was palpable, and Thistle often went there to reflect. The journey took him through thickets of brambles and past towering ferns, their fronds whispering secrets as he passed. Birds accompanied his journey, their melodies a constant, comforting presence. The path was familiar, yet each visit revealed new wonders, a testament to the forest's ever-changing nature. Upon reaching the glade, Thistle paused to drink in the scene. The water lay still and clear, a mirror reflecting the sky and the encircling trees. Dragonflies flitted across its surface, their wings catching the light in a dazzling display. Thistle settled by the water's edge, feeling the coolness seep through his shell. Here he was joined by an elder owl named Solus, who perched on a low-hanging branch. Solus was a silent guardian of the night, his eyes like amber lanterns that saw into the heart of things. "Greetings, Thistle," he hooted, his voice a deep, resonant echo. "What brings you to the glade today?" Thistle looked up at Solus, his old friend. "I came seeking guidance, Solus. The forest is shifting, and the young ones need our wisdom more than ever." His voice held a note of concern, a reflection of the burden he felt as a custodian of the forest's legacy. Solus nodded thoughtfully, the wisdom of ages written in his gaze. "Change is the only constant, dear Thistle. Yet in every change lies an opportunity for growth. We must lead by example, teaching patience, resilience, and respect for all life." Their conversation continued as the sun climbed higher, casting dappled shadows across the glade. Thistle and Solus spoke of the past and the future, of challenges and triumphs, their words a tapestry of shared knowledge and hopes. It was a dialogue that spanned generations, rooted in a love for their home and a commitment to its preservation. As noon approached, Thistle made his way back through the forest. The path felt lighter, his heart buoyed by the camaraderie shared with Solus. He paused once more at the brook, dipping his head to drink from its cool, flowing waters. The forest was alive around him, a testament to the resilience and harmony that defined it. By the time he reached the clearing where Pippin and the other creatures gathered, the air was filled with warmth and the vibrant chatter of life. Thistle joined them, finding joy in their company, in the shared rhythms of their existence. Together, they watched as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the forest floor. The day's end brought a sense of fulfillment, a reminder that each moment was part of a larger, beautiful whole. In the quiet of the evening, as the first stars appeared overhead, Thistle reflected on his journey, on the lessons learned and shared. The forest was a tapestry, each thread a life, a story, a connection. And as he settled into his burrow once more, he knew that he too was a part of that intricate weave, a guardian of its stories and its future. Under the watchful gaze of the stars, the Whispering Pines forest remained a sanctuary of life and magic, a place where the stories of the old and the young intertwined in an endless dance. Here, guided by the wisdom and love of its caretakers, the forest thrived, a living testament to the beauty and resilience of nature's eternal cycle. As the days turned to weeks, Thistle continued his journeys through the forest, each step a meditation, each encounter an opportunity to learn and to teach. One bright afternoon, he found himself at the edge of a meadow filled with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze. The colors were a riot of reds, yellows, and purples, and the air was thick with their sweet perfume. In the middle of the meadow stood a young fox named Ember, her red fur catching the sunlight in a fiery display. She was cautious, yet curious, her sharp eyes watching Thistle as he approached. "Hello, Thistle," she greeted him with a nod, her voice a mix of youthful exuberance and maturity beyond her years. "Good day, Ember," Thistle replied, his tone warm and inviting. "What brings you to this beautiful meadow?" Ember glanced around, her keen senses alert to every movement. "I come here to learn, to hone my skills. The meadow is alive with life, and I find it a good place to understand the dance of predator and prey." Thistle admired Ember's respect for the natural order. The forest indeed teaches us much. It is a place where every life has a role, every action a consequence. What have you learned today? Ember's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I've learned that patience is as important as speed, and that understanding the environment is key to survival." Her words were insightful, a reflection of her keen intelligence and adaptability. Their conversation meandered through various topics, from the changing seasons to the stories of the stars that began to twinkle in the early evening sky. As Thistle listened to Ember's thoughts, he felt a deep sense of pride in the younger generation, knowing they were learning to care for their home. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the meadow, Thistle bid Ember farewell and continued on his path. His heart was light, filled with hope for the future. The forest was in good hands, with young creatures like Pippin and Ember who understood the importance of balance and harmony. Thistle's journey took him back to the heart of the forest, where the sentinel stood watch over the land. He paused to rest, feeling the familiar energy of the ancient tree. The sentinel's presence was a comfort, a reminder of the enduring strength and wisdom of the forest. As night fell, the forest came alive with the sounds of nocturnal creatures beginning their nightly routines. Thistle listened to the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves as a hedgehog scurried by, and the soft crooning of the night breeze. In the quiet moments before sleep, Thistle reflected on the interconnectedness of all things. He understood that each creature, each tree, and each raindrop played a part in the forest's story. It was a story of survival and cooperation, of change and continuity, of life in all its forms. With a heart full of gratitude, Thistle drifted into dreams, where the forest's past, present, and future danced together in a harmonious symphony. And as the stars twinkled above, the Whispering Pines forest continued to thrive, a testament to the beauty and resilience of nature's eternal cycle. Story 3. In a far-flung corner of the universe, where nebulae painted the sky with swirling hues of lavender and gold, there existed a small, bustling intergalactic trading post known as the Luminous Bazaar. It was a place where beings from countless worlds gathered, exchanging goods and stories beneath the twinkling starlight. The air hummed with the gentle buzz of conversation, intermingled with the soft, melodic chimes of wind-borne trinkets. The smells of exotic spices and sweet, alien fruits mingled in a fragrant tapestry, while the ground beneath was a patchwork of smooth stones that clicked softly underfoot. The luminous bazaar was a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds, a place where the boundary between the extraordinary and the mundane blurred seamlessly. The stalls, each unique in their offerings, were adorned with intricate carvings and vibrant fabrics that fluttered in the gentle breeze. Creatures of all shapes and sizes navigated the winding paths, their voices a symphony of languages and dialects that filled the air with a constant, rhythmic hum. Above, the twin moons cast a silvery glow, their light reflecting off the glass domes of the stalls, creating a dreamscape of reflections that danced in the night. Amidst this vibrant tapestry, there existed an ancient legend about the bazaar. It was said that long ago, the stars themselves had whispered to a traveler lost in the cosmos, guiding them to this place of convergence. The bazaar, born from that celestial guidance, became a sanctuary for those seeking connection and understanding, a lore that lent an air of mystique to its already enchanting allure. One cool evening, as the twin moons rose high, casting their silvery glow, two unlikely visitors found themselves drawn to the heart of the bazaar. The first was a being named Kira, a gentle soul from the water-covered planet of Aqualoon. Her skin shimmered like liquid sapphire, and her eyes held the deep tranquility of an ocean's depths. She moved with an elegant fluidity, a gentle grace that mirrored the ebb and flow of tides, her presence exuding a calm that seemed to ripple through the air like a soothing current. The second was a creature known as Thrax, hailing from the rocky, sun-baked world of Pyron. His form was rugged and robust, his exterior appearing as if carved from the very stone of his homeland. His eyes burned with a warm, amber light, and his voice was a deep, resonant rumble that spoke of strength and endurance. His movements were deliberate and powerful, each step grounded with the certainty of a mountain standing against time. Their paths crossed in front of a stall adorned with delicate glass sculptures that caught the light in a kaleidoscope of colors. The artisan, a creature with gossamer wings that shimmered with every movement, watched them with interest. Kira's fascination with the craftsmanship was palpable, her gaze transfixed by the dance of light within the glass. The way the colors shifted and flowed reminded her of the vibrant coral gardens of Aqualoon, where life thrived in delicate balance. Thrax, however, had paused there out of sheer curiosity, his interest piqued by the unusual sight of a water dweller so far from her home, her presence a contrast to the fiery landscape he knew. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Kira murmured, her voice like the soft lapping of waves against a shore, her words carrying a sense of wonder. Her eyes reflected the myriad hues of the sculptures, as if they were capturing the very essence of her thoughts. Thrax nodded, though his understanding of beauty was different. "Indeed. It reminds me of the crystals that form in the caverns of Pyron, though they are not as delicate." His voice carried a hint of nostalgia, recalling the cool, shadowed recesses of his planet where fiery veins of minerals glowed in the darkness. The artisan, noting their interest, spoke in a voice that tinkled like the chimes of her stall. "These are the fragments of dreams," she explained, her wings fluttering gently. "Each sculpture holds the memory of a star, a moment captured in time." Their initial conversation was simple, yet it laid the foundation for a friendship that neither anticipated. As they wandered through the bazaar, they spoke of their homes, their cultures, and their dreams. Kira shared tales of the vast underwater cities of Aqualoon, where light filtered down in shimmering cascades, painting the coral reefs in vibrant hues. The cities thrived in harmony with the ocean, their architecture a testament to nature's influence. In return, Thrax recounted the splendor of Pyron's fiery sunsets, where the sky turned a brilliant orange and the land danced with shadows. He described the festivals where his people celebrated the turning of seasons with dances that echoed the movements of the tectonic plates beneath their feet. His stories were filled with the heat and vitality of a world that thrived on the edge of volcanic activity. As they shared these tales, an unspoken understanding grew between them, a recognition of the beauty in their differences. They discovered that their contrasting elements, water and fire, fluidity and solidity, created a harmonious balance, much like the bazaar itself. However, not all moments were harmonious. Their differences occasionally led to misunderstandings. Once, as they stood by a fountain that bubbled merrily, Kira expressed her fondness for the soothing sound of water. Thrax, unfamiliar with the concept of water in abundance, remarked, "It seems so, uncontrolled. On Pyron, we cherish the solidity of stone, the predictability of earth." Kira, taken aback, felt a pang of defensiveness for her beloved element. But water is life itself. It nurtures and sustains all that it touches. Her voice carried the depth of emotion that only a child of the ocean could understand. Thrax realized his oversight, noticing the hurt in Kira's eyes. "I did not mean to diminish its importance. I see now that water holds a beauty all its own, much like the strength of stone." There was an earnestness in his tone, a willingness to understand and learn. With each misunderstanding, they grew closer, learning to navigate their differences with empathy and patience. As they explored the myriad wonders of the bazaar, they encountered challenges that tested their budding friendship. One such trial occurred when a sudden sandstorm swept through the market, its fierce winds threatening to scatter the fragile stalls. Kira, unaccustomed to such dry, abrasive conditions, found herself disoriented and struggling. The sand stung her skin, and the gusts seemed to whisk away her usual calm. Thrax, with his sturdy form and experience with Pyron's harsh environments, shielded Kira from the storm's fury, guiding her to the shelter of a nearby alcove. The stone walls of the alcove were cool against the heat of the storm, a sharp contrast to the chaos outside. There, as the storm raged outside, Kira expressed her gratitude, her voice a gentle whisper over the howling winds. "Thank you, Thrax. Your strength is truly admirable." Her words were sincere, a balm against the storm's bite. Thrax, touched by her sincerity, responded with a warm smile. "And your resilience is inspiring. Together, we make quite the team." His voice was steady, a grounding force amidst the turmoil. As the storm subsided, leaving the bazaar covered in a fine layer of sand, the two friends emerged, their bond stronger than ever. They spent the following days weaving through the market's labyrinthine paths, sharing laughter and stories, and discovering the true essence of companionship. They visited the tapestry stalls, where threads of starlight were woven into cosmic patterns, and the food vendors, where they tasted dishes that combined the essence of fire and water in surprising harmony. In one particularly poignant moment, as they sat beneath the starlit sky, Kira confided in Thrax about her fears of leaving Aqualoon and venturing into the unknown. "I worried I would be lost without the familiar embrace of my ocean," she admitted, her voice a gentle ripple. The stars above mirrored the bioluminescent glow of her home, a comforting reminder of what she had left behind. Thrax, understanding the courage it took to leave one's home, offered his support. "We are all adrift at times, my friend. Yet it is in these moments that we find our true selves. And you, Kira, have shown me that even the strongest stone can learn from the fluidity of water." His words held the weight of someone who had faced his own fears and emerged stronger. Their friendship continued to blossom, each day bringing new adventures and insights. They learned that true friendship transcends differences, thriving on understanding and mutual respect. Kira's gentle wisdom tempered Thrax's formidable strength, while his steadfast nature provided her with a sense of security and grounding. Together, they discovered that the blending of their worlds created a balance neither could achieve alone. One evening, they stumbled upon an ancient library tucked away in a quiet corner of the bazaar. The library was a sanctuary of knowledge, its walls lined with books and scrolls from every corner of the universe. The air was thick with the scent of aged parchment and the quiet murmur of pages being turned. They spent hours there, exploring the stories and histories of worlds they had never imagined. Within those walls, they found a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all things, a shared history that transcended their individual worlds. As their time at the luminous bazaar drew to a close, they knew that their paths would soon diverge. Yet, the bond they had forged would remain, a testament to the power of friendship in the vast tapestry of the universe. They spent their last evening together visiting the luminescent gardens, where bioluminescent plants mirrored the stars above, creating a magical, ethereal landscape. In those gardens, they met an elder being, a keeper of ancient stories, who shared a tale of the origins of the bazaar. The elder, with eyes like galaxies, spun a narrative of how the bazaar had been founded as a beacon of unity, a place where the stars themselves guided travelers towards understanding and connection. The tale resonated with Kira and Thrax, reinforcing the significance of their own journey. Beneath the glow of the twin moons, Kira and Thrax shared a final embrace, promising to carry the lessons they had learned with them on their respective journeys. "May the currents guide you," Kira whispered, her voice a soothing lullaby, as if the ocean itself was speaking through her. "And may the stones support you," Thrax replied, his words a comforting promise, as solid as the earth beneath their feet. With hearts full of gratitude and joy, they parted ways, knowing that their friendship, like the stars above, would endure through the ages. And as they ventured into the cosmos, they carried with them the warmth and strength of a friendship that had grown from the seeds of understanding and shared challenges, lighting their paths with the glow of newfound wisdom and love. Each carried a piece of the other with them, a reminder that even in the vastness of the universe, connection and understanding could bridge any distance, their destinies forever intertwined, like the stars woven into the fabric of the universe itself. As Kira journeyed back towards Aqualoon, she felt a deeper sense of purpose, her heart buoyed by the knowledge that the universe was a canvas of interconnected lives and stories. She spent her days reflecting on the lessons learned, her mind often drifting back to the ethereal beauty of the bazaar and the strength she had found in Thrax's friendship. The ocean welcomed her return, its waves whispering secrets of worlds beyond, echoing the voices of the bazaar's vibrant tapestry. Thrax, meanwhile, returned to Pyron with a newfound appreciation for the softer elements of life. He found solace in the quiet moments, his mind often returning to the gentle wisdom of Kira and the delicate beauty of the glass sculptures. As he stood atop the rocky cliffs of Pyron, watching the sun sink below the horizon in a blaze of fiery colors, he felt a connection to the water dweller who had shown him that strength could be found not just in stone, but in the ebb and flow of life's currents. In the years that followed, the legend of Kira and Thrax's friendship spread throughout the cosmos, inspiring countless others to seek beyond their boundaries and embrace the unknown. The luminous bazaar continued to thrive, its stalls a testament to the unity and understanding that bound the universe together. And through it all, the stars watched over the travelers, their light a reminder of the enduring power of connection and the infinite tapestry of stories that wove the universe together. Story 4. In a land where the whispering winds danced through the trees and the sun's golden rays filtered gently through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay an ancient forest known as Elder Grove. This forest was a cradle of natural wonders and a sanctuary to creatures both great and small, each living in harmony with the others. Here, the boundaries between the mundane and the magical were as thin as a spider's web, glistening with morning dew, and the very air seemed to hum with an ageless melody, a symphony composed by nature itself. The heart of Eldergrove was home to a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Thistle had lived many seasons and had seen the forest change with the years, each transformation a testament to the delicate balance of nature. His wisdom was sought by all who dwelled in the forest, for he carried the stories and secrets of generations. His voice, though slow and deliberate, resonated with an authority that made the leaves rustle in agreement as he spoke, and even the smallest creatures paused to listen. One crisp morning, as the air was perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, a young squirrel named Caramel scampered across the forest floor, her bushy tail flicking with each leap. Caramel was known for her curiosity and her knack for finding hidden treasures among the leaves. Her fur was a patchwork of autumn hues, a perfect camouflage in the dappled light of the forest. On this particular day, she had discovered something unusual, a patch of ground where the grass grew in a perfect circle, each blade standing tall and vibrant, as if kissed by the sun itself. The circle was a vivid emerald against the forest's earthy tones, and as Caramel approached it, she felt a gentle warmth emanating from its center. The air was charged with a faint, sweet fragrance, reminiscent of honeysuckle and fresh rain. Caramel, eyes wide with wonder, rushed to find Thistle. She found him near his favorite sunlit rock, a place where he often pondered the mysteries of the forest. The rock was smooth and cool, a throne from which he observed the world with a quiet dignity, surrounded by a carpet of moss that felt as soft as velvet. "Thistle, you must come see what I've found," Caramel exclaimed, her voice a melodic chirp against the gentle rustle of the forest. With a patient nod, Thistle agreed to accompany her, and together they made their way to the peculiar patch. As Thistle examined the circle, he felt a familiar tingle in the air, a sensation that whispered of magic and ancient forces at play. The ground beneath the circle felt alive, a gentle pulse that mirrored the rhythm of the forest itself. "This, dear Caramel," Thistle began in his deep, soothing voice, "is a fairy ring, a sign of nature's magic, a place where the forest breathes and the earth sings." Caramel's eyes sparkled with awe. "A fairy ring? What does it mean?" she asked, her voice filled with a mixture of excitement and reverence. Thistle smiled, the corners of his mouth curling gently. "It is a reminder of the balance we must maintain. The fairies tend to the forest's heart, ensuring that every creature, every plant, knows its place and purpose. When the seasons change, they guide the transformation, weaving magic through the land." As they spoke, a soft breeze carried the scent of wildflowers, and the leaves above shimmered like emeralds in the light. Caramel felt a sense of peace envelop her, as if the forest itself was embracing her small, lively spirit. The gentle rustling of the leaves seemed to echo the wisdom of Thistle's words, a natural symphony that underscored the delicate harmony of Eldergrove. "But there is more," Thistle continued. "The ring is also a warning. If the balance is tipped, the magic falters and the forest suffers." Caramel nodded, understanding the weight of Thistle's words. She had always known that the forest was a web of connections, each thread vital to the whole. Her small heart swelled with a desire to protect this precious world. She thought of her family, of how they had taught her the importance of every acorn, every leaf, and how each played its part in the cycle of life. As the days passed, Caramel shared her discovery with her friends, a gentle deer named Willow, whose grace was matched only by her kindness, and a clever fox named Ember, whose bright eyes held the spark of mischief and wisdom. Willow moved through the forest with an elegance that seemed to make the very earth sigh in contentment beneath her hooves, while Ember's sharp wit and keen senses made him a natural leader among their small band. Together, they pledged to watch over the forest, ensuring that the balance Thistle spoke of was preserved. They spent their days exploring the hidden corners of Eldergrove, learning its secrets, and understanding the fragile links that connected every living thing. They encountered bubbling brooks that sang with the voices of ancient waters, towering oaks whose branches whispered tales of forgotten times, and meadows where the sun painted the grass with golden light. One afternoon, as they wandered further than ever before, they came upon an old, half-forgotten path. Its stones were worn smooth by time and covered in lichen, leading them to an ancient grove where the air was thick with the scent of cedar and old stories. In the center stood a tree unlike any other, a majestic elder, its bark a tapestry of silver and green, its branches reaching out as if to embrace the sky. "This tree," said Willow, her voice barely a whisper, "is the heart of Eldergrove. I can feel its ancient wisdom, its connection to all that is." Ember, usually quick with a clever remark, was silent, his eyes wide with reverence. He placed a paw on the tree's trunk, feeling the steady, ancient heartbeat that pulsed through it. "We must protect this place," Caramel said, her voice firm with determination. "It holds the stories of our world, the magic that binds us all." Their resolve was tested one evening as the sky blushed with the colors of twilight and the forest settled into a tranquil hush. A strange phenomenon graced the land. A shower of silver light cascaded from the heavens, each droplet a tiny star that danced upon the breeze. The forest glowed with an ethereal beauty, the air tingling with magic. The ground beneath them vibrated gently, as if in tune with a celestial symphony. "It's the starfall," whispered Willow, her eyes reflecting the celestial dance. "My mother told me stories of this. It's a blessing, a sign that we are in harmony with the world." Ember nodded, his gaze fixed on the wondrous display, and a reminder that we must cherish each moment, each creature, he added, his voice carrying a note of solemnity that was rare for him. As the starfall illuminated the forest, Thistle gathered the young creatures around him. His voice, like the gentle roll of distant thunder, carried the wisdom of the ages. Remember, dear friends, that you are the guardians of this place. With each season, the forest will change, and with each change, you will learn. Embrace the magic, the mystery, and the responsibility that comes with it. The friends sat together, their hearts filled with the warmth of Thistle's words and the glow of the celestial light. The starfall continued its gentle descent, a silent promise that the forest, with all its wonders and secrets, would remain a sanctuary for those who cherished it. As they watched, the stars seemed to weave a tapestry of light above them, each thread a testament to the enduring beauty of their world. As the last of the silver droplets kissed the earth, the forest whispered its gratitude, a soft, melodic sigh that spoke of peace and promise. Caramel, Willow, and Ember nestled close, knowing that together, with Thistle's guidance, they would ensure that Eldergrove remained a place of harmony and magic for generations to come. And so, the forest thrived, a living tapestry woven from the threads of friendship, wisdom, and the eternal dance of nature's magic. As the gentle night enveloped Eldergrove, the creatures of the forest slumbered peacefully, cradled by the lullaby of the earth and stars. The soft glow of the starfall lingered, a gentle reminder of their duty and the beauty that lay in every moment of their shared existence. As the first rays of dawn touched the treetops, the forest awoke with renewed vigor, ready to embrace another day of wonder and harmony. In the days that followed, Caramel, Willow, and Ember found themselves drawn to the ancient grove more often, as if the elder tree itself called to them. Under its vast canopy, they discovered a world teeming with life, from the tiniest insects crafting their delicate homes in the bark's crevices to the vibrant mosses that adorned its roots like emerald jewels. One day, as they rested beneath the elder's shade, a new sound reached their ears, a soft, melodic hum that seemed to arise from the very heart of the tree. It was a sound that resonated with the harmony of the forest, a music that spoke to their souls. They listened, enraptured, as the melody unfolded, weaving tales of ancient times when the world was young and the magic of Eldergrove was first born. "Do you hear it?" Willow asked, her voice a gentle murmur, as if afraid to disturb the music. "Yes," Caramel replied softly. "It's like the forest is singing to us." Ember nodded, his eyes bright with wonder. "It's the song of the elder, a reminder that we are all part of something greater." The music lingered in their hearts long after the melody had faded, a reminder of the magic that flowed through Eldergrove and their role as its guardians. They returned to the grove often, finding solace and strength beneath the elder's boughs, drawing inspiration from its ancient wisdom. As the seasons turned, the friends continued their vigil, watching over the forest and learning its countless secrets. They discovered hidden glades where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals kissed by the sun's golden light. They marveled at the intricate patterns of frost that adorned the leaves in winter, sparkling like diamonds in the crisp air. In spring they rejoiced as new life burst forth, a testament to the forest's enduring vitality. With each passing day, their bond grew stronger, forged by shared experiences and a deep love for their home. They learned to listen to the whispers of the wind, the murmurs of the streams, and the rustle of leaves, understanding that these were the voices of the forest, guiding them on their journey. Yet, as much as they cherished the beauty of Eldergrove, they knew that challenges lay ahead. Thistle had warned them of times when the balance would be tested, when their resolve would be needed to protect the harmony they held dear. They prepared themselves, honing their skills and deepening their understanding of the forest's intricate web of life. One evening, as a brilliant sunset painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, they gathered once more beneath the elder tree. The air was filled with the scent of blooming jasmine, and a gentle breeze caressed their fur, carrying with it a promise of new adventures. "Whatever comes," Caramel said, her voice steady with conviction, "we will face it together." Willow nodded, her eyes reflecting the warmth of the setting sun. "Together we are strong." Ember, his gaze fixed on the horizon, added, "And together we will keep Eldergrove safe for now and always." As the stars began to twinkle in the twilight sky, the friends settled into a comfortable silence, content in the knowledge that they were part of something truly magical. The forest around them whispered its approval, a gentle symphony that spoke of unity and hope. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree and the endless expanse of stars, the guardians of Eldergrove embraced their destiny, their hearts intertwined with the very essence of the forest they loved. Together, they would ensure that the stories of their world would continue, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, wisdom, and the magic of nature. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow across Eldergrove, a new presence stirred within the forest, a mysterious traveler, cloaked in shadows, who watched the trio from the depths of the trees. His eyes, as dark as the night sky, seemed to absorb the light around him, and he moved with the stealth of a wisp of smoke. He had come from lands far beyond, drawn by the forest's magic and the whispers of ancient tales. The traveler was known as Obsidian, a lone wanderer with a past shrouded in mystery. His heart bore the scars of many journeys, and his soul carried the weight of countless stories. He had heard of Eldergrove's magic and the guardians who watched over it, and he felt an inexplicable pull to this enchanted place. As he observed Caramel, Willow, and Ember beneath the elder tree, a flicker of longing ignited within him. He remembered a time when he too had been part of a fellowship, when laughter and companionship had filled his days. But those days were long gone, and he had wandered alone ever since, a solitary figure in a world of shadows. Yet something about Eldergrove called to him, a song that resonated with the long-forgotten strings of his heart. He watched as the friends spoke in hushed tones, their voices a melody that blended with the forest's symphony. They shared a bond that was rare and precious, a connection that transcended the mundane and touched the realm of the magical. Over the next few days, Obsidian kept to the shadows, observing the harmony that unfolded before him. He saw how the guardians tended to the forest, their love for Eldergrove evident in every action. He watched as they marveled at the beauty of nature, their eyes wide with wonder and their hearts open to the mysteries of the world. And as he watched, a spark of hope flickered to life within him, a hope that perhaps, in this enchanted forest, he might find a place to belong, a place where his past could be forgiven and a new chapter could begin. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the soft light of dusk, Obsidian stepped from the shadows and approached the elder tree, where the friends were gathered. His presence was unexpected, yet somehow it felt right, as if he were a missing piece of a puzzle that had long awaited completion. Caramel was the first to notice him, her keen eyes catching the movement in the twilight. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice curious but not unkind. Obsidian hesitated, the words caught in his throat. He took a deep breath, feeling the cool, earthy air fill his lungs. "I am Obsidian," he replied, his voice a low, gravelly murmur. "A traveler from distant lands, drawn here by the tales of Eldergrove's magic." Willow stepped forward, her gentle gaze meeting his. "Welcome, Obsidian," she said warmly. "Any friend of the forest is a friend of ours." Ember, ever the skeptic, watched him closely, his bright eyes searching for signs of deceit. But in Obsidian's gaze he saw only a genuine longing, a desire to be part of something greater. The friends welcomed him into their circle, and as the evening deepened, they shared stories of their adventures and the wonders of Eldergrove. Obsidian listened intently, his heart swelling with a sense of belonging that he had not felt in years. As the stars twinkled above, the elder tree seemed to embrace them all, its branches weaving a canopy of unity and hope. And in that moment, Obsidian knew that he had found a new home, a place where the past could be laid to rest and a future filled with magic and friendship awaited. Together, with Caramel, Willow, and Ember, Obsidian joined the guardians of Eldergrove, his heart intertwined with theirs, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead and to protect the enchanted forest that had become his sanctuary. In the days that followed, Obsidian immersed himself in the life of the forest. He learned the rhythms of Eldergrove, the subtle shifts in light and shadow, the secret paths that wound through the trees. Under Thistle's guidance, he discovered the history of the land and the delicate balance that maintained its magic. His newfound friends were patient teachers. Caramel showed him the art of foraging, her nimble paws uncovering hidden caches of nuts and berries. Willow taught him the language of the wind, the way it whispered through the leaves and sang songs of distant lands. Ember, with his sharp mind and quick wit, shared the secrets of tracking, his eyes keen to every movement in the underbrush. As Obsidian grew more attuned to the forest, he felt the weight of his past begin to lift. The scars that had once defined him were slowly healing, replaced by the bonds of friendship and the peace that Eldergrove offered. He found solace in the simple beauty of nature, the way the sunlight danced through the leaves and the symphony of life that thrived beneath the elder tree's watchful branches. One morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of gold and rose, Obsidian awoke with a sense of purpose. The night had brought him vivid dreams, visions of a shadow that threatened the harmony of Eldergrove. He felt an urgency in his heart, a call to action that he could not ignore. Gathering his friends, he shared his vision with them, his voice steady with conviction. "A darkness is coming," he warned, his eyes searching each of theirs for understanding. "We must be ready to protect our home." Caramel, ever the optimist, nodded with determination. "Together, we can face anything." Willow placed a reassuring hoof on Obsidian's shoulder, her eyes filled with warmth. "We will stand by you, Obsidian. We are stronger together." Ember, his gaze sharp and focused, added, "We'll need to be vigilant, to watch for any signs of imbalance." With their resolve renewed, the friends set to work. They patrolled the borders of Eldergrove, their keen senses attuned to any disturbance in the natural order. They spoke with the creatures of the forest, gathering information and forging alliances. And as they worked, they felt the strength of their bond grow, a force that would guide them through whatever lay ahead. The days passed, each one a testament to their unity and dedication. Obsidian found himself at home in a way he had never thought possible, his heart swelling with gratitude for the friends who had welcomed him and the forest that had embraced him. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, the friends gathered beneath the elder tree. The air was cool and fragrant, a gentle breeze caressing their fur. They sat in comfortable silence, each lost in their thoughts, yet connected by the shared journey that had brought them together. In the quiet, Obsidian spoke, his voice filled with emotion. "Thank you," he said simply, his eyes meeting each of theirs in turn, "for accepting me, for showing me that I can be more than my past." Caramel smiled, her eyes bright with warmth. "You are part of our family now, Obsidian. Eldergrove is your home, too." Willow nodded, her gentle presence a balm to his soul. "Together, we will protect this place and cherish the magic that binds us." Ember, his voice carrying a note of humor, added, "And we'll make sure you never wander alone again." As laughter rippled through the group, the elder tree above them seemed to sigh with contentment, its branches weaving a canopy of protection and hope. The forest around them echoed with the promise of new beginnings, a reminder that even in the darkest light could be found within the bonds of friendship. And so, as the gentle night embraced Eldergrove, the guardians sat together beneath the stars, their hearts intertwined with the magic of the forest they loved. In unity and hope, they prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead, knowing that together they were strong enough to protect the sanctuary that had become their home. Story 5. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where sunlight wove golden patterns through the lush canopy, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was a haven of tranquility, renowned for its vibrant gardens and the gentle, babbling brook that sang a soothing lullaby day and night. The brook's melody intertwined with the rustling of leaves, creating a symphony that calmed even the most restless souls. In this idyllic setting, beneath the protective arms of a great willow tree, lived a kind-hearted young girl named Clara. Clara had a unique gift for observing the small wonders of the world around her. Her emerald eyes reflected the vibrant life of the forest, and her laughter was a melody that mirrored the brook's gentle song. Her connection to the forest was profound, a bond that was as much a part of her as her own heartbeat. She could often be found wandering the woods with her faithful companion, a charming squirrel named Nutmeg. Nutmeg, with his bushy tail and twinkling eyes, was known for his mischievous antics and insatiable love for acorns. Together they formed an inseparable duo, their adventures weaving through the rich tapestry of the forest. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Clara prepared for her daily walk. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and a gentle breeze carried the whisper of secrets through the trees. As Clara stepped outside, she noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved weather vane, perched atop the old clock tower, was missing. The weather vane, shaped like a graceful swan, had been a symbol of luck and guidance for the villagers for as long as anyone could remember. Its absence left the village feeling a little less anchored, and whispers of concern fluttered through the cobblestone streets like autumn leaves. Determined to solve the mystery, Clara decided to investigate. Her heart was a blend of curiosity and responsibility. She felt a pull towards ensuring the village's harmony. She gathered her satchel, filled with essentials like a small notebook, a pencil, and a few of Nutmeg's favorite acorns, and set out with Nutmeg scampering by her side. As they wandered through the village, Clara paid close attention to everything around her, listening carefully to the soft rustle of leaves and the distant chatter of birds. She noticed how the villagers seemed more anxious than usual, their faces marked with worry as they glanced at the empty spot on the tower. The blacksmith, Mr. Thatcher, paused in his rhythmic hammering, his brows furrowed with unease. The baker, Mrs. Honeywell, kneaded her dough with a distracted air, her eyes frequently darting towards the sky. Clara's first stop was the village square, where she met Mr. Pippin, the wise old owl who ran the local bookshop. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, the scent of aged paper mingling with the aroma of freshly brewed tea that Mr. Pippin loved to share with visitors. Mr. Pippin was known for his vast knowledge and ability to recall every detail from the many stories he'd read. "Good morning, Mr. Pippin," Clara greeted warmly, her voice infused with the hope of unraveling the mystery. "Have you heard anything about the missing weather vane?" Mr. Pippin adjusted his spectacles and nodded solemnly, his feathers ruffling like pages turning in a book. "Ah, yes, Clara. It's quite the mystery. I remember seeing it just yesterday, glinting in the afternoon sun. But come nightfall, it had vanished." Clara thought for a moment, tapping her chin. "Did you notice anything unusual last night?" Mr. Pippin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully, a flicker of memory sparking in his eyes. There was a peculiar sound in the night, a soft whoosh, like wings flapping, but it was unlike any bird I've ever heard. Thanking Mr. Pippin, Clara and Nutmeg continued their journey, heading towards the edge of the whispering woods. The path was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly underfoot. The woods were alive with the gentle hum of life, from the distant hoot of an owl to the rustling of small creatures in the underbrush. The whispers of the woods seemed to offer clues, if only one listened closely enough. As they approached the forest, they encountered Willow, a wise deer with antlers that seemed to brush the sky. Her presence was a reminder of the forest's ancient wisdom, her coat shimmering with the morning dew. Willow had seen countless seasons come and go, and her gentle eyes held the wisdom of the ages. "Hello, Willow," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle her. Her voice was gentle, filled with the respect she held for the forest's inhabitants. Willow dipped her head in greeting, her eyes warm with recognition. "Hello, dear Clara. What brings you to the woods today?" Clara explained the mystery of the missing weather vane and asked if Willow had seen anything unusual. Willow pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting towards the horizon. "I did notice something strange last night. A shadow passed over the moon, swift and silent. It was headed towards the old oak grove." Clara thanked Willow, and with Nutmeg perched on her shoulder, made her way to the oak grove. The grove was a serene place, where ancient oaks stood like silent sentinels, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. The ground was dappled with sunlight, and the air was thick with the scent of moss and earth. In the heart of the grove, Clara found the answer to the mystery. There, nestled among the roots of the largest oak, was the weather vane, its surface gleaming softly in the dappled sunlight. Perched beside it was a small, enchanted bird with feathers that shimmered like moonlight. Its presence was ethereal, as if plucked from the very essence of the night sky. The bird, noticing Clara's approach, tilted its head inquisitively. "Greetings, young one. I am Zephyr, keeper of the winds." Clara, relieved and curious, asked, "Zephyr, did you take the weather vane?" Zephyr nodded, a hint of mischief in his eyes, reminiscent of Nutmeg's playful spirit. "Indeed, I borrowed it for a task. The winds have been restless, and I needed a guide to help calm them." Understanding dawned on Clara, and she smiled, her heart lighter with clarity. "I see. The weather vane is very important to our village, Zephyr. Could you return it now that your task is complete?" The bird nodded graciously, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Of course, young seeker. I meant no harm, only to borrow it for a short while." With a gentle flap of his wings, Zephyr lifted the weather vane into the air, returning it to its rightful place atop the clock tower. The swan gleamed once more, casting its protective gaze over the village, its presence a beacon of hope and reassurance. With the mystery resolved, Clara and Nutmeg made their way back through the forest, their hearts light with the joy of a puzzle solved and the satisfaction of helping their community. The forest seemed to hum with approval, the trees whispering their thanks as Clara and Nutmeg passed by. As they returned to Willowbrook, the villagers gathered to celebrate the return of their beloved weather vane. Laughter and music filled the air, and the village square was aglow with lanterns, their light flickering like a dance of fireflies. Mr. Pippin, Willow, and even Zephyr joined in the festivities, their hearts warmed by the spirit of unity and friendship. That night, as Clara and Nutmeg settled into their cozy home beneath the great willow tree, they reflected on their adventure. Clara knew that sometimes the answers to life's little mysteries lay not just in what we see, but in what we choose to understand and accept. Her heart swelled with a newfound appreciation for the interconnectedness of her world and the wisdom hidden in its shadows. And with that comforting thought, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, accompanied by the gentle whispers of the woods and the soft, rhythmic breathing of her dear friend Nutmeg. The night embraced them, a tapestry of dreams woven with the magic of the forest and the timeless bond of friendship. The morning sun rose over Willowbrook, casting its golden light on the village and waking Clara with its gentle warmth. She stretched and stepped outside, where the village was beginning to stir with life. The air was alive with the scent of fresh bread from Mrs. Honeywell's bakery and the sound of Mr. Thatcher's hammer ringing out a rhythmic tune. Clara felt a contentment settle over her, a quiet joy in the knowledge that the village was whole again. As she strolled through the village, Clara couldn't help but notice how the villagers seemed to carry themselves with renewed vigor. The children played by the brook, their laughter mingling with the water's song, and the elders gathered to share stories beneath the willow's shade. It was as if the village itself breathed easier, anchored once more by the presence of the weather vane. As the days went by, Clara found herself reflecting on her adventure with a deeper understanding. She realized that her journey was not just about solving the mystery of the missing weather vane, but also about discovering the strength of her connection to the forest and her community. She felt a surge of pride in knowing that she could be a guardian of sorts, watching over the harmony of Willowbrook. On a particularly tranquil afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook with Nutmeg nibbling on an acorn beside her, Zephyr returned. He alighted softly on a nearby branch, his feathers catching the sunlight in a dazzling display of colors. "Hello, Clara," Zephyr greeted, his voice a gentle breeze. "I wanted to thank you again for your understanding and for allowing me to borrow the weather vane. It was a great help in calming the winds." Clara smiled warmly, her eyes bright with curiosity. "I'm glad it could help. The village is happy to have it back." Zephyr nodded, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "I have come to offer you something in return for your kindness and wisdom. The winds have whispered of your bond with the forest, and I would like to give you a gift." With a graceful sweep of his wings, Zephyr conjured a small swirling breeze that danced around Clara. As it settled, she felt a new sensation, a gentle hum beneath her skin, connecting her even more intimately to the life around her. It was as if the whispers of the forest had become clearer, the music of the brook more harmonious. "This gift will allow you to better understand the whispers of the woods," Zephyr explained. "It will deepen your connection to the world around you, and perhaps it will guide you on future adventures." Clara was overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, Zephyr. This is a wonderful gift. I promise to use it wisely." With a knowing nod, Zephyr took to the sky once more, his form blending seamlessly into the azure expanse above. Clara watched him go, her heart filled with a sense of purpose. She knew that her journey was only just beginning, and the world held countless mysteries waiting to be unraveled. As the seasons passed, Clara continued to explore the Whispering Woods, each day discovering new wonders and forging deeper bonds with its inhabitants. She learned from the trees, whose roots intertwined beneath the earth like a hidden network of old friends. She listened to the secrets of the brook, whose waters danced with the stories of the ages. And she grew to understand the quiet strength of the forest's creatures, each with their own tales to tell. On one such day, Clara discovered a hidden glen, a place where the light filtered through the leaves in a cascade of shimmering emeralds. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the song of a distant waterfall mingled with the calls of birds in flight. It was here that Clara often found peace, a sanctuary where she could reflect on her adventures and dream of those yet to come. In the glen, she met a new friend, a fox named Ember, whose fiery coat blazed like a sunset against the verdant backdrop of the forest. Ember was clever and quick-witted, with eyes that sparkled with mischief, and a heart full of untamed spirit. Together with Nutmeg, they explored the forest's hidden corners, each day a new chapter in their shared story. Through these adventures, Clara's understanding of the world deepened. She learned that the forest was not just a place of beauty, but a living entity, a tapestry woven from the threads of every creature that called it home. She realized that her bond with the Whispering Woods was a gift, one that allowed her to see the world with clarity and compassion. Meanwhile, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its heart beating in time with the rhythm of the forest. The villagers grew closer, their lives intertwined like the roots of the great willow tree. They celebrated the changing seasons with festivals that filled the air with laughter and song, their spirits buoyed by the whisper of the wind and the murmur of the brook. Clara found joy in these gatherings, her heart warmed by the sense of community and belonging. She knew that the village was her home, a place of love and laughter, where every face was familiar and every story was cherished. And so, as the years passed and the seasons turned, Clara's journey continued. She embraced each new day with open arms, her heart filled with the wonder of the world and the knowledge that she was never truly alone. For in the heart of the Whispering Woods, where sunlight wove golden patterns through the lush canopy, Clara had found her place, a guardian of the forest, a friend to all who dwelled within it, and a keeper of its many mysteries. And in this enchanted world, forever intertwined with the magic of the forest and the timeless bond of friendship, Clara lived her days in harmony, her heart forever bound to the Whispering Woods that had become her home. With the dawn of each new day, Clara found herself venturing deeper into the heart of the woods, drawn by an insatiable curiosity and a sense of wonder that seemed to grow with each step. The forest was a tapestry of life, its verdant expanse teeming with secrets waiting to be uncovered. It was here, amidst the towering trees and the soft rustle of leaves, that Clara felt truly alive, her spirit in harmony with the world around her. One day, as Clara and Nutmeg wandered through a particularly dense part of the forest, they stumbled upon an ancient stone circle, hidden beneath a canopy of ivy and wildflowers. The stones stood like silent guardians, their surfaces etched with symbols that told stories of a time long past. Clara felt a shiver of excitement as she traced her fingers over the carvings, her mind racing with possibilities. "Nutmeg, look," Clara whispered, her voice filled with awe. "These stones must have been here for centuries. I wonder what stories they could tell." Nutmeg chattered in agreement, his eyes wide with curiosity. The discovery sparked a new adventure for Clara, one that would see her delving into the history of the forest and uncovering its many mysteries. She spent hours studying the symbols, piecing together the fragments of a story that had been forgotten by time. As the days turned into weeks, Clara's fascination with the stone circle grew, and she found herself returning to the site time and again. She was determined to unravel its secrets, her heart fueled by a sense of purpose and a thirst for knowledge. One afternoon, as Clara sat among the stones, The gentle breeze carried with it a soft, melodic hum, like the distant echo of a forgotten song. It was a sound that resonated deep within her, awakening a part of her spirit that she had never known existed. Clara closed her eyes and listened, allowing the music to wash over her, its notes weaving a tapestry of sound that seemed to connect her to the very essence of the forest. In that moment, Clara realized that the stone circle was more than just an ancient relic. It was a portal to a world of magic and mystery, a gateway to the heart of the forest's soul. And she knew that her journey was far from over, that there were still countless stories waiting to be told, secrets waiting to be uncovered. With a renewed sense of purpose, Clara set out on a new adventure, one that would take her deeper into the heart of the Whispering Woods and beyond. She was no longer just a guardian of the forest. She was a seeker of knowledge, a keeper of secrets, and a storyteller, weaving the threads of the past into the fabric of the present. As Clara and Nutmeg ventured into the unknown, they were joined by Ember and Zephyr, their friends and companions on this new journey. Together they explored the hidden corners of the forest, each day a new chapter in their shared story. And so the adventures of Clara and her friends continued, their journey a testament to the enduring magic of the Whispering Woods and the timeless bond of friendship that united them. For in the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove golden patterns through the lush canopy, Clara had found her place, a storyteller, a seeker, and a guardian of the forest's many mysteries. Story 6. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the passing winds, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. It was a place where magic wove through everyday life like the golden threads in a tapestry. The cobblestone paths were lined with lanterns that glowed softly with captured starlight, and the air carried the sweet scent of blooming moonflowers that only opened their petals when the sun set. In this village lived a gentle soul named Lyra, who was known for her compassionate heart and curious mind. Lyra had a small, cozy cottage nestled at the edge of the forest, surrounded by a garden that buzzed with enchanted bees whose honey could heal the saddest of hearts. Every evening, a warm light spilled from her windows, inviting the weary and the wondering to come and rest. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves blushed with shades of amber and gold, Lyra noticed something peculiar. Her garden, usually vibrant and lively, seemed unusually still. The bees, who would typically hum a gentle lullaby in the twilight, were silent. The moonflowers, expectant of nightfall, remained tightly shut as if whispering secrets among themselves. Perplexed, Lyra decided to seek the wisdom of an old friend, the wise tortoise named Elder Thistle. Elder Thistle lived by the serene crystal pond, a place where the water mirrored the sky so perfectly that it often confused the birds above. With a gentle smile, Elder Thistle always welcomed visitors with tales of old and wisdom that ran as deep as the roots of the ancient oaks. Upon reaching the pond, Lyra found Elder Thistle basking in the last rays of the setting sun, his shell glistening like polished stone. She shared her concerns, describing the unusual silence that had fallen over her garden. Elder Thistle listened intently, his eyes twinkling with the knowledge of countless seasons. "The forest is alive with whispers, my dear," he began, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Sometimes it holds its breath to listen to the stories carried by the wind. There is no need to worry, but perhaps a gentle investigation is in order." Encouraged by Elder Thistle's words, Lyra decided to explore the forest that night. As the moon rose high, casting its silver glow over the village, she set out with a lantern made of fireflies, their light flickering like stars in a jar. The forest at night was a world of wonders. The cool breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, and the leaves rustled softly, as if sharing secrets with the wind. As Lyra walked, she noticed something peculiar. A trail of shimmering dust that seemed to dance in the moonlight, leading deeper into the woods. Following the trail, she found herself in a hidden glade where the air shimmered with magic. There, perched on a moss-covered stone, was a tiny creature with wings like spun glass and eyes that sparkled with mischief. It was a sprite, one of the forest's playful spirits, known for their love of tricks and laughter. "Good evening, Lyra," the sprite chimed, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "I see you've found my little game." "Your game?" Lyra asked, intrigued more than annoyed. What game are you playing that has silenced my garden? The sprite giggled, a sound that seemed to make the very stars twinkle brighter. The bees and flowers were helping me prepare a surprise for you, a new song for the garden, but it seems we've gotten a bit tangled in our own melody. Understanding dawned on Lyra. The sprite's playful magic had inadvertently quietened the garden as they tried to create something new and beautiful. Perhaps I can help, she offered, her heart warm with the thought of working together. With gentle guidance and a touch of her own magic, Lyra helped the sprite and the garden find their rhythm again. The bees began to hum softly, and the moonflowers slowly unfurled their petals, releasing their sweet perfume into the night. In gratitude, the sprite sang a new song, a melody that wove through the garden like a gentle breeze, filling the air with peace and harmony. The forest seemed to sigh in contentment, and Lyra felt a deep sense of joy and fulfillment. As she made her way back home, her heart light with the evening's adventure, she realized the subtle lesson of the night. Sometimes the silence is not a sign of trouble, but a pause, a moment for something new and wonderful to begin. Back in her cozy cottage, as the fire crackled softly and the lanterns glowed with a warm, inviting light, Lyra settled into her favorite chair. Outside, the garden hummed with life, its new song a testament to the power of friendship and understanding. And so, with a heart full of peace, Lyra drifted off to sleep, the gentle melody of the forest lulling her into dreams as soft as moonlight and as comforting as a warm embrace. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a cozy little cottage nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden and exploring the winding trails, Willow often found herself dreaming of faraway lands and undiscovered wonders. One crisp autumn morning, as she wandered through the golden-leaf trees, something caught her eye, a twinkling light dancing between the branches. Curiosity piqued, Willow followed the glimmer until she stumbled upon a hidden trail she had never noticed before. Without a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward, her heart filled with a sense of adventure. The path led her through a thicket of twisted vines and gnarled roots, until suddenly, the forest opened up into a breathtaking clearing. Willow gasped in awe, for before her lay a meadow blanketed in thousands of ethereal, glowing flowers. Their soft petals radiated a warm, golden light, and as a gentle breeze swept through, the air shimmered like stardust. As Willow ventured further into this enchanting realm, she noticed tiny, winged creatures flitting among the luminous blooms. They were no bigger than her thumb, with gossamer wings that trailed shimmering trails of light. One of them alighted upon her hand, and Willow could see that it had a cherub-like face with twinkling eyes and a smile as bright as the flowers themselves. "Welcome, dear Willow," the little creature chimed in a voice like tinkling bells. "We are the Luminarians, guardians of this sacred glade." Willow could scarcely find her words, so enraptured was she by the beauty surrounding her. "This place is simply magical," she breathed. "I never knew such wonders existed." The Luminarian laughed, a sound like wind chimes on a summer's eve. "There is much in this world yet to be discovered by those with open eyes and open hearts." As if on cue, the glade came alive with a dazzling display. Luminarians danced through the air, trailing ribbons of starlight in their wake. Flowers unfurled and swayed, releasing showers of glittering pollen that seemed to hang suspended in the air. Even the trees joined in the revelry, their branches bending and swaying in a mesmerizing waltz. Willow spun in delighted circles, her heart soaring with joy and wonder. But then a shadow fell across the glade, and a low rumble echoed through the trees. A dark, ominous cloud loomed overhead, blotting out the radiant light. The Luminarians fluttered in a panic, their lights flickering and dimming. "The Gloomwing!" one of them cried. "It seeks to extinguish our light and plunge our home into darkness." Willow felt a surge of courage rise within her. Without a second thought, she scooped up a handful of the glowing pollen and flung it up towards the approaching cloud. The tiny motes of light swirled and danced, weaving intricate patterns that grew brighter and brighter until they formed a brilliant, shining barrier. The Gloomwing crashed against the luminous wall, its dark tendrils recoiling from the brilliant radiance. With a defeated screech, it dissipated into harmless wisps of vapor. The glade erupted in cheers and celebration, the luminarians twirling joyously through the air. They swarmed around Willow, their tiny voices raised in grateful song. "You have shown true bravery and light of spirit," their melodious chorus rang out. "For that, you shall forever be welcome in our sacred realm." From that day on, whenever Willow felt her spirit growing weary or her dreams fading, she would return to the enchanted glade. There, surrounded by the warm, radiant light and the wondrous beauty of nature's magic, she would find solace and inspiration. And though the adventures she experienced within those mystic bounds were beyond anything she could have imagined, the greatest treasure Willow took away was the knowledge that even in the darkest of times, courage and light will always prevail. Story 8. Once, nestled in a tranquil valley where time seemed to meander rather than march, there lay the village of Willowbrook. The village was so named for the slender willow trees that swayed in the gentle breezes along the brook that ran through its heart. Here, life was serene, and each day unfolded like a gentle sigh on the lips of the earth. Amongst the villagers was a young girl named Lila, whose spirit was as vibrant as the wildflowers that carpeted the meadow in springtime. Lila was known for her curious nature and her penchant for wandering the woods that bordered her little village. Her hair, the color of chestnuts, cascaded down her back, and her eyes seemed to hold the very essence of the sky, reflecting both its storms and serenity. One particular morning, as the sun peered over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Lila set out towards the forest. The dewdrops glistened like tiny jewels on the leaves, and the air was alive with the symphony of birds greeting the new day. Lila loved these moments, when the world felt fresh and full of secrets waiting to be discovered. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila stumbled upon an ancient oak that she had never noticed before. Its trunk was gnarled and wide, and it stood proudly amidst the younger trees, like a wise elder among children. From a low-hanging branch dangled a peculiar object, a small, ornate lantern. Its glass was a kaleidoscope of colors, and as the sunlight filtered through it, rainbows danced across the forest floor. Intrigued, Lila reached out and touched the lantern. To her surprise, it swung gently, yet emitted no sound. She felt a warmth emanate from it, a comforting presence that wrapped around her like a soft blanket. Deciding to take the lantern with her, Lila carefully lifted it from the branch, feeling a tingling sensation, as if the lantern was awakening. As she continued her walk, Lila noticed that the forest around her began to change subtly. The leaves seemed to whisper secrets to one another, the brook's babble turned into a melodious song, and the path beneath her feet felt like a welcome guide leading her deeper into the heart of the woods. The lantern, it seemed, had a magical quality. It glowed with a gentle light, not unlike the soft glow of fireflies that danced through the summer nights. As twilight descended, Lila found herself standing at the entrance to a hidden glade, a place she had never seen before despite her many wanderings. The glade was bathed in the silvery light of the moon, and flowers bloomed in abundance, their petals shimmering like stardust. In the center of the glade stood a creature unlike any Lila had ever imagined. It was a fox, but not just any fox. Its fur was a brilliant shade of silver, and its eyes, deep and knowing, held the wisdom of the ages. The fox gazed at Lila with a gentle curiosity, as if it had been waiting for her. "Welcome, Lila," the fox spoke, its voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "You have found the Lantern of Whispers, a rare gift that reveals the hidden world within our own." Lila, though startled, felt no fear. Instead, she was filled with a sense of awe and wonder. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "This is the Heartwood Glade," the fox replied. "A sanctuary for those who seek to understand the deeper connections between all living things. The lantern you carry is a key, a guide to uncover mysteries and weave friendships where none seemed possible." The fox explained that the Lantern of Whispers had once belonged to a wise woman who had lived in harmony with the forest. It was said that she could communicate with the animals and understand the language of the trees. When she passed, she left the lantern to find someone with a spirit as kind and adventurous as her own, someone who could continue her legacy. Lila listened intently, her heart swelling with excitement and a sense of purpose. She understood that her journey had just begun, one that would change her in ways she could not yet comprehend. In the days that followed, the lantern became Lila's constant companion. With its guidance, she learned to listen deeply to the world around her. The birds shared their songs, the trees their wisdom, and even the brook revealed the stories of its journey from the mountains to the sea. But the lantern's magic went beyond unveiling the hidden world. It also illuminated the path to unexpected friendships. In the village, there lived a boy named Finn, who was often seen as aloof, preferring the company of books to people. Many considered him shy, but Lila sensed something more beneath his quiet demeanor. With her newfound understanding, Lila approached Finn with the lantern in hand. She shared with him the wonders she had discovered in the glade, inviting him to join her in exploring the mysteries that lay just beyond the ordinary. To Lila's delight, Finn accepted her invitation. Together, they wandered the forest, their friendship blossoming like the wildflowers in spring. Finn, with his keen intellect, found joy in identifying the plants and creatures they encountered, while Lila shared the stories whispered by the wind and the wisdom of the trees. As the seasons turned, the bond between Lila and Finn grew stronger. They became known as the guardians of the forest, protectors of the hidden world that thrived within the woods. The villagers, once skeptical of their tales, began to listen with open hearts, realizing that the world was far more magical and interconnected than they had ever imagined. One autumn day, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Lila and Finn discovered an ancient stone circle deep in the forest. The stones were covered in moss, and their surfaces were etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the lantern's light. They realized that this was a place of great significance, perhaps a gathering spot for the wise woman and those who came before her. Sitting within the circle, Lila and Finn felt a profound sense of connection to the past and to each other. The lantern, resting between them, pulsed gently with a warm golden light. It was here, surrounded by the whispers of the forest, that they made a vow to protect the glade and its secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the natural world would never be forgotten. In time, Lila and Finn shared their knowledge with the villagers, teaching them to appreciate the beauty and magic of their surroundings. The village of Willowbrook became a haven of harmony, where humans and nature coexisted in a delicate balance. As the years passed, Lila and Finn continued their stewardship, drawing strength from their friendship and the lantern's guiding light. They learned that true magic lay not in the lantern itself, but in the understanding, compassion, and love that it inspired. And so, beneath the swaying willows and the star-kissed sky, the village of Willowbrook thrived, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the hidden wonders of the world. And every now and then, when the moon was full and the night air was thick with possibility, a gentle light could be seen flickering in the heart of the forest, a reminder of the girl who had dared to dream and the boy who had joined her on a journey of discovery. And so the tale of Lila and Finn, the Lantern of Whispers, and the Heartwood Glade became a cherished story, passed down through generations, a beacon of hope and a reminder that often the greatest treasures lie just beyond the veil of the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those with hearts open to the wonders of the world. Story 9. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there stood an old, creaky bookstore known as the Whispering Pages. The shop was filled from floor to ceiling with books of every size and color, their spines a mosaic of stories waiting to be told. The village children often gathered there, lured by the scent of aged paper and the promise of adventure hidden within the pages. Among these children was a gentle soul named Anwen, a girl with curious hazel eyes and a heart full of dreams. Anwen loved nothing more than to lose herself in the stories of far-off lands and magical creatures. She would sit for hours, her fingers tracing the outlines of the maps in the books, imagining herself on grand adventures. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze outside, Anwen wandered into the Whispering Pages. The shop was quiet, save for the soft rustling of pages and the occasional creak of the wooden floorboards. Anwen meandered through the aisles, her fingers brushing the spines of the books as she searched for something new to read. As she reached the back of the store, her eyes fell upon an old, dusty tome hidden away on a high shelf. The book seemed to glow softly under the dim light, its cover shimmering with an ethereal luminescence. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull toward it. She tiptoed to reach it, and as her fingers closed around the spine, a tingle of warmth spread through her hand. With the book cradled in her arms, Anwen found a cozy nook by the window, where the sunlight streamed in, casting a warm glow over the pages as she opened the book. To her surprise, the pages were blank. Disappointed, yet curious, she flipped through the book, and as she did, faint, silvery letters began to appear, forming words that shimmered like stars. To those who seek the wonders untold, this book shall be your guide, the letters read. Anwen's heart skipped with excitement. She could hardly believe her eyes. It seemed she had stumbled upon a magical book, one that promised secrets and stories beyond her wildest dreams. As Anwen read on, the book began to tell her of a hidden world, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary powers. It spoke of an enchanted valley hidden deep within the whispering woods, where trees whispered secrets and streams sang melodies. The valley was said to be protected by a magical artifact known as the Glimmering Stone, an object of pure light that could reveal the hidden truths of the world. The tale intrigued Anwen, and she felt a stirring in her heart, a yearning to see this magical valley for herself. As she closed the book, the shimmering letters left a gentle glow on her fingertips, as if encouraging her to embark on this journey of discovery. Determined to find the Enchanted Valley, Anwen set out the next morning as the first light of dawn touched the village rooftops. The path into the Whispering Woods was overgrown and winding, but Anwen's heart was light with anticipation. She felt as if the trees themselves were guiding her, their leaves rustling with whispers of encouragement. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Anwen met a small creature with glistening fur and eyes like polished stones. It was a dormouse named Thistle, who spoke in the softest of voices and wore a tiny cloak made of leaves. "I see you carry the whispering pages," Thistle chirped, his eyes twinkling. "You must be seeking the Glimmering Stone." Anwen nodded, surprised but delighted to find a companion on her journey. Thistle offered to guide her, for he knew the woods well and had heard tales of the valley from the birds and the breeze. Together, they traveled through sun-dappled clearings and across bubbling brooks, their laughter mingling with the songs of the forest. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's magic, of flowers that bloomed with laughter and trees that danced in the moonlight. His tales were filled with warmth and wonder, and Anwen found comfort in his company. She learned to listen to the forest, to the whispers of the leaves and the melodies of the streams, and she felt a kinship with the world around her. The journey was not without its challenges. At one point, they came upon a river that ran fast and deep, its waters sparkling under the midday sun. There was no bridge to cross, and the current was too strong to swim. Anwen felt a pang of doubt, wondering if they would have to turn back. But Thistle, with his gentle wisdom, suggested they listen to the river's song. "Sometimes the answer lies in what we hear, not what we see," he said, his tiny paws tapping a rhythmic pattern on the ground. Anwen listened intently, focusing on the river's melody. As she did, the flowing water seemed to sing a story of stones beneath its surface, stepping stones hidden just out of sight. With Thistle's guidance, Anwen found the stones, and one by one, they crossed the river, their laughter carried by the wind. The journey continued, and as the sun began to dip toward the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, they finally reached the Enchanted Valley. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, and the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves shimmering with a silvery light. In the center of the valley stood the Glimmering Stone, a radiant gem that pulsed with a gentle, luminous glow. Anwen approached it slowly, her heart filled with awe. As she reached out to touch it, the stone's light enveloped her, bathing her in warmth and clarity. In that moment, Anwen understood the true magic of the stone. It revealed not only the hidden truths of the world, but the truths within herself. She saw her own heart, brave and kind, and knew that her journey had been one of discovery, not just of the world, but of herself. With Thistle by her side, Anwen returned to the village, her heart alight with the magic of the valley. She carried the lessons of the journey with her, sharing stories of wonder and wisdom with the other children, inspiring dreams and adventures in their eager hearts. And so, in the cozy warmth of the whispering pages, Anwen's tale became another story in the mosaic of adventures, a gentle reminder that the true magic of the world lies in the journey, in the friendships we make, and in the courage to discover the wonders within. As the village settled into the quiet of the night, the stories whispered on, a comforting lullaby to all who listened. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood like venerable guardians of time, there lay a realm untouched by the hurried hands of humanity. The forest was a tapestry of hues and sounds, woven with the deep greens of towering pines, the golden whispers of birch leaves, and the gentle murmur of streams threading through mossy stones. It was here that the natural creatures lived, hidden from the eyes of those who could not see beyond the ordinary. In this enchanted domain, each creature had its role to play in maintaining the delicate balance of their world. The forest was more than a home, it was a living, breathing entity, its essence intertwined with the lives of its inhabitants. Among these creatures was a wise old owl named Soren, whose feathers were as soft and silent as midnight snow. Perched high atop an ancient oak, Soren watched over the forest with eyes that had seen countless seasons come and go. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and rose, a gentle breeze carried with it the first hint of autumn. The leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets of the changing season. In this twilight hour, the animals of the forest gathered in a clearing bathed in the gentle glow of the moon, which hung like a silver lantern in the sky. There was Bramble, the gentle deer with eyes like pools of liquid amber, and Leora, the nimble fox, whose fur shimmered like copper under the moonlight. Together with Soren, they formed a small council, meeting to discuss the coming changes and how they would continue to live in harmony with their environment. As the creatures settled into a comfortable circle, the forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to the wisdom that would soon be shared. Soren, with his voice as smooth as the rustle of silk, began to speak. The air grows crisp, and the trees prepare to shed their leaves. This is the time of the harvest moon, when we must gather what we need and give thanks for the bounty of the earth. Bramble nodded, her ears twitching as she listened. The acorns are plentiful this year, she said quietly, her voice like the soft crunch of leaves. We must share them wisely, ensuring that everyone has enough to sustain them through the winter. Leora flicked her bushy tail with a thoughtful expression. And the berries are ripe and sweet. We can feast now, but we must also remember to leave some for the birds who will soon travel south. As they spoke, the air filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the distant promise of rain. The forest, in its wisdom, had taught its inhabitants to live with respect and care, to take only what was necessary and to give back in return. This was the harmony that ensured the survival of all who called this place home. The creatures continued their discussion, their voices blending with the gentle chorus of crickets and the occasional hoot of a distant owl. They shared stories passed down through generations, tales of mighty storms and gentle rains, of winters harsh and mild. Each story was a lesson in resilience, a reminder of their connection to the land and to each other. As the night deepened, a soft mist began to weave its way through the trees, wrapping the forest in a tender embrace. The creatures, feeling the pull of sleep, bid each other good night, their hearts light with the knowledge of their shared purpose. Soren remained on his perch, his eyes half closed, as he listened to the lullaby of the night. He knew that the forest would soon be cloaked in the rich colors of autumn, and that the cycle of life would continue as it always had. The wisdom of the forest was a gift, one that was cherished and revered by all who dwelled within its boundaries. As dawn's first light crept over the horizon, painting the forest in shades of gold and pink, the creatures awoke to a world renewed. The air was crisp and clear, and the promise of a new day lay before them, as bright and hopeful as the morning sun. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality danced in harmonious balance, the creatures lived their hidden lives, bound together by the wisdom of the ages and the gentle embrace of nature's eternal rhythm. And though the seasons would change, the heart of the forest would remain a sanctuary of peace and harmony, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and respect for the world they called home. Story 11. In the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, where the trees stood as tall as the sky, and their branches wove a tapestry of emerald and gold, there lived a community of creatures unseen by most human eyes. This was the Forest of Everchange, a realm where the seasons painted the landscape with their hues, and where every rustle of leaf and twinkle of dew held a secret tale. Amongst the mossy knolls and babbling brooks there was a small, gentle squirrel named Brindle. His fur was a soft chestnut, tipped with the silver of early autumn frost, and his eyes glimmered with the warmth of sunset. Brindle wasn't just any squirrel. He was the keeper of the acorn, a role passed down through the generations. This sacred acorn was no ordinary seed. It was a magical relic believed to be the heart of the forest's balance. Each year, as the late summer sun began to mellow into the golden hues of fall, Brindle would gather the creatures of the forest, the wise old owl, the playful fox cubs, the gentle deer, and even the bashful hedgehog. They would meet in a secret grove where the canopy opened up to the heavens, allowing the moon to cast its silvery glow upon them. Here, Brindle would share the stories of the seasons, tales woven with the wisdom of the forest. "Listen well," Brindle would chitter softly, his voice like the rustle of leaves in the breeze. "The acorn is not just a seed, it is the pulse of our home, the song of the earth that binds us all in harmony. It teaches us that just as the seasons change, so must we adapt and care for one another." This year, however, something felt different. As the first chill of autumn kissed the forest, a peculiar phenomenon unfurled. The winds began to sing a new song, a melody unfamiliar to Brindle and the other creatures. It was as if the forest itself was whispering of change. That night, as the moon bathed the grove in its ethereal light, Brindle gathered his friends once more. Together they listened to the wind's mysterious tune. The owl, with eyes like polished amber, spoke first. "This song speaks of a challenge, a shift in the balance we must understand." The fox cubs, ever curious and full of youthful exuberance, bounced on their paws. "What does it mean, Brindle? Is it dangerous?" Brindle pondered, his mind a tapestry of past tales and future possibilities. "I believe the forest is telling us of a transition, a need to embrace the coming changes. We must ensure the harmony between us and our home remains unbroken." As days turned into weeks, the creatures watched as the forest began to transform. The leaves blazed with colors more vivid than ever before, but the air carried a crispness that hinted at the approach of winter. The wind's song continued, now a gentle reminder of the cycles of life. One afternoon, while perched on a high branch, Brindle saw something extraordinary. A shimmering veil of light descended upon the forest, a magical phenomenon known as the aurora of seasons. It was said to appear only once in a lifetime, a sign that the forest was ready to reveal its deepest secrets. Brindle, filled with wonder and a sense of duty, called upon his friends. Together, under the dancing lights, they felt the forest's spirit envelop them. The owl, with its ancient wisdom, spoke to the heart of the forest, while the fox cubs playfully darted through the shimmering colors, their laughter echoing like bells. It was then that the hedgehog, usually quiet and contemplative, spoke up. "Perhaps this is a gift, a reminder that while change can be daunting, it is also beautiful and necessary." Brindle nodded, understanding dawning upon him like the first rays of dawn after a long night. "Yes, this is the forest's way of teaching us to hold on to hope and to trust in the cycles of nature." With this newfound insight, the creatures returned to their daily lives, carrying with them the wisdom of the aurora. They nurtured the forest, tending to its needs and ensuring that the balance was maintained. The squirrels shared their acorns, the deer cleared paths through the underbrush, and the owls continued to watch over them all, their eyes ever vigilant. As winter's breath began to grace the forest, the creatures felt a profound peace. The wind's song had quieted, replaced by the gentle lullaby of snowflakes drifting to the earth. Brindle, now an elder among the forest folk, knew that the magic of the aurora had been a blessing, a reminder of the harmony that could be found in unity and change. And so, in the forest of Everchange, where the seasons wove their eternal dance, life continued in its serene rhythm. The hidden lives of its gentle creatures thrived, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of their ancient home. As the stars blinked into existence above the canopy, a sense of warmth and comfort enveloped the forest. And in the heart of it all, Brindle nestled into his cozy nest, the keeper of the acorn, ever watchful, ever wise, as the forest whispered its age-old secrets to those who would listen. Story 12. Once upon a time, in the quiet village of Thistledown, nestled in a valley surrounded by whispering forests and gentle hills, there lived a young weaver named Rowan. Rowan was known for crafting the most exquisite tapestries, using threads dyed from the vibrant flowers that grew abundantly in the meadows. Her creations were so beautiful that they seemed to capture the very essence of the seasons. One crisp autumn morning, as the amber light filtered through the leaves, Rowan sat by her loom, contemplating her next masterpiece. As she sorted through her threads, she noticed a peculiar spool she had never seen before. It was wound with a thread of shimmering silver that caught the light in a way that made it seem alive, like moonlight woven into a fine strand. Curious, Rowan took the thread and began to weave. With each pass of the shuttle, the tapestry she was creating seemed to pulse with a gentle glow. As the final knot was tied, the tapestry shimmered, and a soft, musical hum filled the room. To Rowan's amazement, images began to play across its surface, revealing a hidden world. A world where the trees whispered tales of old, rivers sang gentle lullabies, and the winds carried secrets on their breezes. Rowan's heart swelled with wonder, and she knew the tapestry was special. That night, as she lay in bed, the tapestry glowed softly in the corner, casting gentle patterns on the walls. She dreamed of a path winding through the forest, leading to a place where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers, and the sky was an endless expanse of stars. The next morning, Rowan awoke with a sense of purpose. She decided to follow the path from her dream, to discover the secrets of the magical tapestry. With a small bundle of provisions and the tapestry folded carefully in her arms, she set out towards the edge of the village, where the forest loomed like a guardian. As Rowan stepped beneath the canopy of leaves, she felt a gentle breeze tug at her hair, as if urging her onward. The forest was alive with the sounds of birdsong and the rustle of leaves, each step taking her deeper into its embrace. Along the way, she met an old squirrel named Thistle, who perched on a low branch, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Ah, young weaver," chattered Thistle, his voice as soft as the rustle of autumn leaves. "I see you've found the thread of whispers. It's not every day a human stumbles upon such a gift. Where might it lead you?" Rowan smiled warmly at the squirrel. "I seek the place I saw in my dreams, where the air sings with the scent of wildflowers and the stars are endless. Will you join me, wise Thistle?" Thistle flicked his bushy tail, considering her request. "Very well, I shall accompany you. The forest holds many secrets, and some are best discovered with a friend." Together, they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the woodland creatures and the ancient trees that held the memories of countless generations. Rowan listened intently, her heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for the world around her. As dusk began to settle, they arrived at a glade where the air was indeed fragrant with the sweet aroma of wildflowers, just as Rowan had dreamed. In the center stood a grand oak, its branches stretching towards the heavens, adorned with delicate silver leaves that tinkled like tiny bells in the breeze. At the base of the oak, an elderly owl named Sage perched, his feathers a tapestry of soft browns and grays. Sage greeted them with a slow, solemn nod. "Welcome, travelers. You have found the heart of the forest, where dreams and reality entwine." Rowan felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if she had come home to a place she had always longed for. She unfurled the tapestry before the great oak, and as it touched the earth, the images upon it shimmered and danced, telling the story of her journey. Sage gazed upon the tapestry with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. "This is a gift, dear weaver. It holds the power to reveal truths and to remind us of the beauty that lies within and around us. But remember, true magic is not in the thread itself, but in the heart that seeks to understand." Rowan nodded, understanding dawning in her heart. The tapestry was a mirror of her own journey, a reminder that the magic of the world was in its stories, its friendships, and its gentle moments of wonder. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, Rowan and her newfound friends sat beneath the great oak, sharing tales and laughter. The night unfolded like a warm blanket, wrapping them in its soft embrace. When at last it was time to return to the village, Rowan carried with her not only the tapestry, but also the wisdom and friendship she had found along the way. Her heart was light, and she knew that every thread she wove from that day forward would carry a piece of the magic she had discovered. And so, in the peaceful village of Thistledown, where the seasons painted the landscape in hues of gold and green, Rowan the Weaver continued to create tapestries that sang of whispered secrets and gentle dreams. Her work was a testament to the journey she had taken, a journey that had taught her to see the world, not only with her eyes, but with the heart of one who truly understands. As the years passed, the tales of her adventure became woven into the fabric of the village's stories, inspiring others to seek the magic that lay within their own hearts. And in the quiet moments, when the moon hung low over the valley and the stars whispered softly, Rowan would sit by her loom, the silver thread of the tapestry glowing gently beside her, a reminder of the wonder that awaited those who dared to dream. And so, dear listener, as you drift into your own dreams beneath the blanket of night, remember that the world is full of hidden secrets and gentle wonders, waiting to be discovered by those who seek them with an open heart. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as magical as the stories of Thistledown. Story 13, The Whispering Lantern. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush, verdant meadows, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home, a modest cottage with ivy creeping up its stone walls, was situated on the edge of a vast, ancient forest. The villagers often spoke of the forest with hushed voices, for it was said to be enchanted, a place where the ordinary turned extraordinary, and where time itself seemed to dance to a different rhythm. Lila was a curious soul, her heart filled with wonder and an unquenchable thirst for knowledge about the world around her. She spent her days exploring the meadows, collecting wildflowers, and watching the clouds drift lazily across the sky. Yet, the forest always beckoned her with its whispering winds and the rustle of leaves that seemed to speak a language only the heart could understand. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was sweet with the scent of fallen leaves and the sun cast a golden glow upon the land, Lila decided to venture into the forest. With her satchel packed with a small loaf of bread, a chunk of cheese, and a flask of warm tea, she set off on her adventure, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. As she stepped beyond the familiar edge of the village and into the shadowed embrace of the forest, the world seemed to transform around her. The trees stood tall, their branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a mosaic of dappled light and shadow. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the earthy smell of moss and the delicate perfume of forest blossoms. Lila walked along a winding path, her footsteps muffled by the thick carpet of leaves. She marveled at the tapestry of colors, the fiery reds and oranges of the autumn foliage, the deep greens of the pine needles, and the occasional splash of bright yellow from a patch of wildflowers. The forest was alive with the gentle sounds of nature, the soft chirping of birds, the distant babbling of a brook, and the rustling of leaves as a gentle breeze whispered through the trees. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Lila stumbled upon a small clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood an old weathered lantern hanging from a low branch of an ancient oak tree. The lantern was unlike any she had ever seen. Its surface was intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer with a faint, ethereal light. Curiosity piqued, Lila approached the lantern and reached out to touch it. As her fingers brushed against the cool metal, a soft, melodic voice filled the air around her, as if the lantern itself were speaking. "Welcome, gentle soul," the voice said, its tones soothing and warm. "I am the Whispering Lantern, and I have waited for someone like you to find me." Lila's eyes widened in wonder. "What are you?" she asked softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am a guide," replied the lantern, "a keeper of stories and secrets. I can show you the hidden wonders of this world and beyond, if you are willing to listen and learn." Lila felt a thrill of excitement run through her. She nodded eagerly. "I would love to learn," she said. The lantern glowed brighter, casting a gentle light that seemed to wrap around Lila like a warm embrace. "Then let us begin our journey," it said. With the lantern guiding her, Lila ventured further into the forest, discovering hidden paths and secret glades that she would never have found on her own. As they walked, the lantern shared stories of the forest's past, tales of ancient trees that had stood for centuries, and the creatures that called the forest home. Through these stories, Lila learned about the delicate balance of life within the forest, the interconnectedness of all living things, and the importance of kindness and respect for nature. She met wise old owls and playful foxes, each with their own tales to tell and lessons to impart. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of pink and purple, Lila and the lantern arrived at the edge of a shimmering lake. The water was still and clear, reflecting the stars that began to twinkle in the sky above. It was a place of serene beauty, where time seemed to pause and the world held its breath in quiet reverence. As they sat by the water's edge, the lantern's glow softened, and its voice became a gentle whisper. "Lila," it said, "you have shown great wisdom and kindness during our journey. You have learned much, but there is one final lesson I must teach you." Lila listened intently, her heart open and ready to learn. "The most powerful magic of all," the lantern continued, "is the magic of friendship. It is a bond that transcends time and distance, a light that shines even in the darkest of times. It is a gift we give to one another, and it is a gift that can change the world." Lila nodded, understanding the truth of the lantern's words. She thought of the friends she had made during her journey, and how each of them had taught her something valuable. She realized that she had grown and changed because of these friendships, and she felt a deep sense of gratitude and joy. The lantern's light flickered gently, and Lila knew that it was time to return home. With a heart full of newfound wisdom and a spirit enriched by her journey, she retraced her steps through the forest, the lantern lighting her path. When she emerged from the forest and saw the familiar rooftops of her village, she felt a sense of peace and belonging. The village, with its cozy cottages and friendly faces, was not just a place, it was her home, filled with people she cared about. As she entered her cottage and settled into her warm bed, Lila placed the lantern on her windowsill. Its soft glow illuminated the room, filling it with a comforting light. She closed her eyes, and the lantern's gentle whisper lulled her into a peaceful sleep, carrying her into a world of dreams where the lessons of the forest danced like fireflies in the night. And so, in the heart of the village, beside the ancient forest, Lila's journey came to an end. Yet it was also a beginning of a life filled with wonder, kindness, and the enduring magic of friendship. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, the whispering lantern continued to glow softly, a beacon of light and hope, a reminder that the greatest journeys often begin with a single step into the unknown, and that sometimes the most profound discoveries are those that illuminate not just the world around us, but the world within our hearts. Story 14. In the gentle embrace of twilight, when the last hues of day were surrendering to the soft blues and purples of evening, a small village nestled at the edge of an ancient, mystical forest began to glow with the warm light of lanterns. The village, called Eldergrove, was known for its peculiar charm, a charm whispered about in tales told by those who had ever dared to walk the paths of the nearby Enchanted Wood. In this village, there lived a young girl named Mira, whose heart was as curious as a brook meandering through the forest, always seeking, always exploring. Mira had hair that shimmered like threads of moonlight and eyes that mirrored the depths of a tranquil lake. She had grown up listening to the tales of the forest, rich with stories of magical creatures and hidden wonders, but it was one particular legend that captivated her more than any other, the tale of the Crystal Spring. The Crystal Spring was said to lie deep within the Enchanted Wood, a hidden oasis whose waters could reveal one's true potential. According to legend, only those pure of heart and intent would find the spring, for it was guarded by the ancient spirits of the forest. Many had ventured into the woods in search of it, but none had returned with proof of its existence. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of adventure, Mira decided it was time to seek out the spring herself. The idea had taken root in her heart, a seed of determination nourished by dreams and the whispered encouragements of the forest itself. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of sweet elderberry tea, before setting off toward the forest's edge. As Mira stepped into the forest, a symphony of sounds greeted her. The rustling of leaves underfoot, the distant call of a nightingale, the gentle murmur of a hidden brook. The trees, towering and ancient, stood as silent sentinels, their branches whispering secrets of ages past. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and the air was rich with the earthy scent of moss and wood. Mira walked with a sense of purpose, her heart beating with a rhythm that matched the pulse of the forest. She followed a narrow path, one not marked by any human hand, but by the soft padding of deer and the scampering of woodland creatures. Along the way, she encountered a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves, who watched her with intelligent eyes as if assessing her intent. Mira offered the fox a piece of bread, and after a moment of hesitation, it accepted, its tail flicking in apparent approval. "Thank you, friend," Mira said softly, her voice a melody that blended with the sounds of the forest. The fox trotted alongside her for a while before disappearing into the underbrush, leaving Mira with a sense of companionship and encouragement. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, casting its golden warmth over the forest, Mira found herself in a grove of silver birch trees, their bark gleaming like woven silk. Here, the air was cooler, and the light had a serene quality that seemed to slow time itself. She paused to rest, sipping her tea and listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves. It was then that she noticed the first sign, an ethereal glow that seemed to emanate from the very earth beneath her feet. Curiosity piqued. Mira followed the glow deeper into the grove. The path was less clear now, the forest denser and more mysterious, but the glow persisted, guiding her steps. As she walked, she heard a soft, melodic humming, a sound that seemed to resonate with her very soul. It was a song without words, yet it spoke to her of home, of dreams, and of endless possibilities. Finally, after what felt like both an eternity and a mere heartbeat, Mira emerged into a clearing. Before her lay the crystal spring, its waters shimmering with a light that seemed to come from the stars themselves. The spring was surrounded by a ring of stones, each one etched with ancient runes that pulsed gently with the rhythm of the forest. Mira approached the spring with reverence, her heart filled with awe and gratitude. She knelt beside the water, gazing into its depths, and saw her reflection looking back at her, familiar yet transformed, as if the water revealed not just her face, but her very essence. Tentatively, she dipped her fingers into the spring, and as she did, a warmth spread through her, a sensation of being embraced by the gentle, nurturing spirit of the forest. With her fingers still in the water, Mira felt a presence beside her. She turned to see an old woman, her hair like spun silver, and her eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself. The woman's presence was both comforting and commanding, as if she were a part of the forest, and yet something more. "Welcome, child," the woman said, her voice a soothing breeze. "You have found the crystal spring, a place of truth and transformation." "Are you the guardian of the spring?" Mira asked, her voice filled with wonder. "I am but a guide," the woman replied with a gentle smile. "The forest is the true guardian, and it has chosen to reveal its secret to you." Mira looked back at the spring, her heart filled with questions. What does it mean to see one's true potential? The woman knelt beside her, placing a gentle hand on Mira's shoulder. "The spring reflects the strength that lies within you, the courage you have yet to discover, and the kindness that guides your every action. It reveals not what you are, but what you may become." Mira pondered these words, feeling a profound sense of possibility unfurling within her. "What must I do now?" The woman's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Live your life with the knowledge that you carry within you the power to shape your own destiny. Share your light with others, and let the wisdom of the forest guide your steps." Suddenly, the sounds of the forest seemed to swell, as if echoing the woman's words. The leaves rustled in agreement, and the birds sang a harmonious chorus. Mira felt the truth of the woman's words resonate within her, a melody that would guide her through the days to come. When she looked up again, the woman had vanished, leaving only the gentle warmth of her presence behind. Mira gazed once more into the spring, seeing her reflection smile back at her with newfound confidence and understanding. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, casting the forest in a soft, golden glow, Mira knew it was time to return to Eldergrove. She stood, feeling the strength of the forest within her, and began her journey back, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The path seemed to welcome her with open arms, the trees whispering their farewells and promises of future adventures. The fox reappeared, its eyes bright with recognition and companionship, and together they made their way through the silver birch grove and back to the familiar paths of the forest. When Mira finally emerged from the forest, the village was bathed in the warm light of the setting sun, the windows of the cottages glowing like beacons of welcome. She felt a deep sense of peace and belonging, as if the forest and the village were two halves of the same whole, each offering its own unique gifts. As she walked through the village streets, Mira saw her friends and neighbors, each one a part of the tapestry of her life. She waved to them with a smile, her heart filled with gratitude for the connections that bound them all together. That night, as Mira lay in her bed, the sounds of the village settling into slumber around her, she felt the presence of the forest within her, the gentle song of the crystal spring, the wisdom of the ancient trees, and the warmth of the guardian's words. She drifted into sleep with a sense of comfort and purpose, knowing that the journey she had begun that day was only the first step in a lifetime of discovery and growth. And so, the tale of the crystal spring became a cherished memory, a story that Mira would share with others, inspiring them to seek their own paths of truth and transformation. For in the heart of the Enchanted Wood, where magic and nature intertwined, the potential for wonder and change was as boundless as the stars that watched over Eldergrove, twinkling in the night sky like the eyes of guardian spirits. As the village slept, the forest continued its eternal dance, a world of mystery and magic, waiting patiently for the next dreamer, the next seeker, to step into its embrace and discover the hidden wonders that lay within. The end of one journey was merely the beginning of another, and the stories of the Enchanted Wood would continue to weave their enchanting tapestry, as timeless and enduring as the forest itself. Story 15. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, there was a little-known star system called Glintara, where the constellations danced in hues of lavender and teal. Within this system, on the verdant planet of Luminara, lived a species known as the Glimmers. These gentle beings, with their iridescent skin and eyes that sparkled like stardust, thrived in the lush forests and shimmering lakes of their home. They communicated through a harmonious blend of colors and soft, melodic hums that resonated with the very essence of kindness and wisdom. Nearby, on the arid, crimson planet of Zorlox, dwelled the Zarlox, a race of sturdy, rock-skinned creatures with a fierce appearance but hearts as warm as the sun. Their voices rumbled like distant thunder, and they cherished their deep-rooted traditions and the strength of their community. One day, through a twist of fate, a young glimmer named Leora found herself aboard a small exploration vessel destined for Zorlox. Eager to learn about other worlds, Leora's heart fluttered with anticipation and a touch of apprehension. Her world was one of softness and light, whereas Zorlox was known for its rugged terrain and formidable inhabitants. Upon her arrival, Leora was greeted by the towering figure of a Zarlok named Torin. His presence was overwhelming, his skin a mosaic of stones that glistened under the fiery Zorloxian sun. Though his appearance was intimidating, his eyes held a twinkle of curiosity and kindness. "Welcome, traveler," Torin's voice rumbled gently, a stark contrast to his imposing stature. "I am Torin, and I shall be your guide." Leora, her iridescent skin shifting into shades of lavender, a sign of nervousness, responded with a soft, melodic hum. The communication between them was initially clumsy, each struggling to understand the other's manner of expression. As the days turned into weeks, Leora and Torin embarked on numerous adventures across the diverse landscapes of Zorlox. They explored the towering red dunes that sang with the wind's passage, the echoing caverns where ancient Zarlok songs reverberated, and the serene oasis where the sky seemed to melt into the water's surface. During these journeys, they faced many challenges. Once, while traversing a particularly treacherous canyon, a sudden rock slide threatened to separate them. Instinctively, Torin used his mighty strength to shield Leora, his rocky arms creating a protective cocoon around her delicate form. Trembling from the close call, Leora's skin shimmered with gratitude, and she hummed a melody of appreciation that resonated with Torin's core. In another instance, as they camped under the vast Zorloxian sky, Leora noticed Torin's discomfort with the unfamiliar silence of the night, a silence unlike the communal songs of his people. In that moment, Leora began to hum softly, weaving a lullaby from her home that filled the air with a gentle, soothing light. Torin listened, his heart swelling with a newfound understanding of Leora's world. Through these shared experiences, they began to learn each other's languages, not just of words and sounds, but of gestures and emotions. Leora discovered that beneath Torin's rocky exterior lay a heart as soft as the mossy beds of Luminara, while Torin came to understand that Leora's fragility was matched by a resilience as strong as his own. Their friendship deepened, built on mutual respect and the joy of discovery. They found that their differences were not barriers, but bridges that connected them in unexpected ways. The misunderstandings that once stood between them became opportunities for growth and learning. One evening, as the Zorloxian sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, Torin and Leora sat side by side atop a hill, overlooking the vast expanse of the planet. The air was warm, carrying the scent of distant blooms and the gentle rustling of leaves. "Leora," Torin began, his voice resonating with a depth of feeling, "I have learned so much from you. Your light has brought warmth to my world in ways I never imagined." Leora's skin glowed with a soft, golden hue, a reflection of her joy. "And you, Torin, have shown me the beauty of strength and the power of standing together. Our friendship is a treasure beyond any star." As they sat in comfortable silence, a shooting star streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of shimmering light. It was a reminder of the vast universe that surrounded them, a universe where even the most unlikely companions could find common ground and forge bonds that transcended worlds. In that moment, Leora and Torin understood that true friendship was not about being the same, but about embracing and celebrating their differences. It was about standing together, supporting one another, and finding harmony in the melodies of their lives. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Leora and Torin continued their journey together, their friendship a beacon of light in the vastness of space. They knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them with the unwavering strength of their bond, a bond forged in the heart of the universe itself. Story 16 title, The Whispering Tapestry. The village of Wistful Glen lay nestled within the embrace of rolling hills and meandering streams, each a silken ribbon of silver under the moon's tender glow. It was a place where time seemed to drift like the gentle swirls of mist that clung to the cobblestone streets at dawn. In this quaint village, tucked at the edge of the great Whispering Woods, lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was known throughout Wistful Glen for his curious spirit and his ability to see wonder where others saw only the mundane. His eyes, a bright shade of forest green, sparkled with an inner light, and his hair, a tousled mass of auburn curls, seemed always to catch the wind in playful defiance. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Finn found himself in the heart of the Whispering Woods. The forest was a symphony of sound. The rustling leaves whispered secrets of the earth, while the babbling brook sang a lullaby to the stones it caressed. Finn was drawn to these woods, for they held a mystery that beckoned him with an irresistible allure. As he wandered deeper, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like the arms of an old friend. The tree's bark was etched with patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the dappled sunlight, as though telling a story to those who cared to look closely. It was here, beneath the sheltering boughs of the oak, that Finn discovered the magical tapestry. Draped over a low-hanging branch, it fluttered like a banner in the gentle breeze. The tapestry was a marvel of craftsmanship, woven with threads that glimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors. Each thread seemed to hum with its own melody, yet together they created a harmonious tune that resonated deep within Finn's heart. As he reached out to touch the tapestry, it sprang to life, unfurling with a soft, whispering sigh. Images danced across its surface, a parade of vibrant creatures, fields of swaying flowers, and celestial skies that twinkled with stars. Finn watched, enraptured, as the tapestry revealed a hidden world, a world that existed in parallel with his own, yet was veiled from the eyes of those who did not believe in magic. The tapestry spoke in a language of colors and patterns, telling the tale of a forgotten realm known as Eldergrove. It was a place where animals spoke the tongue of men, and the trees held the wisdom of the ages. Eldergrove was a land of harmony, but it was threatened by a shadow, a darkness that crept from the edges, seeking to snuff out the light of unity and understanding. Finn felt a tug at his heart, as if the tapestry were calling him to action. He understood, with a clarity that went beyond words, that he was the one chosen to help preserve the balance of Eldergrove. With a gentle nod, he accepted the tapestry's invitation, knowing that his journey would change him in ways he could not yet fathom. As dusk painted the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Finn returned to Wistful Glen, the tapestry folded neatly under his arm. That night, as the village settled into slumber, Finn lay awake beneath the quilt his grandmother had made, his thoughts swirling like the leaves in the wind. The tapestry lay beside him, its presence a comforting weight that promised adventure and discovery. The following morning, Finn set out on his journey, his heart buoyed by a sense of purpose. With the tapestry as his guide, he ventured beyond the familiar paths of the Whispering Woods. The forest, once a place of solace, now felt like a gateway to the unknown, each step taking him further from the world he knew. The first challenge Finn encountered was a river, its waters rushing with a fierce determination. The tapestry unfurled to reveal a bridge, invisible to the naked eye, woven from the golden threads of hope and courage. Trusting in the tapestry's wisdom, Finn stepped onto the bridge, feeling the firm embrace of the unseen beneath his feet. As he crossed, he marveled at the power of belief, understanding that sometimes the most significant obstacles were those of the mind. On the other side of the river, Finn entered a grove where the air was thick with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle. Here, he met Lyra, a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that held the wisdom of the forest. Lyra spoke with a voice like rustling leaves, welcoming Finn to Eldergrove. "Why have you come, young traveler?" Lyra asked, her gaze steady and kind. Finn held up the tapestry. "I was called to help," he replied, his voice a whisper of resolve. Lyra nodded, her eyes softening. "Eldergrove is in need of your heart and your spirit. The darkness seeks to divide us, to make us forget the bonds we share. But you, Finn, are a bridge, a reminder that with understanding and friendship, we can overcome any shadow." Together, Finn and Lyra journeyed through Eldergrove, the tapestry guiding them with its ever-changing patterns. They met creatures of every kind, a wise owl who spoke in riddles, a family of squirrels who shared their tales of the treetops, and a gentle stag whose antlers were crowned with blossoms. With each encounter, Finn learned more about the tapestry's magic. It was not merely an object of beauty, but a living thing that responded to the emotions and intentions of those who held it. When Finn felt uncertain, the tapestry would weave a scene of strength and courage. When he felt joy, it would sing with colors so vibrant they seemed to dance off the fabric. As they traveled, Finn understood that the tapestry was more than a guide. It was a reflection of the world around him and within him. It taught him that every thread, no matter how small, contributed to the tapestry's beauty and strength. And so it was with the creatures of Eldergrove. Each played a vital role in the fabric of their world. The days passed in a blur of discovery and wonder, until one evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Finn and Lyra found themselves at the edge of a vast meadow. The tapestry stirred with urgency, its colors deepening to hues of twilight. In the center of the meadow stood a figure cloaked in shadow, its presence a void that seemed to swallow the light. This was the source of the darkness that threatened Eldergrove, a being known as the Shadow Weaver. The Shadow Weaver's voice was a low, echoing murmur, like the wind through a hollow tree. "Why have you come here, boy?" it asked, its tone both curious and disdainful. Finn stepped forward, the tapestry wrapped around his shoulders like a mantle of light. "I've come to remind you of the beauty and connection," he said, his voice steady despite the tremor of fear that ran through him. "The tapestry of life is woven from the threads of friendship and understanding. You cannot unravel it without unraveling yourself." The Shadow Weaver laughed, a sound devoid of warmth. You speak of bonds and beauty, but what of power? What of the strength found in solitude and silence? Finn shook his head, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. True strength lies in unity, in standing together even when the shadows loom large. Alone, we are but single threads. Together, we weave a tapestry that can withstand any storm. As Finn spoke, the tapestry shimmered with a light that grew ever brighter, its threads weaving a pattern of hope and harmony. The creatures of Eldergrove gathered around, their presence a testament to the power of community. The Shadow Weaver hesitated, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. It sensed the truth in Finn's words, felt the warmth of the tapestry's magic. Slowly, reluctantly, it began to retreat, the shadows it cast melting into the earth. As the darkness faded, the meadow bloomed with life, flowers unfurling their petals to catch the first light of dawn. Finn stood at the center, the tapestry resting gently in his hands, its colors reflecting the joy and relief of Eldergrove's inhabitants. Lyra approached, her eyes filled with gratitude. "You have done what many thought impossible, Finn. You have reminded us of the strength in unity and the magic in friendship." Finn nodded, his heart full of warmth. "I may have been the one to hold the tapestry, but it is the threads of each of you that made this possible." With the Shadow Weaver gone, Eldergrove flourished once more. The creatures resumed their lives, their bonds stronger for the trials they had faced together. Finn knew it was time to return to Wistful Glen, his journey having changed him in ways he couldn't have imagined. As he made his way back through the whispering woods, Finn marveled at the world around him. The leaves whispered their secrets with renewed vigor, and the brook sang a song of peace and renewal. Finn carried the tapestry with him, its magic a reminder of the lessons he had learned. When Finn returned to Wistful Glen, the village was just as he had left it, yet he saw it with new eyes. He understood now that the tapestry's magic was not confined to Eldergrove, but was present in every interaction, every act of kindness and understanding. Finn knew he would share his story, weave it into the fabric of his village's history. He would teach others that the true magic of the tapestry lay not in its threads, but in the connections it inspired between those who believed. And so, as the seasons turned and the years passed, the tale of Finn and the Whispering Tapestry became a cherished legend in Wistful Glen. It was a story told by crackling firesides, a reminder that, even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and unity could guide the way. As for Finn, he continued to wander the woods, his heart forever attuned to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the streams. He carried the tapestry with him always, for it had become a part of him, a testament to the journey that had changed not only his life, but the lives of all who heard his tale. And in the quiet moments, when the world was wrapped in the gentle embrace of twilight, the tapestry would unfurl, its colors weaving a story of hope and harmony, a story that would echo through the ages, a gentle reminder that in the tapestry of life, every thread mattered. Story 17. In the heart of the lush, rolling hills where the sky kissed the earth with hues of lavender and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Willowbrook. The village was nestled within a forest that whispered secrets through its rustling leaves and twinkled with the soft glow of lanterns that lined the cobblestone paths. The air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckles, and the gentle hum of crickets provided a soothing lullaby each night. Willowbrook was not just a village, but a tapestry woven with threads of magic and wonder. Within its borders, the townsfolk lived harmoniously alongside the mystical creatures that called the forest home. There were the flutterlights, tiny luminous creatures that danced through the air like specks of living stardust, and the wise old okendrakes, ancient tree-dwelling dragons whose bark-like scales blended seamlessly with the trees they inhabited. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, a peculiar thing happened. The gentle bells of the village clock tower chimed as usual, but instead of the familiar 12, they rang 13 times. It was a subtle anomaly, but it sent a ripple of curiosity through the village. Among those intrigued was a young apprentice named Finn. With a heart as open as the sky and a mind as curious as a cat's, Finn had always been drawn to the mysteries of the world around him. He lived with his grandmother, Maestra Lyra, a revered herbalist and mentor in the village, who often said that listening to the world was a skill worth cultivating. That night, as the stars began their twinkling vigil, Finn sat by the hearth, a crackling fire casting playful shadows against the walls. His grandmother, with her silver hair pulled back in a loose braid, sat nearby, her knitting needles clicking softly in the cozy silence of their cottage. "Grandmother," Finn began, his voice thoughtful, "did you hear the clock chime 13 times this evening?" Maestra Lyra paused her knitting, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "I did, my dear," she replied, her voice as soothing as the forest breeze. "It seems the village has a little mystery on its hands." Finn leaned forward, eager to unravel the enigma. "Why do you think it happened? Is it magic, or perhaps a sign?" His grandmother chuckled softly, a sound like the gentle rustle of autumn leaves. "Sometimes things are not as they seem, Finn. The world often speaks in whispers, and it's up to us to listen closely." Determined to discover the truth, Finn decided to visit the clock tower the following day. As dawn painted the sky with strokes of pink and gold, he set off, a sense of adventure fluttering in his chest like the wings of a flutterlight. The clock tower was a grand, ancient structure that stood proudly at the heart of Willowbrook. Its stone walls were draped with ivy, and its face was adorned with intricate carvings of stars and moons. As Finn approached, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at the history contained within its walls. Inside, the tower was cool and dimly lit, the air filled with the comforting scent of aged wood and polished brass. Finn's footsteps echoed softly as he climbed the spiral staircase, each step bringing him closer to the top, where the great clock resided. At the summit, he found the clock's caretaker, a gentle-hearted gnome named Tobin. With a bushy beard and spectacles perched precariously on his nose, Tobin was known for his meticulous care of the village's beloved clock. "Ah, young Finn," Tobin greeted warmly, his eyes crinkling with a smile. "What brings you to the tower today?" Finn shared the curious occurrence of the extra chime, watching as Tobin's eyebrows knitted together in thought. "Indeed, it is peculiar," Tobin mused, adjusting his spectacles. "The clock has always been reliable. Perhaps there's a message we need to decipher." Together, they examined the clock's intricate mechanisms, gears turning with a steady, reassuring rhythm. Finn watched with fascination as Tobin's skilled hands moved deftly among the cogs and levers, searching for any sign of a malfunction. Just as they were about to give up, Finn noticed something unusual, a delicate thread of silver entwined around one of the gears, shimmering softly in the dim light. "Look, Tobin," he pointed out, his voice a mix of excitement and curiosity. The gnome leaned in, his eyes widening in surprise. "Why, that's a strand of moonweaver silk," he exclaimed. "Very rare and known for its magical properties. It seems our clock has attracted the attention of a moonweaver." Moonweavers were elusive, mystical creatures that spun webs of glowing silk by the light of the full moon. Their silk was said to weave dreams and hold the power to reveal hidden truths. "Perhaps the moonweaver has a message for us," Finn pondered aloud, his mind racing with possibilities. Tobin nodded in agreement. "There's a clearing in the forest where the moonweavers gather each full moon. We should pay them a visit and see what they might tell us." As twilight bathed the village in its gentle embrace, Finn and Tobin made their way to the forest clearing. The path was lined with glimmering flutterlights, guiding their way like tiny stars. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of nightingales. In the clearing, the moon hung low and full, casting a silvery glow over the scene. There, among the tall grass and wildflowers, danced the moonweavers, their silken threads catching the moonlight and weaving it into a tapestry of shimmering beauty. One moonweaver, larger and more luminous than the rest, glided forward, its eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. Finn and Tobin watched in awe as it spun a delicate web in the air, the silk forming letters that glimmered like stars. "The 13th chime," the message read, "is a reminder to seek the unseen, to listen beyond the ordinary." Finn felt a warm glow spread through him, understanding dawning like the first light of morning. The extra chime had been a gentle nudge from the moonweaver, urging the villagers to look beyond the surface and find magic in the everyday moments. With a grateful heart, Finn and Tobin thanked the moonweaver, their spirits lifted by the encounter. As they made their way back to the village, the forest seemed to hum with a newfound harmony, the world more vibrant and alive than ever before. Back in Willowbrook, the mystery of the 13th chime was shared among the villagers, who embraced the lesson with open hearts. The village clock continued its rhythmic chimes, each note a reminder of the wonder and magic that surrounded them. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, life in Willowbrook carried on, woven with threads of enchantment and guided by the gentle wisdom of the moonweavers. As Finn nestled into bed that night, he drifted into dreams filled with shimmering silks and whispered secrets, comforted by the knowledge that sometimes the most magical things are those we discover when we stop and truly listen. On the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the moonlight danced upon the leaves, there lay a small village known as Bramble Hollow. It was a place of quaint cottages with thatched roofs and cobblestone paths lined with blooming lavender. In this enchanting village, life was peaceful, and the days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of a lullaby. The villagers were a kind-hearted folk, skilled in crafts and caring of nature. Yet lately, a curious phenomenon had set the village abuzz with whispers and wonder. Each morning, as the sun rose over the horizon, the villagers would awake to find curious patterns made of twigs and leaves arranged perfectly on the ground. These patterns were intricate and varied from day to day, spiraling stars, winding vines, and delicate snowflakes, all woven with the artistry of an unseen hand. It was young Maeve, a thoughtful girl with eyes the color of the deepest forest and a heart full of wonder, who first decided to unravel the mystery. Maeve lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her knowledge of the woods and its magical creatures. Her grandmother often spoke of the sprites that flitted between the trees, the gentle spirits who watched over Bramble Hollow. One crisp morning, Maeve sat by the fire, sipping warm honeyed milk as she pondered the strange patterns. Her grandmother, her silver hair pulled back into a neat bun, knitted quietly beside her, the click of her needles a soothing accompaniment to the crackling flames. "Grandmother," Maeve began, her voice soft and curious, "do you think the sprites might be behind the patterns in the village?" Her grandmother paused, the corners of her eyes crinkling with a knowing smile. "Ah, dear Maeve, the sprites do love their mischief and art. But remember, the forest holds many secrets, and not all of them belong to the sprites." Maeve nodded, her curiosity piqued. That day, she decided to venture into the Whispering Woods, where the mystery seemed to weave its way through the boughs and branches. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow through the trees, Maeve set off, her woolen cloak wrapped snugly around her shoulders. The woods welcomed her with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of life. She followed a path lined with mushrooms that glowed faintly in the twilight, their light guiding her way deeper into the heart of the forest. It wasn't long before Maeve heard a soft, melodic humming carried on the breeze. Intrigued, she followed the sound until she came upon a small clearing. There she found a circle of mushrooms, and in the center sat a tiny creature unlike any she had seen before. It was a woodland fae, its wings shimmering like gossamer in the fading light, and its eyes twinkling with mischief and kindness. "Oh, a visitor!" the fae exclaimed, its voice as light as a feather. "Welcome, dear child, to our circle. I am Lyra, keeper of the whispers and warden of the patterns." Maeve's heart leapt with excitement, for she had read about the fae in her grandmother's stories but had never imagined meeting one. "Hello, Lyra," she said warmly. "I've come to learn about the patterns appearing in our village." Lyra chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of bells. "Ah, those patterns are our gifts, dear one. We weave them with magic to keep the balance of nature and to bring a touch of wonder to the world." Maeve listened intently, captivated by Lyra's words. Yet a question lingered in her mind. But why now? Why have the patterns only just begun to appear? The fae's eyes glimmered with a secret. "There is a reason," it said, "and it lies with the ancient oak, the guardian of our woods. It has lost its voice, and without its song, the balance is shifting. Our patterns are a call for help, a message to those who can listen." Maeve felt a sudden resolve. "I will help," she declared. "Tell me what I must do." Lyra fluttered its wings, a smile of gratitude lighting its face. "You must find the Heartstone, a crystal hidden deep within the roots of the ancient oak. It holds the song of the forest, and with it, the oak can find its voice again. With this knowledge, Maeve set off once more, guided by the Fae's instructions. The path was winding, and night had fallen, but the stars above shone brightly, illuminating her way like tiny beacons of hope. She reached the ancient oak, its massive trunk rising majestically against the night sky. Beneath its roots, she began her search, feeling the earth with gentle hands until her fingers brushed against something cool and smooth. It was the Heartstone, a crystal that pulsed with an inner light, warm and alive. As Maeve held it, she felt a melody resonate through her, a song of the earth and sky, of growth and life. Carefully, she placed the Heartstone within a hollow of the tree, and as she did, a gentle breeze stirred, whispering through the leaves. The ancient oak shivered, then began to hum, a deep, resonant sound that echoed through the forest. It was a song of harmony and peace, a song that spoke to the soul and mended the threads of balance that had been frayed. Maeve listened, heart full of joy and wonder. She understood then that the world was a tapestry woven with care, each thread essential to the whole. She thanked the Fae, who watched with a smile, their eyes alight with gratitude. With the mystery resolved and the balance restored, Maeve returned to Bramble Hollow. The villagers were delighted to hear the tale of the patterns and the song of the ancient oak, and they celebrated with laughter and stories shared around the fireside. That night, as Maeve lay in bed, a soft breeze carried the oak's song through her window, a lullaby of the woods that soothed her to sleep. She dreamed of the whispering woods and the gentle Fae, knowing that she had made a difference through kindness and courage, and that the magic of the world would always be there to guide her. And so, in Bramble Hollow, the days continued to unfold like a gentle melody, each one a reminder of the wonder and wisdom that lay hidden in the heart of the forest. The patterns ceased to appear, yet the villagers cherished the mystery that had brought them closer to the magic of their world and the harmony of their home. Thus, the village thrived, wrapped in the comfort of knowing that they were part of a greater song, and that with each sunrise, they awoke to a world of endless possibilities and quiet miracles. Story 19. In a small corner of the universe, tucked away among twinkling stars, two worlds drifted in peaceful orbit, Lyrana and Zythos. Though light years apart, their inhabitants could not have been more different. On Lyrana bloomed lush emerald meadows and winding crystalline rivers. Its people, the Lyrasi, were gentle beings with heart-shaped faces and iridescent wings that shimmered like opals in the sunlight. They lived in harmony with nature, tending to the flora and fauna with tender care. Zythos, on the other hand, was a rugged world of red canyons and sprawling metallic cities. The Zythians were a curious folk, with thick exoskeletons and multi-jointed limbs. They excelled in technology and engineering, their minds forever probing the mysteries of the cosmos. It seemed unlikely that these two peoples would ever cross paths, until a chance encounter changed everything. Ayla, a young Lyrasi born with an insatiable sense of wonder, had a habit of stargazing. One night, her eyes widened as a strange metal vessel streaked across the sky, trailing smoke. Without hesitating, she took flight to investigate. Unbeknownst to Ayla, the vessel belonged to Zaxor, a Zythian explorer whose ship had been damaged by a meteor storm. He was forced to make an emergency landing on the unfamiliar green planet. As Ayla approached the wreckage, she was startled by Zaxor's strange, chitinous form emerging from the debris. In a flash of fear, her wings flared, and a burst of pollen filled the air. Zaxor, unaccustomed to such flora, began to wheeze and cough violently. Seeing the creature in distress, Ayla's compassion overcame her initial fright. She quickly used her wings to disperse the pollen, and Zaxor's breathing eased. "Thank you, strange one," Zaxor said, his voice a low rumble. "I am in your debt." Ayla tilted her head curiously. "You are not from here?" And so began an unlikely friendship between the winged Lyrasi and the mechanical Zythian. At first, misunderstandings abounded. Zaxor was bewildered by Ayla's gentle ways, while she marveled at his advanced technology. But as they spent more time together, repairing Zaxor's ship and exploring Lyrana's wonders, a bond began to form. Ayla taught Zaxor to appreciate the beauty of nature, while he opened her mind to the marvels of science. They faced challenges together, navigating treacherous terrain, fending off curious predators, and even a brief run-in with a swarm of territorial buzzbees. Through it all, they learned to rely on each other's strengths, and a deep respect blossomed between them. One night, as they sat around a crackling campfire, Zaxor confided in Ayla about his dream of becoming the first Zithian to map the farthest reaches of the galaxy. Ayla listened intently, her eyes shining. "But why travel so far, when there is so much beauty right here?" she asked softly. Zaxor paused, his multifaceted eyes blinking. "I suppose I've been so focused on the unknown that I've forgotten to appreciate what's around me." Ayla smiled warmly. "Sometimes the greatest wonders are found in the most unexpected places." Zaxor nodded, awed by her wisdom. From that moment on, he vowed to approach exploration with a newfound sense of reverence and humility. At last, the day came when Zaxor's ship was repaired, and he prepared to depart Lyrana. As he stood at the foot of the loading ramp, Ayla embraced him with her delicate arms. "Promise me you'll never lose your sense of wonder, my friend," she whispered. Zaxor's eyes shone with gratitude. "And you, never lose your kindness and grace." With a final farewell, Zaxor's ship took to the stars, carrying not only a wealth of knowledge, but a newfound appreciation for the diversity of life in the universe. Though their physical forms differed, Ayla and Zaxor had found a deeper connection, a bond that transcended species and planet. They had learned that true friendship means accepting and celebrating each other's differences, and that the greatest wonders often lie within the hearts of those we least expect. Story 20. In the heart of an ancient and whispering forest, where the towering trees wore robes of emerald and the air hummed with the soft drone of life, there lived a tapestry of creatures that few humans had ever seen. This forest, known only in legends as Sylvandel, was a place where the natural world and the magical realm danced together in perfect harmony. The ground was carpeted with moss so thick and lush, it felt like walking on velvet, while above, the canopy formed a mosaic of leaves filtering sunlight into a dappled dance of gold and green. In this enchanting forest, a wise old tortoise named Ansel lived beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Ansel's shell, patterned with swirling designs that mirrored the stars, had seen many seasons come and go. He was the keeper of the forest's lore, a repository of wisdom passed down through generations. His days were spent slowly ambling through Sylvandel, sharing stories and gentle guidance with those who sought his counsel. One crisp morning, as the first breath of autumn brushed the forest with its cool fingers, Ansel was visited by a young deer named Leora. Her eyes, wide and earnest, reflected the curiosity of youth, and her fur was the soft gray-brown of twilight shadows. "Ansel," she began, her voice a melody of soft bells, "I've heard whispers of a change coming, a change that even the oldest trees speak of with unease. Can you tell me what it means?" Ansel paused, his wise eyes glimmering with the light of ages. "Ah, Leora," he said, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "The forest is indeed stirring. Every season, Sylvandel undergoes its own transformation, but this year, the winds carry tales of imbalance." He led Leora to a clearing where the grass was a vibrant tapestry of gold and green. In the center stood a circle of stones that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic glow, like the quiet heartbeat of the earth itself. This was the Circle of Seasons, a place where the forest's magic was most potent, and where the past and future intertwined in a seamless dance. "Each stone," explained Ansel, "represents a season, and each season must pass in harmony with the others for the forest to thrive. But this year, the stone of winter flickers dimly, as if its spirit is weary." Leora's ears twitched with concern. "What can we do, Ansel? How can we help restore the balance?" Ansel turned his gaze to the sky, where the clouds were painted in shades of lavender and rose by the rising sun. "We must call upon the wisdom of the forest and its creatures to find the source of this imbalance. Only through unity and understanding can we hope to mend what is broken." With a newfound determination, Leora set off to gather the forest's denizens. She called upon the birds, whose songs carried messages across vast distances, and the squirrels, whose swift feet could relay news through the treetops. She spoke to the river otters, who promised to carry the tale downstream to the lands beyond. Soon, creatures from every corner of Sylvandel gathered at the Circle of Seasons, their eyes bright with concern and hope. Among them were the foxes with their keen intellect, the wise old owls with feathers touched by starlight, and even the shy hedgehogs who rarely ventured far from their burrows. Ansel addressed them all, his voice carrying the weight of the forest's ancient wisdom. We must remember that each part of our world is connected, like the roots of a great tree. The imbalance of winter is not just its burden, but ours to share. From the crowd, a small voice piped up. It was a young rabbit named Finn, his ears twitching nervously. What if winter is sad because it has been forgotten? With the warmth of summer and the colors of autumn, perhaps we have not been preparing enough for its quiet beauty. A murmur of agreement rippled through the assembly. Ansel nodded, a gentle smile gracing his ancient face. Finn speaks with the wisdom of the heart. Winter, with its silent snows and serene stillness, is as vital as the blooms of spring or the heat of summer. We must honor it by tending to its needs, ensuring the forest is ready to embrace its chill embrace. The creatures devised a plan, combining their strengths and talents. The foxes would gather fallen branches and leaves to insulate the burrows and nests. The birds would spread seeds of winter berries, ensuring that food would be plentiful. The otters promised to keep the streams clear of ice, allowing water to flow freely, even in the deepest cold. As the days shortened and the air grew crisp, the forest buzzed with activity. The animals worked together, guided by Ansel's wisdom and Leora's youthful optimism. Slowly, the flickering stone of winter in the circle of seasons began to glow with renewed vigor, its light steady and strong. Finally, the first snowflakes drifted down, like tiny stars fallen from the heavens, blanketing Sylvandel in a quilt of white. The forest exhaled a sigh of relief, its balance restored, its harmony renewed. On a quiet evening, as the moon bathed the forest in its silver glow, Ansel gathered the creatures once more. "You have all shown great wisdom and kindness," he said, his voice a gentle caress in the stillness. "Remember, true strength lies not in solitude, but in the bonds we share and the understanding we nurture." With hearts full of warmth and gratitude, the creatures of Sylvandel returned to their homes, knowing that the forest's magic was not just in its beauty or its mysteries, but in the harmony they all worked to preserve. And as they settled into peaceful slumber, the forest itself seemed to hum a lullaby, the gentle song of a world in balance, cradling its inhabitants in the tender embrace of nature's timeless wisdom. Story 21. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village at the edge of a sprawling, whispering forest, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Clara. Clara had a curious spirit, and though her village seemed ordinary to the casual observer, she believed that hidden magic lay beneath its surface. Clara lived in a cozy cottage with her grandmother, whose stories about the forest and its secrets filled Clara's evenings with wonder. The cottage, with its ivy-clad walls and thatched roof, stood by a babbling brook that sang a soothing lullaby each night. Inside, the scent of lavender and honey lingered, wrapping around the corners like an old, comforting quilt. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in a tapestry of gold and crimson, Clara set off to explore the forest. Her grandmother had given her a small, polished stone, smooth and cool to the touch, which she claimed was filled with old magic. Clara slipped the stone into her pocket, its weight both reassuring and mysterious. The forest welcomed Clara with open arms, its canopy a mosaic of shifting light and shadow. As she walked, the sound of her footsteps mingled with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. She marveled at the way sunlight filtered through the branches, casting patterns on the forest floor as if the earth itself were a canvas. As she ventured deeper, Clara stumbled upon a glade she had never seen before. In its center stood a gnarled old oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like the arms of an ancient guardian. At the base of the tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box, worn by time, but still sturdy. Her heart quickened with the thrill of discovery. With gentle fingers, Clara opened the box, revealing a delicate silver-threaded handkerchief. It shimmered with an ethereal glow, seeming to pulse gently in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the handkerchief, its fabric soft as a whisper against her skin. As she held it, a warm sensation enveloped her, and she felt an inexplicable connection to something greater than herself. Just then, a soft voice broke the tranquil silence. "Ah, I see you've found the weaver's gift," spoke an old, wise turtle named Tobias, who had emerged from the underbrush. His eyes, bright and knowing, twinkled with a kindness that put Clara at ease. "The weaver's gift?" Clara asked, curiosity dancing in her voice. Tobias nodded sagely. "Yes, indeed. It is a relic from the time when our world was woven with magic and dreams. It can reveal the hidden paths and guide the lost." Clara pondered this, her mind a whirl of possibilities. "But how does it work?" "It responds to the heart's true desire," Tobias explained. "Hold it close and listen. It will guide you when the time is right." With gratitude, Clara thanked Tobias, and they shared stories under the shade of the old oak. Tobias spoke of the forest's wisdom, of creatures who could only be seen by moonlight, and of winds that carried secrets from distant lands. His tales were like threads, weaving a tapestry of wonder and enchantment in Clara's imagination. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, Clara knew it was time to return home. With the weaver's gift tucked safely in her pocket alongside the stone, she bid farewell to Tobias, who promised to be her guide whenever she returned. Days turned into weeks, and Clara kept the handkerchief close, waiting for the right moment to use its magic. One evening, as a soft rain tapped gently on the window panes and the world outside was wrapped in a silvery mist, Clara's grandmother fell ill. Clara felt a pang of worry, a yearning to help, but unsure how. Remembering Tobias's words, Clara took the weaver's gift and held it close to her heart. She closed her eyes, focusing on her desire to heal her grandmother. The handkerchief warmed in her hands, and when she opened her eyes, she saw a shimmering path of light leading into the forest. With hope fluttering in her chest, Clara followed the path, its glow lighting her way through the misty night. The forest seemed alive with whispers, a gentle symphony guiding her steps. Soon she arrived at a hidden glen where a circle of ancient stones stood silently. In the center of the stones, a wise old owl named Eldrin perched, his feathers soft and silvery. "Welcome, young seeker," he hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "You have been guided here by the weaver's gift." Clara nodded, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Please, Eldrin," she implored, "can you help my grandmother?" Eldrin gazed at her with eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages. "Healing is a journey of the heart," he said, "and sometimes the heart needs a reminder of its own strength." He instructed Clara to place the weaver's gift at the center of the circle. As she did so, the silver threads began to weave a shimmering tapestry, depicting memories of love and laughter shared between Clara and her grandmother. A gentle breeze wafted through the glen, carrying with it a faint melody, like a lullaby sung by the stars. "These memories," Eldrin said, "are the true magic. They bind us together and remind us of the light within." With a heart full of understanding, Clara returned home, the path of light guiding her once more. She found her grandmother resting, a peaceful smile on her face, as if she had been touched by a gentle dream. The next morning, her grandmother awoke, her strength renewed and her spirit light. Clara shared her adventure, and together they marveled at the power of the weaver's gift and the wisdom of the forest. From that day on, Clara knew that ordinary objects could hold extraordinary secrets, and that the greatest magic of all was the love and wisdom shared between hearts. She continued to explore the forest, always with the weaver's gift by her side, knowing that wherever the path might lead, she would never be truly lost. And so, as the village nestled into the arms of the night, with stars twinkling like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle whisper of leaves and the soft glow of hidden magic. Story 22. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air shimmered with the whispers of untold stories, there thrived a community of creatures in perfect harmony with the world around them. This was not an ordinary forest. Its towering trees stretched toward the sky like wise old sages, their leaves creating a lush canopy that filtered sunlight into a gentle, dappled glow. Soft moss carpeted the forest floor, and the scent of pine mingled with the sweet aroma of wildflowers, filling the air with a fragrance that spoke of serenity and timelessness. In this enchanted realm, a family of delicate wood sprites, creatures no taller than a sunflower, harmonized with the natural world. Their names were known only to the wind, but their presence was felt by all who ventured near. They wore garments woven from spider silk, adorned with dewdrop beads that glistened like tiny stars in the morning light. Their laughter was like the tinkling of crystal bells, a sound that brought joy to even the most somber of spirits. The wood sprites were the keepers of the forest's secrets, protectors of its delicate balance. They lived in a hidden grove, nestled beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree, whose gnarled branches stretched out like welcoming arms. A gentle brook meandered through their sanctuary, its waters sparkling with the colors of the sky and whispering secrets from distant lands. It was here that the wood sprites gathered each dawn to welcome the new day, with rituals passed down through countless generations. The eldest of the wood sprites, a wispy figure with hair like silver moonlight, was known as Eldara. She was the keeper of the seasons, the one who ensured that the forest remained in harmony with the rhythms of the earth. Her voice, though soft, carried the weight of centuries, and her wisdom was sought by all creatures of the forest. One day, as autumn painted the forest in hues of gold and crimson, Eldara sensed a disturbance in the balance. The winds, usually gentle and playful, had grown restless, swirling with an urgency that spoke of change. The brook's song was tinged with notes of worry, and the leaves of the ancient oak shivered with unease. Gathering the younger wood sprites around her, Eldara spoke of the prophecy handed down through the ages, a tale of the Everstorm, a magical phenomenon that visited the forest once every generation. The Everstorm was a test, a trial of the forest's harmony, bringing with it both challenges and opportunities for growth. "The Everstorm is upon us," Eldara warned, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Its winds will test our unity, its rains will cleanse and renew, but we must face it together, for only through wisdom and friendship can we restore the balance." Among the younger wood sprites was a bright-eyed spirit named Lyra, whose heart burned with curiosity and courage. Lyra was determined to help, her spirit as vibrant as the first spring blossom. With Eldara's guidance, Lyra set out to gather allies from the forest's many inhabitants, creatures great and small, each with a role to play in the unfolding story of the Everstorm. First, Lyra visited the wise old owl, perched high in the boughs of a towering cedar. The owl's eyes, golden and deep as a forest pool, held the knowledge of many lifetimes. "Owl," Lyra called, "we seek your wisdom to face the Everstorm. Will you lend us your sight?" The owl, with a slow nod, agreed to help, offering his guidance to see through the storm's chaos and find a path to peace. Next, Lyra approached the gentle deer, whose grace was matched only by their kindness. "Deer," Lyra implored, "we need your steadfastness to weather the Everstorm's trials. Will you stand with us?" The deer, with their soft eyes and calm demeanor, promised their support, their presence a soothing balm in times of turmoil. Finally, Lyra sought the guidance of the ancient turtle, whose shell bore the markings of 1,000 seasons. "Turtle," Lyra asked, "we require your patience to endure the storm's fury. Will you share your strength with us?" The turtle, wise and enduring, agreed, offering the stability of earth and stone to ground the forest's inhabitants through the coming tempest. With allies united, the wood sprites and their newfound friends prepared for the Everstorm. As the first hints of its approach darkened the sky, the forest held its breath, waiting in anticipation. The winds began to howl, and the trees swayed in a dance both wild and beautiful. Rain fell in sheets, drumming a rhythm that spoke of renewal and change. Throughout the storm, Lyra and the others worked tirelessly, each contributing their unique gifts to protect and preserve the forest's harmony. The owl's keen sight guided them through the storm's chaos. The deer's unwavering presence offered comfort and courage, and the turtle's steadfastness ensured they remained grounded, even as the winds threatened to sweep them away. As the storm raged on, Eldara gathered the wood sprites in the heart of their grove. Together, they sang an ancient melody, a song of unity and resilience that echoed through the trees and into the very soul of the forest. Their voices rose above the storm, weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped the forest in a cocoon of peace and protection. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the Everstorm passed. The winds grew quiet, the rain ceased its relentless drumming, and the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted in the soft pastels of dawn. The forest, cleansed and renewed, shimmered with a vibrant beauty that spoke of hope and possibility. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the treetops, Eldara turned to Lyra and the gathered creatures. "We have faced the Everstorm together," she said, her voice filled with pride and gratitude. "Through wisdom and friendship, we have restored the balance." The creatures of the forest, their hearts full, rejoiced in their unity and strength. They knew that the Everstorm, though fierce, had brought them closer, reminding them of the power of harmony and the beauty of their shared world. And so, the forest thrived once more, its creatures living in joyful peace. The wood sprites continued their gentle stewardship, their laughter like the music of the wind, while the wisdom of the owl, the grace of the deer, and the patience of the turtle were forever woven into the fabric of the forest's story. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality danced as one, the lessons of the Everstorm lived on, a testament to the enduring power of nature's harmony and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. And as the seasons turned, the forest remained a sanctuary of balance, a place where all creatures, great and small, could find peace and belonging. Story 23. Once upon a time, nestled within the heart of an ancient forest where the air was perpetually perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, and the sunlight danced through the canopy like liquid gold, there lay a realm known only to the creatures who called it home. This was no ordinary forest, but one where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred with each rustle of the leaves and every whisper of the wind. The forest was a tapestry of vibrant greens and browns, interwoven with the brilliant colors of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor like stars scattered across the sky. Here, the trees stood like wise old guardians, their branches reaching out to form a protective embrace over the inhabitants below. In this enchanted forest, every creature had a role to play, and each was bound to the others by an ancient pact of harmony and balance. The birds, with their iridescent feathers flashing in the sunlight, were the heralds of dawn, their songs weaving a melodious tapestry that awakened the forest each morning. The squirrels, with their bushy tails and acorn-filled cheeks, were the forest's gardeners, planting seeds that would one day grow into mighty oaks. Among these creatures was a gentle deer named Aveline. Her coat was as soft as the finest velvet, a warm russet that blended seamlessly with the dappled shadows of the forest. Aveline was known for her kind heart and gentle wisdom, a wisdom passed down through generations of deer who had roamed these woods long before her. As the seasons turned, the forest underwent magical transformations that were as predictable as they were miraculous. Spring came with a symphony of colors and scents as new life burst forth from the earth. Summer followed with its lazy warmth, the forest bathed in golden sunlight. Autumn painted the world in hues of crimson and gold, a time when the forest seemed to glow from within. And winter, with its serene blanket of snow, hushed the forest into a deep, peaceful slumber. One autumn morning, as the leaves began to whisper of colder days to come, Aveline sensed a change in the air. The usually vibrant chatter of the birds was subdued, and the squirrels, typically so industrious, seemed to pause in their activities, their bright eyes scanning the canopy with unease. Aveline made her way to the heart of the forest, where the ancient oak, the oldest and wisest of all the trees, stood. Its trunk was gnarled and knotted, each twist and turn telling a story of seasons past. As Aveline approached, she felt the warmth of the oak's presence, like a comforting hug in the chill of autumn. "What troubles you, dear Aveline?" The oak's voice rumbled, deep and resonant, like the echo of a distant thunder. Though it spoke without words, its message was clear, carried on the rustling of its leaves. "There is a restlessness among the creatures," Aveline replied, her voice as soft as the autumn breeze. "The balance feels shifted." The oak pondered for a moment, its branches swaying thoughtfully. "The seasons are changing, and with them, the magic that sustains our home. But fear not, for this is the way of the world. We must remember the lessons of our ancestors, who understood the importance of living in harmony with the earth and each other." Aveline nodded, comforted by the oak's wisdom. Yet she knew that to restore the balance, she must reach out to her fellow creatures and remind them of the harmony that bound them together. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Aveline called a gathering at the clearing where the moonlight pooled like silver on the forest floor. One by one, the creatures arrived, their eyes reflecting the starlight above. "We are the keepers of this forest," Aveline began, her voice clear and calm. Our lives are woven together with the magic of the seasons. When one suffers, we all do. Let us listen to the whispers of the wind and the wisdom of the trees, for they hold the secrets to our survival. The creatures listened intently, their hearts swelling with a renewed sense of purpose. Together, they devised a plan to restore the balance. The birds would spread seeds across the forest floor, ensuring new life in the spring. The squirrels vowed to share their stored acorns with those in need, while the foxes, usually solitary, agreed to watch over the young and vulnerable during the long winter nights. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the forest came alive with the sound of cooperation and friendship. The creatures worked together, their combined efforts creating a symphony of life that echoed through the trees. Winter arrived with a gentle hush, blanketing the forest in a shimmering coat of snow. Yet beneath the surface, the seeds of spring lay dormant, waiting for the warmth of the sun to coax them into life. Aveline watched over her friends, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom and harmony that had been rekindled among them. As the first light of spring crept over the horizon, the forest awoke to a chorus of birdsong and the gentle rustle of new leaves unfurling. The magic of the forest had been restored, a testament to the power of friendship and the enduring wisdom of nature's cycles. And so, the ancient forest continued to thrive, its secrets guarded by the creatures who lived in harmony with its rhythms. Aveline, with her gentle heart and wise eyes, remained a beloved guardian of this enchanted world, a reminder that true magic lies in the balance of all things. And as the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the forest floor, a sense of peace settled over the land. The forest, with all its beauty and mystery, was once again whole, a sanctuary of life and wonder for all who called it home. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its secrets guarded by the creatures who lived in harmony with its rhythms. Aveline, with her gentle heart and wise eyes, remained a beloved guardian of this enchanted world, a reminder that true magic lies in the balance of all things. And as the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the forest floor, a sense of peace settled over the land. The forest, with all its beauty and mystery, was once again whole, a sanctuary of life and wonder for all who called it home. Story 24. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village cradled by lush, rolling hills, there was a cottage with a charming, crooked chimney that always seemed to puff out the sweetest-smelling smoke. This was the home of an endearing young girl named Lila. Lila had eyes the color of fresh spring leaves and a heart as warm as the sun-dappled meadows around her home. One crisp autumn afternoon, while the leaves rustled like whispered secrets underfoot, Lila set out on her usual walk through the woods. Her favorite path wound through a tunnel of golden branches and led to a hidden glade where sunlight danced merrily on a babbling brook. Today, as she wandered, she noticed something unusual, a glint of light catching her eye from beneath a pile of fallen leaves. Curiosity piqued, Lila knelt down and gently brushed the leaves aside. There, nestled among the twigs and earth, lay a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with delicate patterns of intertwining vines and flowers, and as she held it, she felt a gentle hum, as if the box was alive with a quiet magic. With careful fingers, Lila opened the box, revealing a collection of tiny, shimmering stones, each one glowing with its own soft inner light. She marveled at the stones, feeling an inexplicable connection to them, as if they were meant to be found by her, and her alone. That evening, as she sat by the fireplace, the warmth of the flames wrapping around her like a cozy blanket, Lila held one of the stones in her palm. To her astonishment, the stone began to emit a soothing melody, a gentle tune that spoke of distant lands and whispered dreams. Lila's heart filled with wonder, and she realized that this box was no ordinary object. It was a gateway to a world of discovery and enchantment. The next morning, Lila decided to share her discovery with her dearest friend, a wise old tortoise named Oliver. Oliver had lived in the village longer than anyone could remember, and his shell was a tapestry of stories etched by time. As Lila described the magical box and its melody, Oliver's eyes twinkled with understanding. "Ah, my dear Lila," he said in his slow, thoughtful voice, "these stones are gifts from the earth, treasures of wisdom and harmony. They are meant to guide you on a journey, one that will shape your heart and mind." Lila nodded, feeling the truth of Oliver's words resonate within her. But what journey should I take, Oliver? And how will I know where to go? Oliver smiled, his expression gentle and knowing. You must follow your heart, Lila. Let the stones guide you, and trust in the path they illuminate. You will not walk it alone, for help will come from the most unexpected places. With Oliver's advice in mind, Lila set out on her journey, her heart alight with anticipation. She carried the box with her, each stone a beacon of gentle light that seemed to point her in the right direction. Her journey took her through misty forests where the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, across fields of wildflowers that swayed like a vibrant sea, and over babbling brooks that sang of ancient secrets. Along the way, Lila met many new friends, each with their own unique gifts. There was Marigold, a sprightly squirrel with a knack for finding hidden paths, and Celeste, a wise and gentle owl who could see into the heart of the forest. Together they traveled through lands both magical and serene, their laughter and friendship a balm to the soul. As they journeyed, Lila learned to listen to the whispering winds and watch the dance of the stars. She discovered the power of stillness and reflection, and realized that true strength lay not in force, but in understanding and empathy. Each challenge they faced was met with kindness and wisdom, and with each step, Lila's heart grew fuller and her spirit brighter. One day, as the sun cast a golden glow over the horizon, the stones in Lila's box began to hum with a new energy. She understood that they had reached the journey's end. Before them stood a majestic tree, its branches stretching skyward like welcoming arms. At its roots lay a small, crystal-clear pond, its surface shimmering with the colors of the dawn. Lila approached the pond, her heart filled with gratitude for all she had learned and experienced. As she gazed into the water, a gentle voice rose from its depths, a voice that was both ancient and familiar. "Dear Lila," it said, "you have walked the path of wisdom and friendship, and in doing so, you have unlocked the true magic within your heart. These stones are gifts of guidance, but it is your spirit that holds the greatest power of all." With those words, the stones in Lila's box began to glow with a radiant light, merging into a single, brilliant gem that floated gently above her hand. The gem pulsed with warmth, and Lila felt a wave of peace wash over her, knowing that she had found her true self on this journey. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila and her friends began their journey back to the village. Each step felt lighter, as if the very earth beneath them sang in harmony with their hearts. Lila knew that the magic she had discovered was not only in the stones, but in the love and wisdom she had found within herself and the friends who had walked beside her. When they returned to the village, Lila shared her story with those she loved, and the magic of her journey became a cherished tale, passed down from generation to generation. The wooden box, now empty of stones but filled with memories, found a new place of honor on the mantel above the fireplace, a reminder of the wonders that await when we open our hearts to the world. And so, beneath the starlit sky, with the gentle crackle of the fire keeping the chill at bay, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the melody of the stones and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in the quiet of the night, the village lay wrapped in the comforting embrace of magic, friendship, and the gentle light of a heart that had discovered its own extraordinary secrets. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the rustling leaves murmured secrets to the wind, there lived a young woman named Iris. She was known for her gentle spirit, yet she carried within her a quiet unease, a reluctance to embrace the changes that life promised. Her home, a quaint cottage nestled between ancient oaks and fragrant pines, was filled with the comforting crackle of a hearth and the aroma of fresh herbs hanging from wooden beams. Iris spent her days tending to a flourishing garden that surrounded her home, a tapestry of colors and scents that delighted the senses. Yet despite the vibrant life she nurtured, she felt a persistent tug at her heart, a longing for something more, something undefined. Change, however, was a shadow she feared, an unfamiliar path she hesitated to tread. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Iris wandered deeper into the woods than she had ever dared before. The air was cool and sweet, carrying with it the songs of crickets and the gentle hoot of an owl hidden among the branches. As she walked, she noticed a soft, shimmering light flickering between the trees. Curiosity overpowered her hesitation, and she followed the glow to its source. There, in a small clearing bathed in moonlight, stood a magnificent tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its bark glistened with a silvery sheen, and its leaves were translucent, catching and reflecting the moon's glow like countless tiny mirrors. This was the Enchanted Willow, a tree whispered about only in legend. As Iris marveled at the tree's beauty, she felt a warm breeze encircle her, carrying the scent of honeysuckle and the soft whisper of a voice, gentle and wise. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the voice said, resonating in her heart rather than her ears. "I am the guardian of the willow, and I sense your turmoil." Startled yet comforted, Iris replied, "I fear change, though I know it calls to me. I wish to grow, but I am afraid to leave behind what I know." The guardian's voice was soothing, like a lullaby carried on the wind. "Change is the dance of life, dear one. It is through change that we discover who we truly are. Yet, you are not alone on this journey. There are those who will walk beside you, offering strength and wisdom." As if in answer, two figures emerged from the shadows, a fox with eyes as bright as the stars, and a gentle deer with a coat that shimmered like the dawn. These were the keepers of the forest, guides for those who sought understanding within the woods. The fox, named Celine, spoke first, her voice lively and warm. "Embrace the surprises of the journey, Iris, for in the unknown lies the essence of discovery and delight." The deer, called Thistle, nodded in agreement, her tone as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Be patient with yourself, and let the rhythm of change unfold naturally. Trust in the wisdom that resides within you." With newfound companions by her side, Iris felt a flicker of courage ignite within her. Together they embarked on a journey through the forest, each step a lesson, each pause a moment of reflection. The forest was alive with magic. Flowers bloomed in vibrant cascades wherever Iris stepped, and the air hummed with an energy that mirrored her growing confidence. As days turned into nights and back into days, Iris learned to listen, to the forest, to her friends, and most importantly, to herself. She discovered that change was not a force to be feared, but a gentle guide leading her toward her true self. The forest mirrored her transformation. The trees whispered encouragement, the streams sang of resilience, and the winds carried the scent of endless possibilities. One evening, as the stars twinkled like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the sky, Iris returned to the Enchanted Willow. There, she stood with Celine and Thistle, the moonlight weaving patterns around them. The guardian's voice returned, filled with pride and warmth. "You have grown, Iris. You have embraced the dance of change and found your strength within it." Iris smiled, her heart light and full. "I have learned that change is not an end but a beginning, a path to becoming who I am meant to be." With those words, the Enchanted Willow shimmered brighter than ever, its light a beacon of hope and renewal. Iris knew she would carry this light within her, a guide for all the changes yet to come. And so, with the forest as her eternal companion, she returned to her cottage, her heart at peace, her spirit free. The whispers of the woods became a melody she knew by heart, a reminder that, like the trees, she too could grow tall and strong, rooted in the earth, yet reaching for the stars. As Iris settled by her hearth, the fire crackling warmly, she felt a sense of belonging she had never known before. She was home, not just in her cottage, but within herself. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle sleep, the promise of a new day and new adventures waiting just beyond the dawn. Story 26. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and golden meadows, lived a young girl named Leela. She had sparkling eyes that mirrored the night sky and a heart as adventurous as the wind. Leela loved to dream of far-off lands and the mysteries they held, often losing herself in the stories her grandmother told by the fireside. One crisp autumn morning, as the first rays of the sun kissed the dew-laden grass, Leela set out on her most daring adventure yet. She had heard whispers of the Enchanted Grove, a place said to be filled with wonders beyond imagination, lying just beyond the misty wood. The path to the grove was veiled in a gentle mist, with sunlight filtering through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dappled gold. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the soft rustle of leaves was accompanied by the distant melody of a babbling brook. Lila felt a tingle of excitement in her fingers, a sensation that whispered of the unknown waiting just ahead. As she ventured deeper into the wood, she came upon a peculiar sight. A cluster of mushrooms formed a perfect circle, and perched atop each cap was a tiny, luminescent sprite. They glowed softly in shades of azure and lilac, their wings shimmering like the morning frost. The sprites giggled and twirled in the air, leaving trails of stardust in their wake. "Hello, little ones," Leela greeted them, her voice gentle and curious. The sprites, delighted by her kindness, sparkled brighter. "Welcome, brave traveler," they chimed in unison, their voices like tinkling bells. "Follow the river's song, and it will lead you to the heart of the grove." With a grateful nod, Leela continued, her steps light with the guidance she had received. The brook's tune grew louder, its notes a soothing balm to her eager spirit. Soon, she reached a clearing bathed in soft sunlight, where trees stood tall with leaves of silver, and the ground was a carpet of velvety moss. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and wise, branches adorned with blossoms that glistened like diamonds. Beneath it lay a large round stone, smooth and inviting. As Lila approached, she noticed a faint hum resonating from the stone, a sound that seemed to echo the beat of her own heart. "Who dares to tread upon the whispering stone?" a gentle voice called out, as if carried by the breeze. Startled yet unafraid, Lila replied, "It is I, Lila, a seeker of stories and dreams." The tree's branches swayed as if nodding in approval. "Many have come, but few have listened as you do. What brings you to our sacred grove?" "I seek the wonders of the world," Lila answered, her voice steady with sincerity, "and I wish to learn from them." The tree chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "To learn, one must first listen, and you have done well. But tell me, dear child, what do you hope to find?" Lila paused, considering the question. "I hope to find courage, to discover the magic within myself and the world around me." The whispering stone glowed warmly, and the tree spoke again. "To find courage is to embrace the unknown. You have already begun your journey, for courage lives in the heart willing to explore." As the words settled into Lila's heart, the world around her shimmered. The trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves whispering secrets only the wind could carry. The sprites returned, dancing around her, their laughter a melody of joy. With a newfound sense of wonder and a heart full of courage, Leela thanked the grove and its guardians. She retraced her steps, the path now familiar yet forever changed by her journey. The forest song accompanied her all the way home, a gentle reminder of the adventure she had embraced. As she returned to her village, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and purple. Lila knew her adventure had only just begun and that the world was brimming with stories waiting to be discovered. That night, as she lay in bed, the stars twinkling outside her window, Lila felt a comforting warmth within her. She closed her eyes, knowing that within her heart lay the courage to explore and the magic to dream. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the Enchanted Grove. And so, dear listener, remember that the world is vast and full of marvels. All it takes is a spark of courage to set forth on your own journey, wherever it may lead. Sweet dreams. Story 27. Once upon a time, in the delightful village of Wiggledown, nestled in the heart of the foggy Popple Woods, lived a community of the most peculiar and charming beings. The village was a kaleidoscope of colors, with cottages painted in hues of lavender, lemon, and mint, and chimney tops shaped like sugar cones puffing out clouds of cinnamon-scented smoke. The cobblestone paths were lined with luminescent mushrooms that glowed softly at night, lighting the way for late-night strollers with their gentle, warm light. Among the villagers was a sprightly young inventor named Barnaby Bumblewisk. Barnaby was known for his assortment of oddball inventions and his ever-present pair of orange polka-dotted socks. His hair was a wild tangle of curls that seemed to defy gravity, much like his ideas. He was always accompanied by his faithful companion, Figberry, a cheerful squirrel with a penchant for acorn pie. Figberry had a knack for finding the most curious objects, which Barnaby often incorporated into his whimsical creations. One bright, sun-drenched morning, Barnaby was tinkering in his workshop. a cozy nook at the end of Marshmallow Lane, when Figberry burst through the door, chattering excitedly. In his tiny paws, he clutched a peculiar object, a shimmering, iridescent feather that seemed to hum with a gentle, magical energy. "Why, Figberry, what an extraordinary find!" exclaimed Barnaby, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "This feather seems to be brimming with magic. I wonder what wonders it might hold." As Barnaby pondered the possibilities, he noticed the feather began to glow brighter, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the room. Suddenly, the feather lifted off the table, hovering in midair. It twirled and twirled, leaving a trail of sparkling dust that filled the air with a sweet scent of vanilla and wildflowers. Just then, a soft voice echoed through the workshop. "Heed my words, dear friends of Wiggledown," it sang. "A spell has been cast upon the village, and only the feather of Fizzlefluff can set things right. Seek the tree of twinkling echoes, where the old owl of wisdom awaits." Barnaby and Figberry exchanged a glance of wonder and determination. Without a moment's hesitation, they set off on their adventure, the magical feather leading the way. As they ventured through the enchanting foggy popple woods, they encountered a myriad of delightful creatures, a chorus of singing frogs, fireflies that danced in spirals of light, and butterflies with wings as delicate as rose petals. The woods were alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the sweet melody of a distant brook. The air was filled with the heady aroma of pine and the earthy scent of moss-covered stones. Barnaby and Figberry followed the feather as it bobbed and weaved through the trees, its glow casting whimsical shadows on their path. After a journey filled with laughter and discovery, they arrived at the Tree of Twinkling Echoes, an ancient, majestic tree whose branches reached towards the heavens and whose trunk was adorned with luminescent moss. Perched on a grand, twisting branch was the old owl of wisdom, her feathers shimmering with a silvery light. "Welcome, young adventurers," the old owl hooted kindly, her eyes wise and knowing. "You seek to lift the enchantment that has befallen your village. To do so, you must solve the riddle of the whirling winds." Barnaby nodded eagerly, ready to embrace the challenge. The old owl recited the riddle in a voice as smooth as silk. "I am not a thing, yet I fill every space. I dance without feet and sing without a trace. What am I?" Barnaby furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Figberry, nibbling on a walnut, tapped his tiny paw thoughtfully. Then, with a sudden burst of inspiration, Barnaby's face lit up with a grin. "Why, it's the wind!" he exclaimed. "The wind dances and sings, filling every space with its presence." "Indeed," the old owl replied, her eyes twinkling with delight. "You have solved the riddle, and thus the feather of Fizzlefluff shall reveal its true power." The feather shimmered with renewed brilliance, casting a golden glow that enveloped Barnaby and Figberry. As the light faded, they found themselves back in Wiggledown, where the air was filled with joyous laughter and the scent of freshly baked pies. The spell had been lifted, and the village had returned to its vibrant, bustling self. The villagers, with their colorful attire and warm smiles, gathered to celebrate Barnaby and Figberry's success. Banners fluttered in the gentle breeze, and the air was filled with the sweet sound of music and merriment. Barnaby, beaming with pride, looked around at his beloved village and his friends, each one as quirky and endearing as the next. He realized that the true magic of Wiggledown lay in its community, the laughter, the kindness, and the bonds of friendship that held them all together. As the sun set, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, the villagers gathered around a crackling bonfire. They toasted marshmallows and shared stories of old, their faces aglow with the warmth of the flames and the joy of being together. Barnaby and Figberry sat side by side, watching the stars twinkle above. The magical feather, now nestled safely in Barnaby's pocket, hummed softly, a reminder of the adventure they'd shared and the magic that lay within each moment. And so, under the watchful stars and the gentle glow of the bonfire, Wiggledown settled into a peaceful slumber, its heart forever lightened by the magic of friendship and the wisdom of a brave young inventor and his faithful squirrel companion. The end was just the beginning of many more delightful adventures to come, each one a testament to the joy and wonder that life in Wiggledown always promised. Story 28. In the heart of a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and lush, whispering forests, there lived a gentle young woman named Arya. Her eyes were as deep and curious as the azure sky above, and her heart was filled with a longing that she could not quite name. Arya had always felt a mysterious pull towards the ancient tales and traditions whispered by the elders around the flickering glow of the evening fires. Her village, known for its verdant meadows and the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers, was a place steeped in history. The people there lived in harmony with the land, cherishing the old ways and honoring the cycles of nature. But Arya sensed that there was something more, something hidden yet waiting to be discovered. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves rustled gently underfoot, Arya set out on a path less traveled. Her destination was the old stone library at the edge of the village, a place seldom visited by the younger folk. The library was a relic of the past, its walls lined with ancient tomes and scrolls, each one whispering secrets of bygone eras. As she stepped inside, the smell of aged parchment and cedar filled the air, wrapping her in a cloak of history. Arya wandered among the shelves, her fingers brushing over the spines of books until she found one that seemed to call to her. A leather-bound volume adorned with a symbol she recognized from her grandmother's locket, a tree with intricate, winding roots. She carefully opened the book and began to read. It spoke of an ancient legacy, a tradition passed down through generations of her family. Her ancestors had been the keepers of a sacred grove, a place where the boundary between the mundane and the magical was thin, and the whispers of the earth could be heard clearly. Arya's heart quickened as she read of a mystical artifact, a pendant carved from the heart of a fallen star. This pendant, it was said, held the power to connect its bearer to the wisdom of the earth and the spirits of those who came before. It was hidden somewhere within the grove, waiting for the rightful heir to reclaim it. Determined to uncover her heritage, Arya set out to find the grove. The journey led her through the forest, where the trees stood tall and regal, their leaves a tapestry of amber and emerald. The air was crisp and alive with the sound of bird song and the gentle babbling of a distant brook. As she ventured deeper, the forest embraced her, and she felt a growing sense of belonging, as if the land itself was welcoming her home. Guided by an instinct she couldn't quite explain, Arya finally arrived at a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak, its mighty branches reaching skyward, its roots entwined with those of the earth in a timeless dance. Arya approached the tree with reverence, feeling the power that radiated from it. She knelt by the roots and with a deep breath placed her hand upon the earth. As if in response, the ground shifted slightly, revealing a small moss-covered box. With trembling hands, Arya opened the box to find the pendant, its surface gleaming softly in the afternoon light. The instant she touched it, she felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the past that resonated with the core of her being. Visions of her ancestors danced before her eyes, their lives intertwined with hers, their wisdom a gentle whisper in her heart. In that moment, Arya understood the legacy she had inherited, a legacy of harmony with the earth, of listening to its secrets and nurturing its gifts. She realized that her place in the world was not just as a keeper of traditions, but as a bridge between the past and the present, carrying forward the lessons of those who had walked before her. With the pendant nestled against her heart, Arya returned to her village, her spirit alight with newfound purpose. She shared her discoveries with her family and friends, weaving the old tales into the fabric of their daily lives, enriching their community with the wisdom of the ages. As the seasons turned, the village thrived, its people walking in harmony with the land, guided by the gentle touch of history. Arya, now a beloved elder, continued to nurture the legacy of her ancestors, ensuring that the magic of the grove and the wisdom of the earth would be passed down to the generations yet to come. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars and the whispering leaves, Arya found her place in the world, at peace with herself and her heritage, her heart forever rooted in the rich tapestry of life and tradition. Story 29. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled in a valley surrounded by rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a cobblestone street known as Curiosity Lane. This street, lined with charming little shops, was the heart of many delightful tales. Among them there was a particular shop that all children dreamed of visiting, the Enchanted Emporium. The Emporium was owned by a kindly old man named Mr. Thistle, whose eyes twinkled like stars when he spoke. His shop was filled with an array of curious items, from clocks that chimed with the laughter of children to teapots that brewed stories instead of tea. But among these wonders, there was one object that held a secret beyond any other, a seemingly ordinary kaleidoscope. One breezy autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced on the wind, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Emporium. Clara was a quiet soul with eyes that noticed everything and a heart open to magic. She was drawn to the kaleidoscope, its brass casing worn smooth by the touch of many hands. "Ah, you have a keen eye, my dear," Mr. Thistle said, watching Clara with a gentle smile. "That kaleidoscope has a story all its own." Clara lifted it to her eye and gasped. Instead of the usual patterns, she saw a swirling, shimmering world, a place where colors sang and shapes danced in harmony. It was a land that seemed to call to her, whispering secrets of wonder and discovery. "Would you like to see where it leads?" Mr. Thistle asked, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. Clara nodded, her curiosity piqued. Mr. Thistle placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and whispered a few words. Suddenly, Clara felt a soft breeze envelop her, carrying her gently into the kaleidoscope's world. She found herself standing in a meadow bathed in soft, golden light, with flowers that hummed gentle melodies. The air was sweet with the scent of honey and wild herbs. In the distance, a sparkling river wound its way through the landscape, singing a tune that echoed joy. As Clara began to explore, she met her first helper, a squirrel with a coat like spun silver, named Tilly. Tilly was a chatterbox, her voice lively and bright as she scampered beside Clara. "Welcome, welcome," Tilly chirped. "Oh, the adventures we'll have. But first, you must meet the others." Together they journeyed through the meadow, over a hill that was as soft as a cloud, until they reached an ancient oak tree. Beneath its sprawling branches sat an owl named Oliver, whose feathers were the color of twilight. Oliver blinked at Clara with large, wise eyes. "Greetings, young traveler," he hooted softly. "I see you have found the kaleidoscope path. It has chosen you for a reason." Clara felt a warmth spread through her chest, a mix of excitement and a sense of belonging. She gathered with her new friends and listened as Oliver explained the challenge that lay ahead. "There is a forest, deep and mysterious, where the shadows sometimes forget the light," Oliver said. "Within it lies a secret that must be uncovered, a secret that will only yield to wisdom and friendship." With Tilly bounding ahead and Oliver gliding silently above, Clara ventured into the forest. The trees were tall and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets of ages past. As they walked, Clara noticed that the path grew darker, the air cooler. But she was not afraid, for her friends were by her side. In the heart of the forest, they came upon a clearing where the light seemed to hesitate. In the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal as clear as a winter's morning. It pulsed gently, like a heartbeat, and from it came a soft, melodic hum. "This is the heart of clarity," Oliver explained. "It holds the key to understanding the mysteries of this realm, but to awaken it, you must listen with more than just your ears." Clara closed her eyes, tuning into the gentle hum. She let the melody wash over her, feeling its rhythm in her bones. She thought of the kindness of Mr. Thistle, the chatter of Tilly, the wisdom of Oliver, and the beauty of the kaleidoscope's world. Slowly, she began to hum along, her voice blending with the crystal's song. As she did, the forest seemed to awaken. The shadows softened, and the light began to dance through the trees. The heart of clarity glowed brightly, casting a warm, golden light that filled the clearing. "You've done it!" Tilly squeaked, twirling in delight. "You listened with your heart," Oliver nodded, a proud gleam in his eyes. "Indeed, young Clara. True understanding comes from the heart, and you have shown great wisdom." With the crystal's light guiding them, Clara and her friends made their way back through the forest, which now seemed friendlier, as if it were smiling upon them. As they emerged into the meadow, the sky was painted with the soft hues of twilight. Clara felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She had discovered not just a magical world, but also the strength and wisdom within herself. As she prepared to return to her own world, she knew she would carry this lesson with her always. Back in the Emporium, Mr. Thistle greeted her with a warm smile. "The kaleidoscope has chosen well," he said softly. "Remember, the magic is not just in the objects, but within you." Clara thanked him, her heart full of gratitude. As she stepped out onto Curiosity Lane, the stars twinkled above, whispering their own secrets of wonder and discovery. And so, with a heart enriched by adventure and friendship, Clara returned home, where she drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of kaleidoscopic worlds and the gentle wisdom she had found along the way. Story 30, title: The Whispering Grove. In the heart of a sprawling forest where the trees towered like ancient sentinels and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, there lay a hidden world known only to a chosen few. This world was called the Whispering Grove, a secret enclave where the natural and magical realms intertwined. It was a place where the ordinary laws of nature bowed to the whims of enchantment, and those who wandered within its bounds found themselves touched by its wonders. Our tale begins on a crisp autumn morning, when the sun's first light painted the forest in hues of gold and amber. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, which whispered secrets of the grove to any who would listen. Among these listeners was a young girl named Alina, whose heart was as wide and open as the sky above. Alina lived on the edge of the forest in a quaint cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her knowledge of herbs and the old ways. Alina had always been drawn to the forest, feeling its call like a soft melody that played just for her. Her days were spent exploring the woodland paths, collecting wildflowers, and listening to the birds' songs. But this day was different. As Alina entered the forest with her satchel slung over her shoulder, she noticed a shimmering light flickering between the trees. It was not the usual dance of sunlight on leaves, but something more mysterious, more alive. Curiosity piqued, Alina followed the light deeper into the forest. The path twisted and turned, leading her to a part of the woods she had never seen before. Here, the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. As she stepped through the arch, Alina felt a tingling sensation spread through her body, as if she had crossed an invisible threshold. Before her lay the Whispering Grove, a place of unparalleled beauty and magic. The air was filled with a soft, melodic hum, the source of which seemed to be the grove itself. Trees with iridescent leaves swayed gently, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the forest floor. Flowers of every hue bloomed in wild profusion, their petals glistening with dew that sparkled like diamonds. In the center of the grove stood an ancient oak, its massive trunk gnarled and weathered by centuries. Nestled within its roots was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Alina approached the box, drawn by an inexplicable sense of familiarity. As she opened the lid, she discovered a delicate pendant shaped like a crescent moon, its surface engraved with symbols that seemed to dance and shift in the light. The pendant pulsed with a gentle warmth as Alina held it in her palm. She slipped it around her neck, and in that moment, she felt a connection to the forest that was deeper and more profound than she had ever experienced. The grove's whispers grew clearer, revealing secrets of the natural world and the magic that lay within it. As the days passed, Alina returned to the grove each morning, her heart eager to learn more. The pendant, she discovered, was a key to understanding the language of the forest. Through it, she communicated with the animals and plants, learning their stories and sharing her own. She befriended a wise old owl named Orin, who became her guide and mentor in the ways of the grove. Orin taught Alina about the balance of the natural world, how every creature and plant played a vital role in the ecosystem. He showed her the hidden paths that wove through the forest, leading to secret glades and sparkling streams. Under his tutelage, Alina learned to listen, truly listen to the world around her. But the grove was not without its challenges. A shadow had begun to creep into the forest, a darkness that threatened to upset the delicate balance of the natural world. Trees began to wither, their leaves curling and falling to the ground like tears. The animals grew restless, sensing the encroaching danger. One evening, as Alina sat beneath the ancient oak, she felt a tremor run through the earth. The grove's whispers grew urgent, warning her of the darkness that sought to claim their sanctuary. Alina knew she had to act, to protect the grove and the magic it held. With Orin by her side, Alina embarked on a journey to find the source of the darkness. They traveled through the forest, guided by the whispers of the grove, until they reached a clearing where the trees stood silent and lifeless. In the center of the clearing was a deep, dark chasm that seemed to swallow the light. The pendant pulsed against Alina's chest, filling her with courage and determination. She knew that the chasm was the source of the darkness, a place where the natural and magical worlds had collided with disastrous consequences. Alina understood that she needed to restore the balance, to heal the rift before it consumed everything she held dear. With Oren's guidance, Alina called upon the magic of the grove. She channeled the whispers, letting them flow through her, weaving a tapestry of light and life. The grove responded, its magic surging forth to mend the broken earth, to fill the chasm with new growth and vitality. As the grove's magic enveloped the clearing, the darkness began to recede, retreating before the light. The trees shuddered and came alive once more, their branches stretching skyward in triumph. The animals returned, their songs filling the air with joy and celebration. Alina stood in the center of the clearing, the pendant glowing softly against her skin. She felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that she had helped to protect the grove and the magic it held. The journey had changed her, deepening her connection to the natural world and teaching her the true meaning of friendship and balance. With the darkness banished, Alina returned to her grandmother's cottage, her heart full of gratitude and wisdom. She knew that the grove would always be a part of her, a place of magic and wonder that called to her spirit. And though her journey had ended, her love for the forest and its secrets would endure, a testament to the power of friendship and the magic of the natural world. As the sun set over the forest, casting its warm glow over the trees, Alina sat by the fire with her grandmother, sharing the tales of her adventures. And as the flames danced and the night drew near, the whispers of the grove echoed softly in her heart, a reminder of the magic she had found and the journey she had undertaken. The Whispering Grove would forever be a place of refuge and wonder, a hidden world where the natural and magical realms coexisted in harmony. And Alina, with her heart full of love and her spirit attuned to the whispers of the forest, knew that she would always be its guardian, its friend, and its ally. In the quiet of the night, with the stars twinkling above like scattered diamonds, Alina lay down to sleep, the pendant resting gently against her chest. As she drifted into dreams, the grove's whispers lulled her into slumber, weaving tales of magic and friendship that would stay with her forever. Story 31. In the heart of the lush, rolling hills of the Whispering Woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the streams sang melodies of old, there existed a quaint little village named Twinkleton. Twinkleton was unlike any other village, for its cobblestone streets were laid with stones that shimmered like stars, and its houses were painted in colors so bright they seemed to dance in the sunlight. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle and the melodious chirping of tiny songbirds that flitted from tree to tree. The villagers of Twinkleton were as colorful as their surroundings. There was Merryweather, the fiddler, who wore a hat made of peacock feathers and could make even the grumpiest of toads tap their feet to his tunes. Then there was Poppy, the baker, who had a knack for creating pastries that floated just above the plate if you giggled at them. And let's not forget Nimbus, the cloud shepherd, who spent his days herding fluffy clouds across the azure sky with his trusty umbrella. But perhaps the most intriguing character of all was Tilly, a sprightly young girl with hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 fireflies. Tilly had a peculiar talent. She could speak to inanimate objects. The village clock, the old oak tree, even the cobblestones underfoot all had something to say, and Tilly was always ready to lend an ear. One sun-drenched morning, as Tilly skipped along the path to the village square, she noticed something peculiar. The grand clock tower, which stood proudly at the center of Twinkleton, had stopped ticking. Its hands were frozen at precisely 7 o'clock, casting an eerie stillness over the usually bustling village. The townsfolk gathered around, scratching their heads and murmuring in confusion. "I've never seen anything like it," exclaimed Old Man Wicker, the town historian, his bushy eyebrows knitting together in bewilderment. This clock has been ticking for as long as I can remember. Tilly approached the clock tower, her heart brimming with curiosity. What seems to be the matter, dear clock? She inquired gently, placing her hand on the cool, brass exterior. To her surprise, the clock responded with a deep, melodious voice that resonated like the chime of a bell. Ah, young Tilly, I seem to have lost my tick. Without it, I cannot move my hands and mark the passage of time. The villagers gasped, for they had never heard the clock speak before. Tilly, however, was unfazed. Where did you last see your tick? She asked, her eyes twinkling with determination. The clock pondered for a moment before replying. I believe it may have wandered off to the realm of topsy-turvy, where all things that are lost eventually find themselves. The realm of topsy-turvy was a place of wonder and whimsy just beyond the Whispering Woods. It was said to be a land where everything was backward and upside down, a realm where the rivers flowed uphill and the birds swam in the sky. Determined to restore the clock to its former glory, Tilly set off toward topsy-turvy, her heart light with adventure. Along the way, she was joined by Merryweather, Poppy, and Nimbus, each bringing their unique talents to aid in the quest. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the path twisted and turned in ways that seemed to defy logic. Trees grew with their roots in the air and their leaves brushing the ground, while flowers sang tunes that made the very air shimmer with delight. The group soon arrived at the entrance to Topsy-Turvy, marked by a large, swirling portal that glimmered like liquid rainbow. With a giggle and a leap, they entered the realm, finding themselves in a world where the sky was a grassy meadow and the sun a giant daisy that beamed warmly down upon them. They wandered through this topsy-turvy land, their eyes wide with wonder. Poppy managed to gather some floating flour from a cloud, which she stored for her bakery back home. Merryweather played his fiddle for a babbling brook that danced along to his tune, while Nimbus used his umbrella to navigate the peculiar, upside-down rain. Eventually, they found themselves at a peculiar bazaar, bustling with the most unusual of vendors. There were stalls selling upside-down umbrellas, hats that changed color with your mood, and even a stand where you could trade your shadows for sunshine. In the midst of this lively market, they spotted a booth marked Lost and Found. Behind the counter sat a jolly fellow with a beard like a waterfall and eyes that twinkled like stars. "Welcome to the Lost and Found," he boomed with a voice as rich as honey. "What can I help you find today?" Tilly stepped forward, her voice clear and bright. "We're looking for a tick that belongs to the Grand Clock of Twinkleton. It seems to have wandered into this realm." The jolly fellow stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Ah, a tick, you say? Well, you've come to the right place. Things often find themselves here when they're feeling a bit topsy-turvy." He rummaged through an assortment of curious objects, lost socks, misplaced thoughts, and even a few wandering melodies, before finally producing a small golden tick. It shimmered with a gentle glow and seemed to hum with the promise of time. "Is this the tick you seek?" he asked, holding it out to Tilly. With a delighted nod, Tilly accepted the tick, feeling its warmth in her hand. "Thank you," she said, her heart swelling with gratitude. The jolly fellow winked, his eyes crinkling with kindness. "Remember, sometimes the things we lose are just waiting to be found in unexpected places." With the tick safely in hand, Tilly and her friends bid farewell to the realm of Topsy-Turvy, retracing their steps back to Twinkleton. The journey home was filled with laughter and stories of the wondrous land they had visited. Upon their return, Tilly carefully placed the tick back into the clock. With a joyous chime, the clock sprang to life, its hands moving once more, marking the passage of time with a comforting tick-tock. The villagers cheered, their spirits lifted by the restoration of their beloved clock. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over Twinkleton, the village square filled with music and dancing, celebrating the return of time's gentle rhythm. And so, Tilly and her friends learned that sometimes the solutions to our problems lie beyond the familiar, in places where imagination and friendship guide the way. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Twinkleton settled into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the magic that lay in each new day. Story 32 title, The Whispering Grove. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a serene, shimmering lake, there lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes sparkled like the summer sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her kindness and her insatiable curiosity about the world around her. She spent her days exploring the lush meadows and whispering forests that surrounded her home, always on the lookout for something extraordinary. One crisp morning, as the first golden rays of sunlight danced through her window, Leora set out on one of her usual adventures. She wore her favorite cloak, a soft green one that matched the vibrant foliage of the forest. Her small satchel, filled with a sketchbook and a few berries for a snack, hung over her shoulder. Today, however, she felt a peculiar sense of anticipation, as if the woods were calling her towards something special. As Leora meandered along the familiar path, she noticed the trees seemed to hum with a gentle melody, their leaves rustling in a way that was almost musical. She paused to listen, feeling the cool, earthy scent of the forest floor rise around her. The path led her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. With each step, the air seemed to grow thicker with magic, a soft glow illuminating the spaces between the trees. After what felt like hours, Leora stumbled upon a grove she had never seen before. It was a hidden sanctuary, surrounded by towering oaks and carpeted with moss that glistened under the dappled sunlight. In the center of the grove stood a peculiar, ancient tree, its bark twisted and gnarled, with roots that seemed to pulse gently in time with the forest's heartbeat. Captivated, Leora approached the tree, her heart beating in rhythm with the mysterious pulsations. As she laid her hand against the rough bark, a tingling warmth spread through her fingers, up her arm, and into her heart. The tree seemed to react, its leaves rustling with a voice that whispered secrets only the wind could carry. Startled, Leora pulled back, but the whisper continued, weaving stories of old and promises of wonder. Leora knew she had discovered something magical, something that might change her life forever. She decided to return to the grove each day, drawn by an invisible thread of enchantment. Over the weeks, she grew to understand the tree's language, its whispers sharing tales of the hidden world that lay just beyond the veil of her everyday life. One afternoon, as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the tree, sketchbook in hand. The tree's whispers were particularly insistent, urging her to follow a new path, one that promised a journey unlike any she had ever imagined. Intrigued, Leora agreed, and as if sensing her decision, the roots of the ancient tree shifted, revealing a hidden trail. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with curiosity, Leora stepped onto the path. The forest seemed to part before her, guiding her with the gentle touch of a breeze. The path wound through thickets and over streams, each step taking her deeper into the heart of the forest and closer to the mystery that awaited. As she walked, Leora felt the presence of unseen companions. The trees seemed to lean in, their branches whispering encouragement, while the birds sang a melody that lifted her spirits. She knew she was not alone on this journey, that the forest itself was her friend and guide. The path led her to a clearing where the air shimmered with an ethereal glow. At its center was a small pond, its waters as clear as crystal. Standing by the pond was a figure, cloaked in robes of mist and moonlight. The figure turned, revealing a face of ageless beauty and kind eyes that sparkled like stars. "Welcome, Leora," the figure said, their voice a gentle echo of the wind. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Grove, and I have been waiting for you." Leora felt a sense of awe and belonging wash over her. "Why have you called me here?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The guardian smiled, a warm, gentle smile that filled Leora with peace. "You have a gift, Leora, a gift of understanding and a heart open to the magic of the world. The grove has chosen you to be its keeper, to protect its secrets and ensure that its stories are never forgotten." Leora's heart swelled with pride and responsibility. She felt a connection to the grove, to the forest and its whispers, that was deeper than any bond she had known. "I will do my best," she promised, her voice steady and sure. The guardian nodded, their forms shimmering like morning mist. "Remember, Leora, the true magic lies not in the gifts we are given, but in how we choose to use them. Let your heart guide you, and you will never be lost." With those words, the guardian vanished, leaving behind a sense of tranquility that enveloped Leora like a warm embrace. Leora returned to the village, her heart full of the grove's whispers and the guardian's wisdom. She knew her life would never be the same, that her journey had only just begun. Each day she visited the grove, learning from its whispers and growing into her role as keeper. Through her adventures, Lyora discovered that the real magic of the forest lay not in its hidden wonders, but in the friendships she forged and the lessons she learned. She shared her stories with the villagers, weaving tales that inspired and brought joy, ensuring that the magic of the Whispering Grove would never fade. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient tree and the gentle guidance of the guardian, Lyora's journey continued, a journey of friendship, growth, and the profound magic of an open heart. Story 33. Once upon a starry night, a young Venusian named Astra gazed wistfully at the twinkling lights in the indigo sky. Her reptilian eyes blinked slowly as she clutched her favorite stuffed star squid, yearning for adventure beyond the sweltering rainforests of her homeworld. Little did she know, her wish was about to be granted in the most unexpected way. A meteor streaked across the heavens, crashing into the dense foliage with a thunderous roar. Astra scampered toward the impact site, her curiosity piqued by the otherworldly occurrence. As she approached the smoldering crater, a strange figure stirred amidst the debris. "Greetings, fellow traveler. I am Zex from the glacial plains of Eridani IV," the creature announced in a clipped, mechanical voice. Its metallic frame whirred and clicked as it extended a multi-jointed appendage in greeting. Astra recoiled, her leathery wings flaring defensively. You're a robot," she exclaimed, her tail lashing in alarm. "I am an android, yes," Zix replied matter-of-factly. "But I assure you, I mean you no harm. My ship was caught in a meteor shower, and I seem to have landed quite off course." Despite her initial trepidation, Astra found herself oddly drawn to the peculiar android. She had never encountered a being like Zix before, and her innate sense of wonder overcame her fear. I've never met a robot before," she admitted shyly. "Where are you from? What brings you to Venus?" Thus began an unlikely friendship between the curious Venusian and the stranded android. Astra learned that Zex was an explorer, tasked with charting new worlds and seeking out intelligent life. In turn, Zex was fascinated by Astra's world, with its steaming jungles and bioluminescent flora. However, their cultural differences sometimes led to misunderstandings. Zex's logical, analytical nature often clashed with Astra's emotional, intuitive approach to life. Yet, through open communication and a willingness to learn, they began to bridge the gap between their vastly different perspectives. One day, as they ventured deeper into the rainforest in search of a rare crystal needed to repair Zex's ship, they found themselves facing a treacherous obstacle, a raging river swollen by recent storms. Astra's wings were too delicate for flight, and Zex's metallic body was ill-equipped for swimming. "I do not have the necessary data to calculate a safe crossing," Zex admitted, their robotic voice tinged with frustration. Astra, however, had grown adept at reading the subtle signs of the jungle. "Trust me, Zix," she said, placing a reassuring hand on their metallic arm. "I know a way." Together they carefully navigated a series of stepping stones, Astra's sure-footedness guiding them across the raging torrent. On the other side, Zix regarded their reptilian friend with newfound respect. "Your intuition and connection to this world are truly remarkable, Astra," they said, their synthetic voice warm with appreciation. As their journey continued, Astra and Zix faced countless challenges: treacherous terrain, hostile predators, and even a brief run-in with a band of less-than-friendly scavengers. But through it all, their bond only grew stronger. When Astra was injured by a venomous plant, Zex tended to her wounds with utmost care, their deft appendages applying a soothing salve. And when Zix's power core began to falter, Astra refused to abandon them, instead leading them to a secluded grotto where a rare energy crystal pulsed with rejuvenating energy. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, they located the elusive crystal needed to repair Zex's ship. As the android prepared for their long-awaited departure, Astra felt a pang of sadness at the thought of parting ways with her dear friend. "I will never forget you, Astra," Zix said, their synthetic voice laced with warmth. "You have taught me the true value of compassion, intuition, and the beauty of the natural world." Astra blinked back tears, her reptilian eyes shimmering, And you've shown me that even the most seemingly cold and logical beings can possess profound depth and wisdom, she replied, placing a scaly hand on Zix's metallic chassis. In that moment, they truly understood the meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended physical form, cultural differences, and even the vast distances between worlds. It was a connection forged through shared experiences, mutual respect, and a willingness to embrace the richness of diversity. As Zix's ship disappeared into the star-flecked sky, Astra knew their paths would cross again someday. For in the vast tapestry of the cosmos, true friendships knew no bounds. They were as eternal as the twinkling lights that guided explorers across the endless sea of stars. Story 34. In a galaxy where stardust painted the sky like an artist's canvas, there existed a small, vibrant planet named Luminar. Its skies were a soft lavender, and the air was perpetually filled with the gentle hum of its twin moons. The people of Luminar, known as Luminians, were renowned for their radiant, translucent skin that shimmered under the moon's glow. They lived in harmony with their environment, their homes nestled amidst lush, sprawling gardens that bloomed with flowers of every hue imaginable. One serene evening, as the lavender sky began to deepen in color, a peculiar object streaked across the heavens, trailing a comet-like tail of silver and blue. It was a spacecraft, though not of Luminarian design. As it descended, it landed with a soft thud on the outskirts of a Luminarian village, in a clearing surrounded by towering crystal trees that sang softly in the breeze. From the craft emerged a being unlike any the villagers had ever seen. It was small and round, with a shell-like exterior that glistened with a metallic sheen. Its eyes were large and curious, set into a face that seemed perpetually surprised. This was Rollo, a Nomidian from the distant and arid planet of Nomidia, where the landscape was stark and the winds sang melancholic tunes across endless deserts. Rollo looked around, his eyes wide with wonder and a hint of trepidation. The Luminians, gentle and curious by nature, approached slowly, their ethereal forms shimmering with a welcoming light. Among them was Mira, a young Luminian whose heart was as bright as the stars above. She stepped forward, her voice soft and melodic. "Welcome to Luminar," she said, her words laced with warmth. Rollo blinked, his round face breaking into a tentative smile. "Thank you," he replied in a voice that echoed like a whispering breeze. "I am Rollo, traveler from Nomidia. My ship, it has lost its way." The Luminians, always eager to help, gathered around, offering assistance and comfort. However, communicating with the Nomidian proved to be no simple task. The Luminian's language was woven with light and song, while Rollo's speech was more akin to the rustling of leaves. Misunderstandings were frequent, leading to moments of confusion and frustration. Despite the initial hurdles, Mira was determined to bridge the gap. She spent her days with Rollo, learning his ways, teaching him theirs. Slowly, a mutual language of gestures and shared expressions began to form between them, each misunderstanding a stepping stone to better understanding. As the days turned into weeks, the challenge of repairing Rollo's spacecraft loomed large. The Luminians, with their knowledge of crystal technology, worked tirelessly, but the Nomidian technology was foreign and perplexing. Mira, with her gentle determination, became a beacon of hope, encouraging both her fellow Luminians and Rollo to persist. One evening, as the twin moons bathed the world in silvery light, Mira sat beside Rollo near a bubbling brook that sang a soft lullaby. "Tell me of Nomidia," she asked gently, her interest genuine. Rollo's eyes sparkled with memories. "Nomidia is vast and harsh. Our skies are a deep orange, the sands endless. We do not have gardens like these," he gestured to the lush Luminarian landscape, "but we have songs in the wind and stars that dance fiercely." As Rollo spoke, Mira listened intently, her heart opening to the richness of his world. It was in these shared stories that they found common ground, realizing that despite the differences in their worlds, the threads of curiosity and wonder bound them together. One night, a sudden storm swept over Luminar, a rare occurrence that sent shimmering rain cascading from the skies. As the villagers hurried to secure their homes, the storm threatened to damage Rollo's fragile spacecraft. Mira, sensing the urgency, gathered the villagers, and together they formed a living barrier around the ship, their bodies aglow, protecting it from the storm's fury. In that moment, Rollo understood the true essence of friendship, the willingness to stand together, to protect and cherish one another despite the odds. He joined the Luminians, his small form braving the storm, adding his strength to theirs. When the storm finally passed, the villagers cheered, their joy echoing through the night. Rollo, standing with Mira, felt a warmth in his core that no Nomidian sun could ever replicate. It was the warmth of belonging. With renewed vigor, Rollo and the Luminians worked to repair the spacecraft, their teamwork seamless now, fortified by shared experiences. Each success, no matter how small, was celebrated, and each setback was met with patience and a kind word. Finally, the day came when the ship was ready. The Luminians gathered to bid farewell to their Numidian friend. As Rollo prepared to leave, he turned to Mira, his eyes reflecting the gratitude and affection he felt. "You have taught me more than just your language," he said softly. "You have shown me the true meaning of friendship." Mira smiled, her heart full. "And you, Rollo, have brought us closer together, showing us the beauty of a world beyond our own." With a gentle hum, the spacecraft lifted off, Rollo waving from within. The Luminians watched as it soared into the sky, a new star among stars, carrying with it the bonds of an unlikely yet enduring friendship. And in the quiet that followed, as the lavender skies darkened into night, Mira sat by the brook, listening to its soothing song. She knew that no matter the distance, the connection they had forged would remain, a testament to the power of understanding and the universal language of the heart. In the glow of the twin moons, Luminar felt a little brighter, its people a little closer, their lives enriched by the unexpected visitor who had taught them that the universe, vast and varied as it was, held the promise of friendship in the most unlikely of places. And with that comforting thought, the villagers drifted into peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with starlit adventures and the warmth of newfound bonds. Story 35. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like 1,000 watchful eyes, lay a small, vibrant planet named Luminaris. Known for its shimmering twilight skies that danced with colors from the brightest aquamarine to the deepest amber, Luminaris was a peaceful haven amidst the cosmic bustle. It was here that the annual celestial gathering took place, a festival of unity where beings from every corner of the universe converged to celebrate their differences and shared dreams. Among the attendees was a being named Selim, hailing from the ethereal planet of Etherion. Selim was a tall, willowy figure with skin that gleamed like moonlight and eyes that mirrored the vast nebulae of his home. His heart was pure and his spirit gentle, but he was often misunderstood due to his quiet nature and the ethereal aura that surrounded him like a constant, gentle mist. On the other end of the spectrum was Zira, a fiery and vivacious creature from the volcanic planet of Pyron. With skin as warm as sunlit copper and eyes that flickered with the intensity of molten lava, Zira was known for her boldness and a laugh that echoed like a cheerful eruption. Her energy was as uncontainable as the geysers of her homeland, and she approached every new experience with an open heart and a curious mind. Their paths crossed in the midst of the bustling festival, amidst stalls overflowing with intergalactic delicacies and performers weaving stories of old with the grace of ancient stars. Selim, drawn to the vibrant energy of the crowd, stood by the edge, observing the scene with a serene smile. Zira, in the throes of her own excitement, accidentally bumped into him, a clash of cool serenity and warm exuberance. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry," Zira exclaimed, her voice a bright melody that cut through the ambient chatter. Calum blinked, momentarily startled by the contact. "No harm done," he replied, his voice soft as starlight. "I was just admiring the festival." Zira grinned, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint. "It's quite the spectacle, isn't it? I always love seeing all the different beings coming together." Calum nodded, a gentle smile curving his lips. "It's a reminder of what the universe can be when we embrace our differences." Despite their initial pleasantries, they were both struck by the stark contrast between their worlds. Calum's tranquil demeanor was often met with surprise by Zira, who was used to the fiery exchanges of her own people. Similarly, Calum found himself bewildered by the intensity of Zira's emotions, which flared as bright and hot as her planet's fiery landscape. Their misunderstandings came to a head during a shared activity, a traditional Luminarian dance that required partners to synchronize their movements with the rhythm of the planet's heartbeat. Zira, full of enthusiasm, moved with abandon, her steps a joyful cascade of energy. Selim, however, found himself struggling to match her pace, his movements slow and deliberate. "You're holding back," Zira exclaimed, a note of frustration in her voice as she tried to coax him into the rhythm. Selim paused, feeling the weight of her expectation. "I am trying to find the harmony," he said, his voice a gentle whisper amidst the music. Zira stopped, her fiery spirit momentarily quelled by the realization that her exuberance had overshadowed his gentler approach. She took a deep breath, her fiery eyes meeting his serene gaze. "Perhaps I should try to feel the dance as you do," she admitted, her voice softening. In that moment of mutual understanding, a bridge was built between their worlds. Zira learned to temper her energy, feeling the subtle pulse of the planet beneath her feet. Selim, in turn, allowed himself to be carried by her vibrant spirit, finding joy in the spontaneous flow of the dance. As the festival continued, Selim and Zira found themselves drawn to each other, their differences slowly weaving a tapestry of understanding and respect. They shared stories of their worlds, revealing the beauty and challenges unique to each. Zira spoke of the vibrant eruptions that lit up the skies of Pyron, while Calum described the serene, star-filled nights of Etherian. Their bond was further tested when a sudden cosmic storm threatened to disrupt the festival. The skies darkened, and a fierce wind swept through, carrying with it the chill of the void. Many attendees sought shelter, but Calum and Zira, now attuned to each other's strengths, knew they had to act. Zira's fiery spirit ignited with determination. "We can help guide everyone to safety," she declared, her voice a beacon of strength amidst the chaos. Calum nodded, his calm presence a soothing balm. "Together we can ensure no one is left behind." Guided by Zira's unwavering courage and Selim's steady wisdom, they navigated through the storm, helping others find refuge. Zira's bright spirit shone like a flame, illuminating the path, while Calum's serene demeanor calmed those who were afraid, his voice a gentle lullaby amidst the tempest. When the storm finally abated, a rainbow of cosmic hues arched across the sky, a testament to their shared efforts. The festival resumed, and as the attendees emerged from their shelters, there was a renewed sense of unity and gratitude. Calum and Zira stood side by side, their bond strengthened by the challenges they had faced together. They had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a connection that transcended differences, built on mutual understanding, respect, and shared experiences. As the festival drew to a close, Zira turned to Calum, her fiery eyes softened by gratitude. "Thank you, Calum," she said, her voice warm with sincerity, "for teaching me the beauty of stillness and the strength in gentle resolve." Selim smiled, his eyes reflecting the myriad colors of the sky. "And thank you, Zira, for showing me the joy of embracing the unknown and the courage to dance with life's unpredictability." Together, they watched as the stars reappeared, twinkling above like a celestial audience, applauding their newfound friendship. In the end, they realized that the universe was vast and diverse, but it was their differences that made their bond truly special. And as the twilight of Luminaris enveloped them in its comforting embrace, Calum and Zira knew that their journey together was only just beginning, a shared adventure through the infinite tapestry of the cosmos. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently like sleepy giants, there lay a village named Larkspur Hollow. It was a place where the air carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of bees could lull even the most restless soul. The villagers lived in charming cottages with thatched roofs covered in moss, and their gardens bloomed with flowers that whispered secrets to the wind. One misty morning, as the sun peeked through the canopy, a peculiar thing happened. The villagers awoke to find that the colors of their world had changed. The vibrant reds of the roses had turned to shades of silver, the cheerful yellows of the sunflowers glowed with an ethereal blue, and the sapphire sky now shimmered with hues of pale green. It was as though a gentle spell had been cast over Larkspur Hollow during the night. The villagers, though puzzled, were not afraid. They gathered in the square, where the ancient oak tree stood like a wise guardian, its branches reaching out as if to embrace the sky. Among them was a young girl named Mara, whose curious eyes sparkled with the light of 1,000 questions. She was known for her cleverness and kindness, always ready to lend a hand or offer a comforting word. As the villagers murmured and wondered, an old woman with a smile like the sun and hair as white as freshly fallen snow approached. She was Granny Willow, the village's beloved elder, whose wisdom was as deep as the forest itself. "Fear not, my dear ones," she said in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The forest speaks to us in colors today. Let us listen to what it has to say." Mara, intrigued by the mystery, stepped forward. "Granny Willow, how do we understand the forest's message?" Granny Willow chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "The forest's language is one of patience and observation, dear Mara. We must look closely and listen carefully." With Granny Willow's words as their guide, Mara and the villagers decided to explore the forest, seeking clues to uncover the meaning behind the colorful transformation. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the path beneath their feet was soft with fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the gentle rustle of branches and the faint song of a distant brook. Along the way, they encountered a friendly fox with fur like burnished gold. His eyes gleamed with intelligence, and he greeted them with a nod. "Ah, travelers of Larkspur Hollow," he said in a voice as smooth as velvet. "I see you are curious about the colors that dance in the forest today." Mara smiled at the fox. "Do you know why the colors have changed, dear fox?" The fox flicked his tail thoughtfully. "Perhaps the colors are a reflection of something unseen, a message meant for those with open hearts and clear eyes. Look around, and you might find the answer in the simplest of things." Taking the fox's words to heart, Mara and the villagers continued their journey. They came upon a meadow where butterflies flitted like living jewels, and the grass swayed in a gentle breeze. Here, a family of rabbits played, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. The rabbits paused to greet the villagers, their noses twitching with curiosity. "Have you seen anything unusual?" Mara asked, kneeling to meet the gaze of the smallest rabbit, whose fur was as soft as a cloud. The rabbit wiggled his ears and replied, "The colors of the flowers change with the sun's journey. Perhaps the forest wants you to see the world through new eyes." Mara pondered the rabbit's words, feeling a spark of understanding begin to glow within her heart. But the mystery was not yet fully unraveled. As the sun dipped lower, painting the forest in warm, golden light, the villagers arrived at the edge of a glistening lake. Its waters were like a mirror, reflecting the kaleidoscope of colors from above. Sitting by the shore was a wise old turtle, his shell etched with the stories of time. Mara approached the turtle and asked, "What do you see in the colors of the forest, wise one?" The turtle lifted his head slowly, his eyes gentle and knowing. "The colors are a tapestry woven by the threads of change. They remind us that life is ever shifting, and in its shifting, we find new beauty and meaning." With the turtle's words, the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. Mara realized that the forest's colors were a reminder to embrace change and to find wonder in the unexpected. It was a gentle nudge to open their hearts to the new and to cherish the beauty of transformation. Returning to Larkspur Hollow, the villagers gathered once more beneath the ancient oak. Mara shared her revelation, and a sense of understanding blossomed among them. They saw the colors not as a mystery to be solved, but as a gift to be cherished, a reminder of the magic that lay within change itself. As night fell and the first stars appeared in the sky, Mara and the villagers felt a deep sense of peace. They knew that the forest, in its wisdom, had shared a precious lesson, that every change, no matter how small, could lead to new beginnings and unexpected beauty. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and eyes open to the wonders around them, the villagers of Larkspur Hollow returned to their homes, their dreams painted with the colors of magic and possibility. As they drifted into slumber, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle melody that promised new adventures with the coming dawn. In the warm embrace of their cozy beds, the villagers slept soundly, comforted by the knowledge that the forest watched over them, its colors a testament to the beauty and wisdom woven into the fabric of life. And in the quiet of the night, beneath the whispering trees, the magic of Larkspur Hollow continued to unfold, one colorful mystery at a time. Story 37, The Whispering Woods and the Locket of Light. In a small, quaint village nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, there lived a young girl named Lyra. The village, with its cobblestone streets and thatched-roof cottages, was a place of quiet charm where every lane was lined with blooming wildflowers, and the air was perfumed with the scent of lavender and fresh bread. Lyra was known in the village for her boundless curiosity and kindness, traits that endeared her to all the villagers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of tangerine and violet, Lyra would sit by the window of her attic room, her gaze drawn towards the dense canopy of the Whispering Woods. The woods were a place of legend. The villagers spoke of mystical creatures and ancient secrets hidden within its depths. But more than anything, Lyra was intrigued by the stories of a magical locket, said to be hidden deep within the woods, a locket that could illuminate the darkest of places and reveal the truth hidden in shadows. One crisp autumn morning, when the leaves rustled with whispers of adventure, Lyra decided it was time to explore the woods herself. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a small notebook to record her thoughts, and set off as the sun gently began its ascent, casting a golden glow over the village. As she stepped into the woods, Lyra was enveloped by a symphony of sounds. The soft crunch of leaves underfoot, the gentle rustle of branches swaying in the breeze, and the occasional chirping of birds hidden in the foliage. The air was cool and fresh, smelling of pine and earth, invigorating her senses with every breath. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, creating an ever-moving tapestry of light and shadow. Lyra felt a sense of wonder and anticipation, as if the woods were welcoming her into their hidden world. As she ventured deeper, the forest seemed to change. The air grew thicker, and an unusual mist curled around her ankles like a soft, silvery ribbon. It was then that she heard it, a gentle, melodic voice, barely more than a whisper, calling out to her. Guided by the sound, Lyra followed a narrow, winding path that led her to a small clearing bathed in sunlight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk massive and gnarled, branches stretching wide like the arms of an old friend. At the base of the tree, Lyra discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box, half buried under a carpet of fallen leaves. Her heart quickened with excitement as she gently brushed the leaves aside and opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay the locket, a delicate silver pendant shaped like a teardrop. It shimmered with an inner light, as if it contained the essence of the sun itself. Lyra could hardly believe her eyes. The locket of light was real, and it was before her, inviting her to discover its secrets. As she lifted the locket from the box, a warmth spread through her fingertips, traveling up her arm and into her heart. The locket felt alive, pulsing gently with a rhythm that matched her own heartbeat. She slipped the locket around her neck, feeling its comforting weight against her chest. Suddenly, the air around her shimmered, and the clearing transformed. The mist lifted to reveal a hidden world, vibrant and alive, filled with color and light. Flowers of every hue blossomed around her, their petals dancing in a gentle breeze. Creatures she had only heard about in tales appeared before her eyes, tiny fairies with wings that glimmered like morning dew, and woodland animals with eyes that sparkled with intelligence and warmth. From behind the oak tree stepped a figure, delicate and ethereal, with hair like spun silver and eyes the color of the forest. She introduced herself as Sylvie, a guardian of the Whispering Woods. With a voice as soft as the rustling leaves, Sylvie explained that the locket was a key to the hidden world, a realm that coexisted with the one Lyra knew, but could only be seen by those with pure hearts and a thirst for truth. In this world, the locket held the power to illuminate paths obscured by doubt and fear, offering guidance and wisdom to those who wore it. But it was not without its challenges. The locket's light could reveal truths that were difficult to accept, requiring courage and introspection from its bearer. Lyra felt a mixture of awe and trepidation. She had always sought the truth, but she understood that it could be a double-edged sword. With the locket's power came great responsibility, and she wondered if she was ready to face the truths it might reveal. As if sensing her hesitation, Sylvie smiled kindly and assured Lyra that she would not be alone. The creatures of the woods, bound by friendship and mutual respect, would stand by her side, offering their support and wisdom. With newfound determination, Lyra decided to embrace the journey ahead, ready to learn and grow. Days turned into weeks as Lyra explored the hidden world, guided by the locket's light. She met creatures who taught her the language of the trees and the songs of the river. She learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and to understand the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Each day brought new lessons and revelations, shaping her into a wiser, more compassionate individual. One day, as Lyra wandered through a grove of silver birches, she stumbled upon a mystery that had long puzzled the villagers, a series of strange, glowing markings on the forest floor. With the locket's guidance, she discovered that the markings were part of an ancient map, leading to a hidden spring whose waters held the power to heal. Realizing the significance of her discovery, Lyra felt a deep sense of purpose. The spring could bring much-needed relief to the village, which had been enduring a mysterious ailment that afflicted both young and old. With the help of her newfound friends, Lyra carefully followed the map, navigating through dense thickets and treacherous terrain until she reached the spring, nestled in a secluded glade. The water was crystal clear, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. Lyra filled a small vial and made her way back to the village, her heart buoyed by the hope of healing and renewal. Upon her return, she shared the water with the villagers, watching with joy as the color returned to their cheeks and laughter once again filled the air. As the village celebrated, Lyra realized that her journey had changed her in profound ways. She had gained not only the wisdom of the woods, but also an understanding of the interconnectedness of all life. The friendship she had formed with the creatures of the hidden world had taught her the value of empathy, kindness, and unity. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra returned to the Whispering Woods to thank Sylvie and the creatures for their guidance and support. As she stood beneath the ancient oak, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that she had found her place in the tapestry of life. The locket, now a part of her and the woods, continued to shine with a gentle light, a reminder of the truths she had uncovered and the bonds she had forged. And though her journey had come to an end, the lessons she had learned would stay with her forever, guiding her through the challenges of life with courage and wisdom. As the sun set over the village, casting its golden glow across the land, Lyra returned to her attic room, gazing out at the Whispering Woods with a heart full of love and wonder. The woods, with their secrets and magic, had become a part of her story, a chapter in a life enriched by friendship, discovery, and the light of truth. And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Lyra drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the woods and the warmth of the light that had guided her home. Story 38. In a starry corner of the Milky Way, far beyond the reach of earthly telescopes, there lay a cluster of planets known as the Viridian Ring. These planets were as diverse as a painter's palette, each a unique swirl of color and life. Among these celestial bodies, two planets, Verdantia and Lumina, held a curious relationship. Verdantia was a lush world of emerald forests and sapphire seas, inhabited by the gentle Verdanians, whose skin shimmered with hues of green and gold. Lumina, by contrast, was a world of crystalline towers and endless light, home to the luminescent Luminons, beings of radiant energy whose very presence illuminated their surroundings. It was on a quiet evening under the twin moons of Verdantia that a young Verdanian named Kale gazed upward, his heart filled with wonder. Kale, with his soft, moss-like hair and eyes like liquid jade, was known for his gentle nature and insatiable curiosity. He often dreamed of traversing the stars, of meeting beings from other worlds. On Lumina, a young Lumina named Arya watched her own sky with similar dreams. Arya, whose form flickered with soft blues and silvers, was a seeker of knowledge, always eager to learn and explore beyond her luminous home. Her light pulsed rhythmically, a reflection of her deep yearning to connect with the unknown. Fate, or perhaps the subtle whisper of the cosmos, drew Kale and Arya together when an ancient spacecraft, long forgotten by time, was discovered orbiting the Viridian Ring. It was decided by the Interplanetary Council that an envoy from each planet would embark upon this mysterious vessel to uncover its secrets. Kale was chosen from Verdantia, his gentle wisdom seen as a guiding light. Arya was selected from Lumina, her brilliance and intelligence deemed essential for unraveling the mysteries of the stars. Their first meeting was a dance of misunderstandings. Kale, used to the earthy scents of Verdantia, found Arya's bright presence overwhelming, like stepping into a sunlit meadow after a lifetime in shadowed woods. Arya, accustomed to the clarity of Lumina, struggled to interpret Kale's quiet and nuanced gestures, which to her seemed as elusive as the flicker of candlelight in a breeze. Their journey began with the soft hum of ancient engines as the spacecraft, named the Luminaris, set adrift into the starry expanse. Inside, the ship was a wonder of forgotten technology, its halls lined with glimmering panels that whispered tales of distant stars and long-lost civilizations. As they navigated the vessel, Kale and Arya encountered countless puzzles and challenges. The ship's systems, dormant for eons, required a delicate blend of Verdantian intuition and Luminan logic to awaken. At first, they worked in parallel, their efforts like two melodies played out of harmony. Kale would gently coax a dormant mechanism to life with a touch, while Arya attempted to decipher the complex data streams that flowed like rivers of light through the ship's core. Frustration simmered between them, a quiet tension that neither knew how to bridge. One day, as they delved deeper into the ship's heart, they stumbled upon a chamber bathed in soft, golden light. In the center stood a grand console, its surface rippling like the surface of a sunlit pond. It was then that they faced a challenge neither could solve alone, a complex puzzle that required both the gentle touch of a Verdanian and the brilliant insight of a Luminan. "Perhaps if we try together," Kale suggested, his voice a soothing murmur, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. Arya hesitated, her light flickering uncertainly. But then she nodded, her glow steadying as she stepped beside him. Together, they approached the console, their energies mingling like sunlight filtering through the canopy of a verdant forest. As they worked, a quiet understanding began to blossom. They discovered that Kale's gentle nature, once seen as slow and indecisive, was a balm to Arya's restless energy, grounding her and allowing her brilliance to shine even brighter. In turn, Arya's radiant insight, which had seemed overwhelming, illuminated paths that Kale had never imagined, sparking his imagination like stars igniting the night sky. Slowly, the puzzle began to unravel, each piece falling into place with a soft chime. As the console hummed to life, a projection filled the chamber, a map of the Viridian Ring, with pathways of light connecting each planet. It was a reminder of the interconnectedness of their worlds, a tapestry woven from the threads of countless journeys and encounters. In that moment, Kale and Arya understood that their differences were not barriers but bridges, each enhancing the other's strengths. The warmth of friendship, kindled by shared challenges and mutual support, wrapped around them like a comforting blanket, softening the edges of their misunderstandings. As their journey continued, the Luminaris became a vessel not just of exploration, but of discovery within themselves. They shared stories of their worlds, laughed over the quirks of their cultures, and comforted each other during moments of doubt. Their bond, forged in the crucible of companionship, grew as strong as the ancient ship that carried them through the starlit sea. Eventually, their mission reached its end. The Luminaris, its mysteries unraveled, would be a beacon of knowledge for the Viridian Ring, a symbol of unity and shared understanding. As Kale and Arya prepared to part ways, they stood together on the ship's bridge, gazing out at the tapestry of stars. "Thank you," Arya said softly, her voice a melody of gratitude. Her light pulsed gently, a reflection of her newfound peace. Kale smiled, his eyes shimmering with the warmth of sunlight through leaves. "And thank you," he replied, his heart full of the quiet joy of friendship. As they returned to their respective worlds, Kale and Arya carried with them the lessons of their journey. They understood that true friendship was not about erasing differences, but embracing them, weaving them into a tapestry that celebrated the richness of diversity. And as the stars watched over them, they knew that the bonds they had forged would endure, connecting their worlds across the vast canvas of the cosmos. In the years that followed, Verdantia and Lumina grew ever closer, their peoples inspired by the tale of Kale and Arya's journey. The Viridian Ring became a beacon of cooperation and understanding, where beings of all kinds came together to share their wisdom and light. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the story of Kale and Arya became legend, a gentle reminder that true friendship shines brightest in the warmth of acceptance and the glow of shared dreams. As each planet spun in its eternal dance, the bonds they had forged illuminated the path to a future where all could thrive together in harmony and peace. Story 39. In the heart of a lush emerald forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang tales of old, there lived a young girl named Myra. Myra had hair like spun gold and eyes the color of a stormy sea. She was kind and gentle, yet she harbored a deep fear of change. Her days were spent weaving wreaths of wildflowers and listening to the stories of the forest, but she often longed for something more, something unknown that both excited and terrified her. Myra lived in a quaint cottage made of cobblestones, moss, and timber, its walls warmed by the glow of a crackling hearth. The cottage was nestled at the edge of the village of Elderglen, a place where time seemed to move at its own leisurely pace. Each evening, the villagers would gather by the great oak in the village square, sharing tales and laughter under the twinkling stars. Myra loved these gatherings, yet she often felt a restless flutter in her heart, as if the very air whispered to her of adventures beyond her grasp. One balmy afternoon, as Myra wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before, she stumbled upon a glade she had never seen. The air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the sunlight danced through the leaves, creating patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. At the center of the glade stood an ancient willow tree, its roots diving deep into the earth and its branches swaying gently in the breeze. As Myra approached the willow, she noticed something peculiar. Nestled within its gnarled roots was a small, shimmering pool. The water was unlike any she had seen, reflecting the colors of the sunset even though the sky above was clear and blue. Myra knelt beside the pool, peering into its depths. As she did, she saw not her reflection, but a vision of herself as she longed to be, confident, brave, and unafraid of the unknown. Startled, Myra drew back, her heart pounding. She felt a strange pull towards the pool, a sense that it held the key to the change she feared yet desired. Just then, a soft voice drifted from the shadows of the willow. "Do not fear what you do not know, dear one," the voice soothed. Myra turned to see an elderly woman stepping into the light, her eyes twinkling with wisdom and kindness. The woman introduced herself as Iolande, the keeper of the willow and guardian of the glade. Her presence was calming, like a gentle tide washing over the shore. Iolande explained that the pool was enchanted, reflecting the truths one held within their heart. It was a gift from the forest, meant to guide those who were lost or seeking change. Myra spent the afternoon with Iolande, learning of the forest's magic and the balance between the seen and unseen. She listened intently as Iolande spoke of the courage found in embracing change and the beauty in discovering one's true self. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Iolande placed a small vial in Myra's hand. "When you are ready to embrace what lies within, pour this into the pool," she instructed with a gentle smile. Days turned into weeks, and Myra returned to the glade often, pondering Iolande's words. Each visit soothed her fears a little more, and slowly a sense of peace began to blossom within her. The villagers noticed a change in Myra. She was more at ease, her laughter came more freely, and her eyes held a spark of quiet determination. One evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Myra knew she was ready. She made her way to the glade, her heart both calm and expectant. As she approached the willow, she could feel the forest holding its breath, the air charged with anticipation. Kneeling beside the shimmering pool, Myra uncorked the vial and poured its contents into the water. The pool rippled, its surface shimmering with 1,000 colors. Slowly, the water grew still, and Myra gazed into its depths once more. This time, she saw herself standing tall and unafraid, surrounded by friends and the adventures she had always longed for. Her heart swelled with a newfound courage, and she felt the magic of the forest wrapping around her like a warm embrace. As the vision faded, Myra realized that the change she feared had already begun within her. She understood that true transformation came not from changing who she was, but from embracing all that she could become. With a light heart, Myra stood, feeling the earth and sky in perfect harmony around her. Iolande appeared beside her, her eyes filled with pride and warmth. "You have found your path, dear Myra," she said softly. "Remember, the magic of the forest will always be with you, guiding you as you grow." Myra returned to the village of Elderglen, carrying with her the wisdom of the forest and the strength of her own heart. She shared her newfound courage and joy with the villagers, who welcomed her stories of the magical glade and the gentle guardian who had helped her find her way. In time, Myra's tale became a cherished part of the village lore, a reminder of the beauty found in personal discovery and the gentle power of change. The forest continued to whisper its secrets, and the willow tree stood as a testament to the magic that lay within those who dared to look beyond their fears. And so, beneath the stars and amidst the gentle rustle of leaves, Myra found her place in the world, forever touched by the magic of the forest and the warmth of friendship. And with each new dawn, she embraced the changes that life brought her way, knowing that she was never truly alone. Story 40. In the heart of a tranquil, mist-kissed forest where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. Nestled amidst towering trees and winding streams, this village was home to a young woman named Leora. She had hair as dark as midnight and eyes filled with the curiosity of 1,000 unsolved mysteries. Leora lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest. It was a simple dwelling with walls of smooth, river-washed stone, a thatched roof, and windows that framed the ever-changing tapestry of the woods. Inside, the cottage was warm and inviting, with a hearth that crackled softly in the evenings, casting a gentle glow on the worn wooden floors. Yet, despite the serene beauty surrounding her, Leora felt a restlessness that tugged at her soul. She often found herself standing at the edge of the forest, gazing into its depths, yearning for something she could not name. Change, it seemed, was a shadow always at her heels, whispering of paths untrodden and skies unseen. But the thought of change filled her with a peculiar dread, a fear that kept her rooted in place like the ancient oaks that dotted the forest. Her days were filled with the familiar routine of tending to her garden, gathering herbs, and listening to the stories of the village elders. Among them was Eamon, a wise old man whose laughter was as infectious as his tales were enchanting. He saw the struggle in Leora's heart, and often shared stories of transformation and growth, tales spun like the finest silk, intended to spark a flame of courage within her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Eamon approached Leora with a curious gleam in his eyes. "There is magic in the forest tonight," he said, his voice a gentle murmur like the rustling leaves. "A magic that mirrors the change you fear yet seek. Would you walk with me and see what it might reveal?" With a mixture of trepidation and intrigue, Leora nodded. Together they ventured into the forest, where the world was bathed in the soft, silvery light of the moon. The path was dappled with shadows, and the air was alive with the songs of nocturnal creatures. As they walked, Eamon spoke of the forest's magic, of how it reflected the inner landscapes of those who dared to wander its depths. As they neared a clearing, a gentle glow caught Leora's eye. There, in the center of the glade, stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward, adorned with shimmering leaves that seemed to dance with the light of 1,000 stars. Beneath the tree, the ground was covered in delicate, luminescent flowers, their petals a tapestry of colors that shifted with every breeze. Eamon gestured for Leora to step forward, his smile encouraging. "The forest has a gift for you," he said, "a reflection of your journey, should you choose to embrace it." Hesitantly, Leora approached the tree. As she reached out to touch its bark, a warmth spread through her fingers, like sunlight breaking through the clouds. In that moment, the world around her seemed to change. She was no longer in the forest, but standing on the threshold of a vast, endless sea. The waves lapped gently at her feet, each one a whisper of the dreams she had long kept hidden. A voice soft and melodic echoed in her mind. "To change is to grow. and to grow is to discover the beauty within. Do not fear the journey, for it is yours alone to shape. With these words, Leora felt a shift within her, a gentle uncoiling of the fear that had gripped her heart. She understood now that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as a path to self-discovery. When she returned to the forest clearing, Eamon was waiting with a knowing smile. "You have seen what was needed," he said. "The forest has shown you your own strength. Remember, you are never alone on this journey." As they made their way back to the village, Leora felt a newfound sense of peace settle over her. The forest, with its magic, had mirrored her inner growth, teaching her that change, while daunting, could lead to beautiful transformations. From that day forward, Leora embraced the changes in her life with an open heart. She found joy in exploring new paths, in learning from the world around her, and in the friendships she forged along the way. And though the journey was not always easy, it was one she faced with courage and grace, knowing that true growth came from within. The village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where stories were woven as intricately as the forest itself, each one a testament to the magic of personal discovery. And in her cozy cottage at the edge of the woods, Leora found a home not just in the village, but within herself. A home that welcomed change as an old friend, and where the heart's desires were as boundless as the sky. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Willowbrook slept, cradled in the warmth of a world where magic and reality danced hand in hand, painting each day with the colors of possibility. Whispers of the moonlit glen. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home was a cozy cottage, its walls adorned with ivy and its roof topped with weathered shingles that seemed to sing with the wind. Lyra was known throughout the village for her curious nature and her deep, abiding love for the mysteries of the forest. Her days were spent exploring the mosaic of leaves and shadows, her nights filled with dreams of hidden worlds and whispered secrets. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Lyra ventured into the forest. The air was cool, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Her path was illuminated by the silvery glow of the rising moon, casting a gentle light that danced across the forest floor. As Lyra wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like the arms of a welcoming giant. The tree's bark was etched with intricate patterns that shimmered in the moonlight, as if telling stories of old. Drawn to the tree, Lyra approached and noticed a peculiar object nestled within the roots, a small glass orb that pulsed with a soft, azure light. It was as if the orb contained a fragment of the sky itself, swirling with clouds and stars. Unable to resist its allure, Lyra reached out and gently cradled it in her hands. As her fingers brushed against the cool surface, a warm sensation spread through her, and she heard a faint melody, notes that sounded like the laughter of running streams and the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. The melody wrapped around her like a comforting embrace, filling her with a sense of belonging. Suddenly, the forest around her began to change. The trees swayed as if bowing to an unseen presence, and the clearing filled with a soft glow, revealing a path that had not been there before. It wound through the trees like a ribbon of light, beckoning her to follow. With the orb safely in her pocket, Lyra stepped onto the path, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The air was alive with the scent of jasmine and pine, and the night was filled with the gentle hum of crickets and the distant call of an owl. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, the path led her to a hidden glen, where a small brook babbled over smooth stones, its waters sparkling like liquid moonlight. The glen was a secret world, untouched and serene, with flowers that glowed softly in the darkness and fireflies that danced in the air. In the center of this magical place stood a creature unlike any Lyra had ever seen, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that glimmered with the colors of the dawn. It regarded her with a gentle curiosity, its tail flicking like a plume of silver smoke. "Welcome, seeker of the hidden," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as the breeze. "You have found the Orb of Echoes, a gift from the heart of the forest. It is a key to the realms unseen, a guide for those who listen." Lyra's eyes widened with wonder. "What does it mean?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper in the tranquil night. "The orb reveals the truth within," the fox replied, "and the path to understanding. It will show you the way to the heart of the forest, where dreams and reality entwine." With a graceful nod, the fox turned and bounded away, leaving Lyra alone in the glen. She stood there for a moment, feeling the weight of the orb in her pocket and the promise of adventure in her heart. Over the following days, Lyra returned to the forest, each time discovering new wonders and unraveling the secrets of the Orb of Echoes. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees, to see the hidden paths that wove through the forest like threads of a grand tapestry. The orb became her guide, illuminating the mysteries of the natural world and the magic that lay within. One day, as she wandered through a grove of ancient birches, she encountered a young boy named Finn. He was a quiet soul, his eyes filled with dreams, and his hands always busy crafting things from the world around him. He had fashioned a crown of leaves and twigs, and as he placed it upon Lyra's head, he smiled, a smile that spoke of friendship and shared adventures. Together, Lyra and Finn explored the hidden realms of the forest, their laughter echoing through the trees like the chiming of bells. They discovered a meadow where the flowers sang with the voice of the wind, and a crystal cave where the echoes of their voices returned as harmonies of light. But the forest was not without its challenges. One evening, as the sun set and the shadows lengthened, they found themselves in a part of the woods that felt different, darker, more silent. The path was obscured by creeping vines, and the air was thick with an unsettling stillness. Lyra clutched the orb, its light flickering uncertainly. "We must be close to the heart of the forest," she said, her voice steady despite the unease that crept over her. "The orb will guide us." Finn nodded, his trust in Lyra unwavering. Together they pressed on, their footsteps soft on the forest floor. As they walked, they spoke of their dreams and fears, their voices weaving a tapestry of courage and companionship. At last, they reached a clearing bathed in the silvery light of the full moon. In the center stood a shimmering pool, its waters perfectly still, reflecting the sky as if it were a mirror. The orb in Lyra's hand pulsed with a gentle warmth, and she knew they had arrived. As they approached the pool, a figure emerged from its depths, a woman with hair like spun silver, her eyes the color of twilight. She was the spirit of the forest, a guardian of its secrets, and keeper of its dreams. "You have come far, brave ones," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "The Orb of Echoes has brought you to the heart of the forest, where all things are possible." Lyra and Finn stood before her, their hearts filled with awe and wonder. "What must we do?" Finn asked, his voice a soft echo in the night. "To truly understand the magic of the forest, you must look within," the spirit replied. "The orb will reveal the truth of your own hearts, the dreams you hold dear, and the paths you must follow." Gazing into the orb, Lyra saw visions of her adventures, her love for the forest, and her friendship with Finn. She saw the strength that lay within her, the courage to face the unknown, and the wisdom to listen to the whispers of the world. Finn, too, looked into the orb and saw his own dreams, of creating and building, of a world where imagination knew no bounds. He saw the joy of companionship and the power of trust and kindness. As they stood by the pool, the spirit of the forest smiled, her presence a benediction. "Remember," she said, "the magic of the forest is not just in the trees and the hidden paths, but in the connections you make and the journeys you undertake. The orb has shown you the way, but it is your hearts that will lead you." With those words, the spirit faded into the moonlight, leaving Lyra and Finn alone in the clearing. They knew they had discovered not just the secrets of the forest, but the magic that lay within themselves and their friendship. Hand in hand, they left the clearing, the orb a comforting weight in Lyra's pocket. The path home was illuminated by the glow of the moon, and the forest around them was alive with the gentle hum of life. As they emerged from the woods and returned to their village, they carried with them the lessons of the forest, the importance of listening, of understanding, and of cherishing the bonds that connect us all. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Lyra and Finn continued to explore the wonders of the world, their friendship a beacon of light, and their hearts forever entwined with the magic of the moonlit glen. Story 43. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She loved nothing more than exploring the woods and meadows around her home, her bright eyes always searching for hidden treasures amidst the trees and wildflowers. One crisp autumn day, as Lily was skipping along the well-trodden path, she noticed a glimmer of light peeking out from beneath a pile of fallen leaves. Curiosity piqued, she brushed aside the foliage to reveal a most peculiar sight, a simple wooden pencil, but one that seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly glow. As Lily reached out to pick it up, the pencil hummed with energy and a warm tingle spread through her fingertips. In that instant, she knew this was no ordinary writing implement. It possessed a magic all its own. From that day forward, whatever Lily drew or wrote with her enchanted pencil sprang to life before her very eyes. Doodles of butterflies took flight from the page, fluttering around her head. Sketches of fluffy clouds formed wispy shapes that drifted across the ceiling. Even the simplest of stick figures would wiggle and dance, much to Lily's delight. News of the magical pencil soon spread, and before long Lily found herself surrounded by a trio of newfound friends, each one eager to witness the wondrous creations. There was Finley, a mischievous young boy with a twinkle in his eye and a penchant for adventure. Hazel, a gentle soul with a heart as warm as her flowing auburn locks. And last but not least, Rupert, a wise old owl who had seen more than his fair share of enchantments during his long life in the forest. Together, the four companions embarked on a journey of imagination, using Lily's pencil to bring their wildest dreams to life. They explored fantastical realms, met talking animals, and even conjured up a magnificent castle complete with towering turrets and a grand ballroom. However, as their adventures grew more elaborate, they soon faced a daunting challenge. A wicked sorcerer, bitter and jealous of Lily's power, sought to steal the magical pencil for his own nefarious purposes. With his dark magic, he summoned a fearsome beast, a towering, snarling creature with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws. As the beast advanced, swiping and snapping, Lily and her friends realized that brute force would not be enough to defeat such a foe. It was then that wise old Rupert spoke up, his feathery brow furrowed in contemplation. "My dear friends," he hooted, "true magic does not come from strength or cunning, but from the power of kindness and understanding." With those words, Lily understood what she had to do. Gripping her pencil tightly, she began to draw, not a weapon or a shield, but a warm, radiant sun. As the sun's rays spilled forth from her pencil's tip, they bathed the snarling beast in a golden glow, and slowly its anger melted away. The once fearsome creature blinked its eyes, now gentle and curious, and let out a contented purr. The sorcerer, his hatred dissolved by the warmth of Lily's creation, sheepishly retreated, his dark magic no match for the power of kindness. From that day on, Lily and her friends continued their adventures, using the magic of the pencil to spread joy and wonder wherever they went. They learned that true magic came not from wielding power over others, but from opening one's heart to the beauty and possibilities that surrounded them. And as the years passed, Lily never lost her sense of childlike wonder, for she knew that in a world where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, the greatest magic of all lay in the power of imagination, friendship, and love. Story 44. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a curious soul named Finn. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes like the clearest sky, Finn was known for his spirit of adventure and a heart full of wonder. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow across the landscape, Finn would sit by the old stone bridge that arched over the babbling brook, dreaming of the world beyond the familiar fields and forests. One evening, as the twilight deepened and fireflies began their gentle dance, Finn noticed a path he had never seen before. It was a narrow trail, winding away from the brook, bordered by wildflowers that seemed to shimmer in the fading light. Driven by an unquenchable curiosity, Finn decided to follow it. The path led Finn through a grove where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, and above, the sky was a deep indigo, dotted with the first stars of the evening. As he walked, Finn felt a sense of anticipation building within him, as if he were on the cusp of discovering something truly magical. Soon, the grove opened into a glen bathed in silvery moonlight. At the center stood a grand tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. This was no ordinary tree, for its bark was a deep, shimmering blue, and its leaves glowed with a soft, ethereal light. As Finn approached, he noticed a small door set into the trunk, just big enough for him to enter. Though he felt a tremor of uncertainty, his curiosity and excitement were stronger. With a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. To Finn's amazement, the interior of the tree was a vast, spiraling staircase, winding upwards and downwards, disappearing into the darkness. Glowing orbs floated in the air, casting a gentle light and revealing colorful murals on the walls, depicting scenes of adventure and wonder. Finn decided to climb upwards, each step revealing more of the mural's stories. A brave knight befriending a dragon, a sailor navigating a sea of stars, a young girl discovering a hidden kingdom beneath the waves. As he climbed, Finn's heart swelled with a sense of kinship with these figures, all seekers of the unknown like himself. Finally, Finn reached the top of the staircase, where a door of polished wood awaited him. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, he opened it and stepped through. He found himself in a meadow unlike any he had ever seen. The grass was a rich, deep green, and the air was alive with the scent of lavender and mint. In the distance, a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pond, its waters sparkling under the moonlight. But what truly captured Finn's attention were the creatures that gathered around the pond. There were rabbits with wings like butterflies, their fur shimmering in the moonlight, tiny luminescent frogs that sang in melodious harmony, and perched on a nearby rock was a fox with a coat of silver, its eyes wise and knowing. The fox approached Finn with a graceful nod. "Welcome, young traveler," it said in a voice as soft as the evening breeze. "You have ventured far to find this hidden place." "I didn't know such a place existed," Finn replied, his voice filled with awe. The fox's gaze was warm, full of understanding. "Few do. It is a realm for those who seek with courage and an open heart. Here you can learn much about yourself and the world." As Finn spent time in the meadow, he found himself drawn into the gentle rhythm of life there. He learned the songs of the frogs, danced with the winged rabbits, and shared stories with the wise fox. Each day brought new discoveries, small challenges that tested his patience and ingenuity, but also moments of profound beauty and peace. Through these experiences, Finn realized that the true magic of his journey was not just the wondrous sights and creatures he encountered, but the courage he found within himself to embrace the unknown and the friendships he formed along the way. When the time came for Finn to return to Willowbrook, he did so with a heart full of gratitude and a spirit forever changed. He knew that the path to the magical meadow would always be there, waiting for him whenever he needed to remember the lessons of courage and exploration. As Finn crossed the old stone bridge back to his village, the stars twinkling above like a celestial choir, he felt a warm, comforting presence within him. The knowledge that he was part of a greater world full of endless possibilities. And so, each night, as he lay in bed, the crackling fire casting gentle shadows on the walls, Finn would close his eyes and journey once more in his dreams, to the enchanted meadow where the moonlit creatures danced, and the world was filled with wonder. Story 45. In a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and the shimmering waters of a moonlit lake, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. She was known throughout the village for her warm heart and gentle ways. Leora loved tending to her garden, where blossoms of every hue danced in the breeze, a kaleidoscope of nature's finest colors. Yet, beneath her serene exterior, Leora harbored a quiet struggle. Change, she felt, was a daunting shadow that loomed over her peaceful life. The very idea of it sent ripples of unease through her being, for she had always found solace in the familiar rhythm of her days. One particularly brisk autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Leora sat by her garden, watching the leaves tumble and twirl, caught in the gentle embrace of the wind. Her heart felt heavy, like the clouds that gathered on the horizon, threatening to spill their tears. As she pondered, a soft, melodic voice broke the stillness. "Why do you sigh so deeply, dear Leora?" asked a figure stepping from the shadows. It was the village's wise old storyteller, Marek, whose eyes twinkled like stars against the twilight. "It's the change I fear, Marek," Leora confessed. "The world shifts around me, and I feel lost within its currents." Marek nodded knowingly, his presence as comforting as the embrace of a favorite blanket. "Ah, but change is but a dance, a partner in the grand waltz of life," he replied. "Perhaps, my dear, you need a little magic to find your steps." With that, Marek gifted Leora a small, unassuming seed, no larger than a pearl. "Plant this in your garden," he instructed. "It will help you see the wondrous potential within." Curiosity piqued. Leora planted the seed in a patch of rich, dark earth. Days turned into weeks, and she tended to it with care, whispering her hopes and dreams to the soil. To her astonishment, the seed sprouted into a magnificent vine, its tendrils weaving a canopy of shimmering leaves that seemed to whisper secrets of the universe when the wind caressed them. One morning, as the sun's golden fingers stretched across the land, Leora noticed something extraordinary. The vine had produced a single, exquisite flower, its petals a brilliant azure, as if they had captured the sky itself. Drawn to its beauty, Leora leaned in, inhaling deeply. As the scent enveloped her, a wave of warmth and clarity washed over her. In that moment, Leora felt a shift within her, as if the flower had unlocked a part of her soul she had long kept hidden. She realized that change was not a foe to be feared, but a friend to be embraced. With every transformation, there was an opportunity to grow, to discover new facets of herself she had never known. Encouraged by her newfound perspective, Leora decided to share her journey with others. She invited her closest friends, the compassionate baker Amelia and the thoughtful carpenter Tomas, to her garden. As they sat beneath the vine's enchanting canopy, Leora recounted her tale, the flower's magic, and the wisdom she had gained. Amelia, with flower-dusted hands, nodded in understanding. "Change is like kneading dough," she mused. "It can be sticky and uncertain, but with patience and trust, it becomes something wonderful." Tomas added, his voice as steady as the oak he worked with, "And like my carvings, change shapes us, revealing the beauty within the grain." Together they laughed and shared stories, their friendship a tapestry woven from threads of kindness and support. Leora realized that she was not alone in her journey. Her friends were like stars in her sky, guiding her through the dark nights. As seasons passed, the village too began to change. Inspired by Leora's courage, others embraced their own transformations. The village blossomed with new ideas and ventures, gardens flourished with vibrant colors, and the air hummed with the harmonious symphony of growth and renewal. Leora's garden became a haven for those seeking solace and inspiration. The magical vine continued to thrive, its blossoms a testament to the power of embracing change and the beauty of personal discovery. On quiet evenings, Leora would gaze at the vine, its azure flowers swaying gently under the silver moonlight, and feel a serene contentment settle within her heart. She understood now that life was a wondrous journey, a tapestry of moments woven together by the threads of change. And so, with each passing day, Leora danced with change, her steps guided by the lessons of the magical vine, her heart alight with the joy of discovery. In the gentle embrace of her garden, she found not only herself, but also the profound beauty of a life transformed by acceptance and love. Story 46. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gemstones on a velvet expanse, there existed a cluster of planets known as the Harmony Quadrant. It was here that beings of all kinds lived, each planet nurturing unique ecosystems and civilizations. Among them was the lush and verdant world of Luminara, where gentle light danced through emerald leaves, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flora. On Luminara, a young Luminaran named Lyra, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight, had always been fascinated by the stars beyond her world. Her people were known for their deep connection to nature and their ability to weave light into physical forms, crafting delicate sculptures and vibrant tapestries that told stories of their ancestors. Lyra spent her days exploring the vibrant forests and meadows, her heart yearning for adventure and discovery. She often gazed up at the sky, dreaming of the worlds that lay beyond her own. It was during one of these stargazing evenings that she noticed a peculiar flicker of light among the constellations, a light that seemed to move with purpose. Curiosity piqued. Lyra ventured into the heart of the forest where the light appeared to be descending. There, amid the soft glow of bioluminescent flowers, she found a small, metallic craft resting gently in a clearing. As she approached, a hatch opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped a creature unlike any she had ever seen. The creature was a Zyran from the arid planet of Zyra, a place of red sands and towering rock formations. His name was Kale, and his skin was a deep, earthy brown, textured like the bark of ancient trees. Zyrans were known for their resilience and strength, traits honed by the harsh desert environment of their home. Kale had embarked on a journey across the stars to study the varied ecosystems of the Harmony Quadrant. His latest venture, however, had gone awry, leaving him stranded on Luminara with a damaged navigation system. He was as surprised to see Lyra as she was to see him, and the two stood in cautious silence, studying one another beneath the canopy of stars. Lyra, her innate kindness overcoming her initial apprehension, offered a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "You look like you could use some help." Kale nodded, grateful but wary. "I am in need of assistance," he admitted, his voice carrying the deep timbre of distant thunder. He explained his predicament, and Lyra, eager to aid him, promised to help repair his craft. In the days that followed, Lyra and Kale worked side by side, their initial mistrust giving way to a tentative friendship. Lyra showed Kale the wonders of her world, the cascading waterfalls that sang with crystal clarity, the fields of flowers that swayed like a living ocean. In return, Kale shared tales of his travels, painting vivid pictures of the fiery sunsets on Zyra and the majestic dunes that whispered secrets to the wind. Despite their growing bond, misunderstandings were inevitable. Kale, used to the harsh directness of his own people, sometimes spoke bluntly, unwittingly offending Lyra with his words. Lyra, in turn, was puzzled by Kale's need for solitude, misinterpreting it as a lack of interest in their friendship. One evening, as they sat by a gently crackling fire beneath the starlit sky, Lyra expressed her feelings. "I don't understand why you sometimes pull away," she confessed, her eyes reflecting the flickering flames. "Have I done something to upset you?" Kale paused, gathering his thoughts. "On Zyra, solitude is a form of respect," he explained gently. "It is a time for reflection and renewal. I did not mean to distance myself from you." Understanding dawned on Lyra, and she nodded, a smile tugging at her lips. "I see. We Luminarians often seek connection, but I can appreciate the beauty of solitude as well." This exchange marked a turning point in their relationship, deepening their understanding and respect for each other's differences. In the days that followed, they faced several challenges together. Repairing the navigation system required materials found deep within the forest, and the journey to retrieve them was fraught with obstacles. One such obstacle was a sudden storm that swept across the land, turning the tranquil forest into a maze of swirling winds and stinging rain. As they sought shelter beneath a large protective tree, Kale shielded Lyra with his broad form, his presence a steady comfort amid the chaos. In that moment, Lyra realized the depth of their friendship, how their differences had become strengths, and how they had come to rely on each other. "Thank you, Kale," she said softly, her voice nearly lost in the howl of the wind, "for being here." Kale looked down at her, his eyes warm with understanding. "Thank you, Lyra, for showing me the beauty of your world and the strength of your kindness." When the storm passed, the forest was renewed, leaves glistening with droplets that caught the light like diamonds. Together they completed the repairs, and it was time for Kale to return to his home among the stars. As they stood by the now repaired craft, Lyra felt a pang of sadness, but also a deep sense of gratitude. "Will you come back someday?" she asked, her voice hopeful. Kale smiled, a promise in his eyes. "I will return, my friend, for there are many more stories to share and adventures to be had." With that, Kale's craft rose into the sky, disappearing among the stars, leaving behind a trail of light that shimmered like a promise. Lyra watched until the sky was once again a tapestry of twinkling stars, knowing that she had found a friend in the most unlikely of companions. And so, in the heart of the Harmony Quadrant, a Luminaran and a Zyran discovered the true meaning of friendship. a bond forged through shared challenges, mutual respect, and an understanding that transcended the vastness of space. Story 47. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and serene meadows, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with the simple joys of nature, chasing butterflies, weaving daisy chains, and listening to the soft whispers of the wind as it danced through the tall grass. But as the sun would set, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila would gaze beyond the horizon, her heart yearning for something more, a world unknown, a place filled with wonder and magic. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle like tiny lanterns in the velvet sky, Lila's grandmother gathered her close by the warmth of the fireplace. "There is a place," her grandmother began, her voice soft and melodic, "a hidden realm known as the Whispering Woods. It lies beyond the hills where few have ventured. They say it's a place where the trees tell stories and the rivers sing." Lila listened, her eyes wide with awe, a spark of curiosity igniting within her. That night, as she lay in bed, a gentle breeze fluttered through her window, carrying with it the sweet scent of honeysuckle and a whispering invitation. "Come," it seemed to say, "discover the magic that awaits." With the first light of dawn, Lila set off on her adventure. The path was lined with dew-kissed grass, and the air was filled with the cheerful chorus of birds awakening to a new day. As she walked, the familiar sights of her village gradually gave way to a landscape she had never seen before. Trees with leaves like shimmering emeralds, and flowers that glowed softly in shades of violet and gold. The Whispering Woods stood before her, a tapestry of green and light, mysterious yet welcoming. As she stepped into the forest, the ground beneath her feet felt alive, pulsing gently like a heartbeat, and the air was imbued with a sense of ancient secrets waiting to be discovered. Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by a melody that seemed to float on the breeze. She soon found herself at the edge of a crystal-clear pond, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. There, perched on a lily pad, was a frog unlike any she had seen. It was adorned with tiny sparkling gems that glistened in the sun. "Hello, dear traveler," the frog croaked in a voice that was both gentle and wise. "Welcome to the Whispering Woods. I am Sir Croak, guardian of this pond. What brings you to our enchanted realm?" Lila, surprised yet delighted by the talking frog, replied, "I seek the wonders of this place, the magic that whispers through the trees." Sir Croak nodded, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "Ah, the spirit of adventure. It takes courage to step into the unknown. Follow your heart, and you shall find what you seek." With Sir Croak's blessing, Lila continued her journey, her heart light and her spirit buoyed by the frog's words. As she walked, she encountered a variety of whimsical creatures, a family of rabbits with fur as soft as clouds, who offered her a feast of wild berries, and a wise old owl who shared stories of the forest's history, each tale woven with threads of starlight. The deeper Lila ventured, the more she felt the forest embracing her, each step revealing a new layer of its enchantment. She marveled at the trees that hummed with the songs of ages past, and the flowers that seemed to dance in the gentle breeze, their petals whispering secrets of the earth. But as the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the ground, Lila realized she had wandered far from where she began. A gentle worry crept in, but she remembered Sir Croak's words and the kindness of the creatures she had met. Her heart, though small, was brave, and she knew she was not alone. Just then, a soft glow caught her eye. It was a path of tiny, luminescent stones leading her deeper into the woods. With a deep breath and a heart full of hope, Lila followed the glowing path, which wound its way through the trees like a ribbon of light. The path led her to a clearing where the air was filled with the sweet scent of jasmine. In the center of the clearing stood a majestic tree, its trunk wide and strong, its branches reaching towards the heavens as if embracing the stars. From its branches hung delicate lanterns, their light casting a gentle glow that illuminated the clearing in a warm, welcoming embrace. Gathered around the tree were the creatures of the Whispering Woods, rabbits, owls, foxes with bushy tails, and even Sir Croak, who sat proudly on a mossy stone. They greeted Lila with smiles and nods, their eyes sparkling with warmth and friendship. "Welcome, Lila," said a voice from above. A small, radiant figure fluttered down from the branches, a fairy, her wings shimmering like the surface of a sunlit pond. "I am Eliana, keeper of the Whispering Woods. We have watched your journey with delight." Lila could hardly believe her eyes. "It's all so beautiful," she whispered, her heart swelling with joy. "Thank you for welcoming me." Eliana smiled gently. "You have shown courage and kindness, and in doing so, you have become part of our forest. Remember, Lila, the magic of the world lies not just in the places you discover, but in the heart with which you journey." As the lanterns swayed gently in the evening breeze, the creatures of the forest began to sing, a melody that wove through the trees like a silken thread, a song of unity and peace that resonated deep within Lila's soul. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Lila danced with the creatures of the Whispering Woods, her spirit soaring on wings of newfound friendship and courage. She felt the embrace of the forest around her, the warmth of its magic seeping into her very being. When the night grew late and the stars burned bright, Lila bid farewell to her new friends, promising to return one day to the enchanted realm she had come to cherish. As she made her way back home, the path now familiar and welcoming, she carried with her the lessons of the forest, a heart open to wonder, the courage to explore, and the warmth of friendship. And as she tucked herself into bed, the gentle glow of the lanterns still dancing in her mind, Lila knew that her journey had only just begun. For beyond the hills, where the Whispering Woods whispered their secrets, lay a world filled with magic, waiting to be embraced. And somewhere, in the heart of that world, was a girl named Lila, whose courage and kindness would always light the way. Story 48. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, where the cobblestone streets wound like ribbons through fields of wildflowers, there lived a thoughtful young boy named Finian. Finian had a curious heart and a mind that loved to wander through the mysteries of the world. His days were often spent in the village library, a place that smelled of old paper and carried the whispers of countless tales. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced outside the window, Finian discovered an old, dusty book tucked away on the highest shelf. Its cover was worn, and the title had long faded, but something about it called to him. With careful hands, he opened the book and found, nestled within its pages, a small, delicate feather. It shimmered with a soft, pearlescent glow, unlike any feather Finian had ever seen before. As he touched the feather, a gentle warmth spread through his fingertips, and a quiet voice, like a breeze rustling through leaves, whispered, "I am the feather of whimsy, and I hold the power of wonder." Intrigued and a little awestruck, Finian tucked the feather into his pocket and decided to share his discovery with his dearest friend, Lila. Lila was a bright and spirited girl with a smile that could light up the gloomiest days. Together, they set off to explore the mystery of the magical feather, their footsteps crunching through the carpet of leaves beneath the towering oaks. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Mrs. Wren, the village's wise herbalist. Her home was filled with the comforting scents of dried lavender and rosemary, and the gentle clucking of hens could be heard from the garden. Mrs. Wren, with her silver hair pinned into a neat bun, welcomed them with a steaming cup of chamomile tea. As they settled into her snug sitting room, Finian showed her the feather. Mrs. Wren peered at it over her spectacles, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Ah, the feather of whimsy," she murmured, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "It is said to reveal hidden truths and guide those who seek it on a journey of the heart." Enchanted by the promise of adventure, Finian and Lila thanked Mrs. Wren and set off once more, wondering what truths the feather might unveil. As they wandered through the village, they encountered Mr. Bramble, the kindly cobbler with a penchant for storytelling. His shop was a treasure trove of leather and laces, and the rhythmic tap-tap of his tools was a comforting sound. Mr. Bramble listened intently to their tale, his eyes crinkling into a smile. "Truths are not always what they seem, young ones," he said, handing them a pair of sturdy boots. "The journey you embark upon may change you in ways you do not yet understand." With the boots snug on their feet, the children ventured beyond the village, following a path that led through the Whispering Woods. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows and light. Along the path, they met a merry band of woodland creatures, led by a wise old fox named Reynard. His fur was a rich auburn, and his eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom. Renard, with his gentle wit, became an invaluable guide. He taught them to listen to the quiet songs of the forest and to see the beauty in every small thing. "The feather will reveal its magic when your heart is open to its wonder," he advised, his voice as soft as a sigh. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the air grew cool and the light dimmed, but their spirits remained bright. They faced challenges that tested their patience and understanding, riddles woven into the fabric of nature, lessons in humility and friendship. Through it all, the feather glowed softly, a beacon of hope and possibility. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finian and Lila found themselves at the edge of a serene lake. The surface mirrored the sky, creating a perfect reflection of the world above. It was here, in the tranquil stillness, that the feather finally revealed its secret. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the soft notes of a melody. The feather rose from Finian's hand, spinning gracefully in the air. In its dance, it painted pictures of their journey, each encounter, each lesson, a brushstroke on the canvas of their adventure. As the images faded, the feather drifted down, settling once more in Finian's palm, and with it came a sense of profound peace. The journey had transformed them, not through grand gestures or mighty deeds, but through the quiet wisdom of nature and the bonds of friendship. They had learned to see the world not just with their eyes, but with their hearts, and in doing so, discovered the magic that lay within themselves. With newfound understanding, Finian and Lila returned to Willowbrook, their hearts light with joy and their minds alight with dreams. The feather, a simple yet extraordinary token, found its place atop the old bookshelf in the library, ready to inspire the next seeker of wonder. And so, as the village fell into a gentle slumber beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, Finian and Lila knew that though their journey had ended, the adventure of life, with all its mysteries and marvels, had only just begun. And in their hearts, they carried the whisper of the feather of whimsy, a reminder that magic is everywhere, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. Story 49. In a small village nestled between the emerald hills and the sparkling blue sea, there was a place known as Jolly Hollow. The village was famous for its annual festival, the Whimsy Parade, where townsfolk showcased their most unusual talents and quirks. The air in Jolly Hollow was always filled with the scent of wildflowers and the sound of gentle laughter. It was here, in this delightfully peculiar setting, that our story unfolds. Among the many delightful inhabitants of Jolly Hollow was a lovable inventor named Tinker Tumble. Tinker was known for his wild hair that seemed to have a mind of its own, often sticking out in every direction as if he had just been caught in a playful breeze. His twinkling eyes were always filled with the spark of a new idea, and his workshop was a veritable labyrinth of curious contraptions and whimsical inventions. Tinker's greatest creation, however, was his collection of enchanted bubbles. These weren't ordinary bubbles, mind you. Each one was infused with a hint of magic, allowing them to carry a melody, a fragrance, or even a tiny piece of laughter caught from the air. The townsfolk adored these bubbles, especially during the Whimsy Parade, where they filled the sky with a symphony of colors and sounds. One sunny morning, as the village prepared for the festival, a peculiar problem arose. Tinker had been working on his latest invention, the Bubble Boogie, a machine designed to create bubbles that danced in rhythm to music. But something had gone awry. Instead of dancing gracefully, the bubbles began to pop in midair, releasing nothing but a loud comical honk that startled the chickens and sent the village cats scrambling for cover. Concerned, Tinker studied his Bubble Boogie closely. He scratched his head, causing his hair to stand even more on end, and muttered to himself, "Well, this won't do at all. We can't have honking bubbles at the parade." Just then, a fluttering of wings announced the arrival of Pip, the village's cheekiest sparrow. Pip had a penchant for collecting shiny things and often shared his finds with Tinker, hoping to be rewarded with a piece of biscuit in return. Today, however, Pip was more interested in the curious noises emanating from the workshop. "Pip, you rascal," Tinker greeted with a chuckle, offering a crumb to the little bird. "Perhaps you can help me figure out what's gone wrong with these bubbles." Pip chirped enthusiastically, flitting around the room as if inspecting each and every gadget. Inspired by the sparrow's energy, Tinker decided to take a different approach. He needed to think outside the bubble, so to speak. That's when an idea began to form. He remembered his friend, Lila Lou, a talented musician who lived at the edge of the village. Lila had a knack for turning everyday sounds into harmonious melodies. If anyone could help harmonize the bubbles, it was Lila. Leaving his workshop, Tinker strolled down the cobblestone path toward Lila's home. The sun warmed his back, and he could hear the distant hum of the villagers setting up stalls and decorations for the parade. Along the way, he passed by Old Man Willow, a wise but slightly forgetful elder who was known for his stories filled with fanciful creatures and mythical lands. "Off to save the day, are you, Tinker?" Old Man Willow called out as he tended to his garden of singing daisies, flowers that hummed gentle tunes in the afternoon sun. "Trying to, Old Man Willow," Tinker replied with a grin. "My bubbles have gone all honky. I'm hoping Lila can lend a tune." Upon reaching Lila's cottage, he found her sitting on her porch, strumming a lute and singing to the breeze. Her music was like the sound of a babbling brook, soothing and sweet. Lila's hair was a cascade of golden curls, and she wore a dress adorned with tiny bells that jingled with each movement. "Lila, I need your help," Tinker said, explaining his bubble predicament. With a thoughtful nod, Lila stood and beckoned Tinker inside. Her cottage was filled with musical instruments from all over the world, drums, flutes, and even a peculiar instrument that looked like a cross between a violin and a harp. "Let's see if we can't find the right tune to calm those bubbles," Lila said with a smile. Together, they worked through the afternoon, experimenting with different melodies and rhythms. Lila played her lute while Tinker adjusted the bubble boogie, trying to capture just the right harmony to enchant the bubbles. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the village, they finally hit upon the perfect melody. The bubbles began to float gracefully, swirling and twirling in time with the music, their surfaces shimmering with iridescent hues. Instead of honking, they released the softest notes, like the whispering of the wind through the trees. "That's it!" Tinker exclaimed, his eyes alight with joy. "The bubbles are dancing!" Pip, who had been watching from the windowsill, chirped in approval, and Lila laughed, her bells jingling merrily. "I knew we'd find a way," she said. The next day, as the whimsy parade began, the villagers gathered in the town square, filled with excitement and anticipation. The air was alive with the scent of fresh-baked pastries and the cheerful chatter of friends and family. Tinker and Lila stood at the front of the parade, ready to unveil their creation. As the music began to play, the bubble boogie whirred to life, sending bubbles soaring into the sky. Each one floated and danced, their movements synchronized with the enchanting melody, creating a dazzling display of color and sound. The villagers watched in awe, their faces alight with wonder and delight. Children chased the bubbles through the square, their laughter mingling with the music, while even the village cats paused to gaze up at the mesmerizing spectacle. Old Man Willow, leaning on his cane, chuckled with delight. "Ah, Tinker, you've done it again, my boy," he said, nodding in approval. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, the bubbles continued to dance, casting a magical glow over Jolly Hollow. The parade was a resounding success, filled with joy, laughter, and a touch of whimsy that lingered long after the last bubble had popped. In the end, Tinker realized that sometimes the most unexpected problems lead to the most delightful solutions, especially when friends come together to lend a hand or a tune. And in the cozy village of Jolly Hollow, where magic was always just a heartbeat away, the spirit of friendship and creativity ensured that every day was filled with light and laughter. And so, with hearts full of joy and heads full of dreams, the villagers of Jolly Hollow drifted off to sleep, knowing that in their whimsical world, anything was possible. Story 50. In a quiet village nestled between emerald hills and silver streams, there stood a cottage with a garden that seemed to breathe with life. This garden was unlike any other, for it was said to be the dwelling place of magic itself. Its blossoms glowed softly under the moonlight, and the air was often filled with a symphony of rustling leaves and whispering winds. In this enchanting locale lived an elderly woman named Mabel, who was known throughout the village as the kindest soul one could hope to meet. Her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many years, and her touch was gentle as the summer breeze. Mabel had a secret, though, one she shared only with those who truly needed it. Hidden among her vibrant plants was a peculiar mirror, no larger than a hand, framed in vines that never wilted. This mirror, she called the looking glass of wishes, had the power to reveal one's deepest desires and guide them towards fulfillment. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of amber and violet, a young boy named Finn wandered into Mabel's garden. Finn was a curious lad, brimming with questions and an unyielding sense of wonder. He was known in his village for his inquisitive nature and a heart as open as the sky itself. But lately, Finn had been troubled by dreams that left him restless, dreams that whispered of a world beyond his own, filled with mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Mabel found Finn standing before the mirror, his reflection blending with the twilight shadows. "Ah, young Finn," she greeted him warmly, her voice as soothing as honeyed tea. "What brings you to this enchanted corner of the world?" Finn turned, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and uncertainty. I don't know," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "I've been having these dreams, you see, dreams of a hidden world and a path I must follow. I was hoping to find some answers." Mabel nodded knowingly, her gaze softening. "Come, sit with me." She gestured to a wooden bench entwined with blooming jasmine. As Finn settled beside her, Mabel reached for the mirror, holding it delicately in her hands. "This mirror," she explained, "has the power to show you the desires you hold deep within. It may guide you towards the path you seek." Finn hesitated for a moment, then nodded, curiosity sparking in his eyes. Mabel handed him the mirror, and as he peered into its depths, the world around them seemed to fade away, leaving only the gentle whisper of the wind and the distant song of crickets. In the mirror, a vision began to take shape. Finn saw himself standing at the edge of a great forest, its trees towering like ancient sentinels. The forest seemed to pulse with a life of its own, and a path, dappled in sunlight and shadow, wound its way deeper into the heart of the woods. Beyond, he caught glimpses of shimmering waterfalls and creatures that flitted between the trees, creatures he had only ever read about in tales of old. As the vision faded, Finn lowered the mirror, his heart racing with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "It showed me a forest," he said, his voice tinged with wonder. "A path I'm meant to follow, but I don't know where it leads or what I will find." Mabel smiled gently, her eyes reflecting the wisdom of countless journeys. "Sometimes the path itself is the destination," she said softly. "What you seek may not be a place, but an understanding, a change within yourself. The journey will teach you more than any destination ever could." Finn nodded, feeling a warmth bloom within him, a sense of purpose that had been absent before. "Thank you, Mabel," he said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I think I understand. I must follow the path and see where it leads." The next morning, with the first rays of dawn painting the world in gold, Finn set out towards the forest he had seen in the mirror. The village, still wrapped in the gentle embrace of sleep, lay quiet behind him as he walked along the familiar paths that soon gave way to the untamed beauty of the woods. The forest welcomed him with open arms, the air fragrant with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor. As Finn ventured deeper, he felt a sense of belonging, as if the forest recognized him and had been waiting for his arrival. The path was not always easy to follow. It twisted and turned, sometimes narrowing to little more than a whisper of a trail, other times branching in unexpected directions. But Finn's heart guided him, and he walked with a determination that surprised even himself. On the second day of his journey, Finn encountered a peculiar sight. A small, delicate creature, no larger than a sparrow, lay tangled in a thorny bush, its wings shimmering with iridescent colors. Its eyes, bright and intelligent, met his, and Finn felt a pang of empathy. "Don't worry, little one," Finn said gently, kneeling beside the creature. "I'll help you." With careful hands, he worked to free it from the thorns, mindful not to cause further harm. Once free, the creature hovered before him, its wings a blur of color. "Thank you," it chirped, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this forest. You have shown great kindness, and I am in your debt. Finn blinked in surprise, not expecting the creature to speak. I'm Finn, he replied, a smile spreading across his face. I'm on a journey to find something. I'm not quite sure what yet. Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. The forest has felt your presence, Finn. It knows you seek something beyond your grasp. Perhaps I can help you on your journey. There are many wonders and dangers within these woods, and a guide might be of use. Grateful for the unexpected companionship, Finn agreed, and together they continued along the path. With Lyra by his side, Finn discovered hidden nooks and crannies of the forest, places of breathtaking beauty and profound mystery. They shared stories, laughter, and a growing friendship that warmed their hearts. As days turned into weeks, Finn learned much from the forest and its inhabitants. He encountered creatures of legend and witnessed sights that filled him with awe. He learned to listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the streams, and in doing so began to understand the language of the world around him. Yet, despite the wonders he beheld, a lingering question remained in Finn's mind. What was the purpose of his journey? What truth was he meant to uncover? One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the forest in a gentle twilight, Finn and Lyra came upon a clearing. In its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching towards the sky like a great cathedral. The air around the tree shimmered with a subtle energy, and Finn felt drawn to it. This is the heart of the forest, Lyra explained, her voice reverent. It is said to hold the wisdom of ages, the stories of all who have walked these woods. Perhaps here you will find the answers you seek. Finn approached the tree, his heart filled with a mix of anticipation and serenity. He placed his hand on its rough bark, feeling the pulse of life beneath. As he closed his eyes, a vision unfolded before him. He saw himself, not as a boy on a quest, but as a part of the world around him. He saw the interconnectedness of all things, the trees, the creatures, the very earth beneath his feet. He realized that his journey was not about finding a destination, but understanding his place in the world. With this newfound understanding, Finn felt a sense of peace wash over him. He opened his eyes, meeting Lyra's gaze, and smiled. I think I understand now, he said softly. I've been searching for something outside of myself, but the journey was about finding what was within me all along. Lyra nodded, her eyes shining with pride. You have grown much, Finn. The forest is grateful for your presence, and so am I. With a heart full of gratitude, Finn knew it was time to return home. The path through the forest, once filled with uncertainty, now felt like an old friend, guiding him back towards the village. When Finn emerged from the woods, he found the village bathed in the gentle light of a new dawn. The familiar sights and sounds welcomed him, but he saw them with new eyes. He understood now that the world was a tapestry of stories, and his own was but one thread among many. As he stood at the edge of the village, Finn felt a comforting presence beside him. Lyra, though invisible to others, would always be with him, a reminder of the journey they had shared and the lessons learned. With a smile, Finn stepped forward, ready to embrace the world with open arms and a heart full of understanding. His journey had changed him, not in the ways he expected, but in ways that mattered most. And so, in the peaceful village nestled between hills and streams, life continued its gentle rhythm, enriched by the tales of those who dared to seek, to journey, and to discover the magic within themselves. Story 51. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the gentle murmur of the river Lumina, there lived a young girl named Anwen. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to drift lazily, where the scent of fresh bread mingled with the fragrance of wildflowers, and where every sunrise painted the sky with hues of gold and pink. Anwen had always been a curious soul, her heart filled with dreams of adventure and discovery. She often spent her days exploring the meandering paths of the forest that bordered her village, her faithful companion, a sprightly squirrel named Tansy, always scampering by her side. Together, they would uncover hidden nooks and secret glades, each more enchanting than the last. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced upon the breeze and the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the land, Anwen and Tansy stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. Nestled within the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dappled light. With a sense of wonder tingling in her fingertips, Anwen carefully lifted the lid. Inside lay a delicate silver key, glinting as if it held the light of 1,000 stars. Alongside it, an old parchment, its edges yellowed with age, bore a simple line of script: "The key to what you seek lies within." Intrigued and a little bewildered, Anwen took the key and parchment home, her mind alight with possibilities. As darkness settled over Willowbrook, she sat by the hearth, the fire's warmth wrapping around her like a comforting cloak. Tansy curled up beside her, his tiny chest rising and falling in a gentle rhythm. The next morning, with a heart full of anticipation, Anwen set out to discover the secret of the mysterious key. Her first stop was the cozy cottage of old Mr. Bramble, the village's wise and kindly librarian. His home was a treasure trove of knowledge, with books stacked to the ceiling and the air filled with the comforting scent of aged paper and ink. "Ah, Anwen," Mr. Bramble greeted her with a twinkle in his eye. "What brings you here today, my dear?" Anwen showed him the key and the parchment, explaining her discovery. Mr. Bramble adjusted his spectacles and examined them closely. "This, my child, is no ordinary key. It is said that it can unlock the heart's deepest desires, but only if one truly knows what they seek." With this cryptic guidance, Anwen realized that her journey was not just about finding what the key could open, but understanding her own heart's desires. She thanked Mr. Bramble and continued on her way, pondering his words. As days turned into weeks, Anwen embarked on a journey of introspection. She wandered the familiar paths of Willowbrook with fresh eyes, seeking not just the tangible, but the intangible, the dreams and hopes that whispered quietly within her. One afternoon, while walking by the river, she encountered a gentle, elderly woman named Ira, known for her wisdom and her garden of vibrant, talking flowers. Each flower had a personality of its own, sharing riddles and tales with those who would listen. "To seek is noble," Ira told Anwen, as they strolled through her garden, the flowers softly chattering around them. "But sometimes the answer lies not in the seeking, but in the stillness of the soul." Ira's words resonated with Anwen, and she began to spend quiet moments by the river, listening to the water's soothing melody and the whispers of the wind through the reeds. In these moments, she felt a sense of peace and clarity slowly unfold within her. One evening, as the stars twinkled above like a sea of diamonds, Anwen sat by the river, the key clutched in her hand. She realized that what she truly sought was not an object or a place, but a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. She longed for the wisdom to see beauty in the everyday, the courage to embrace life's mysteries, and the kindness to share her journey with others. With this newfound understanding, Anwen felt a warmth spread through her heart, as if the key itself was acknowledging her realization. In that moment, she knew that the magic of the key was not in what it could unlock, but in the journey it had inspired her to take. Returning to Willowbrook, Anwen shared her story with the villagers, who gathered around her with eager ears. Her tale of discovery and wonder, of finding magic in the ordinary and strength in wisdom, touched each heart. The key, she explained, was a reminder that sometimes what we seek is already within us, waiting to be discovered. Anwen's story became a cherished legend in Willowbrook, a gentle reminder of the beauty of life's journey and the power of understanding one's own heart. As for Anwen, she continued to explore, her spirit ever curious, her heart forever open to the wonders of the world. And so in the quiet village of Willowbrook, beneath the starry dome of night and the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Anwen's tale of discovery lived on, a beacon of light and hope for all who dared to dream. Story 52. In a quaint village, nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She was a gentle soul, content to spend her days nibbling on clover and watching the clouds drift by. However, deep within her heart, she felt an aching for something more, a yearning for growth and transformation that she couldn't quite understand. One crisp autumn morning, as Hazel hopped through the golden-leaved forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A small, glowing mushroom had sprouted from the earth, its cap emitting a warm, ethereal light. Curious, Hazel leaned closer, and as she did, the mushroom released a shimmering cloud of spores that danced around her. Suddenly, Hazel felt a strange tingling sensation throughout her body. Before her very eyes, she began to change. Her soft fur grew longer and more lustrous, and her ears stretched gracefully upward. Hazel had transformed into a magnificent hare, her newfound elegance and poise radiating from within. At first, Hazel was frightened by her metamorphosis, but a soothing voice echoed through the forest. "Fear not, dear Hazel," it whispered. "This is but the beginning of your journey toward self-discovery." The voice belonged to Willow, a wise old oak tree whose branches swayed gently in the breeze. "The mushroom's magic has unlocked the potential within you," Willow explained, "but it is up to you to nurture and embrace this change." With Willow's guidance, Hazel embarked on a wondrous adventure, exploring the depths of the forest and encountering challenges that tested her newfound strength and resilience. Along the way, she met a kindly badger named Bramble, who taught her the value of patience and perseverance, and a playful squirrel named Nutkin, whose boundless energy inspired Hazel to embrace her youthful spirit. As the seasons changed, Hazel's transformation deepened. Her leaps grew more powerful, her senses more acute, and her heart more open to the beauty that surrounded her. She learned to navigate the twisting paths of the forest with grace and confidence, and to face obstacles with courage and wisdom. One crisp winter morning, Hazel found herself back at the spot where the glowing mushroom had first appeared. To her surprise, a new mushroom had sprouted, its cap shimmering with a different hue. As Hazel inhaled its spores, she felt a warmth spread through her body, and her form shifted once more. This time, Hazel emerged as a magnificent stag, her antlers reaching proudly toward the sky. She understood now that true growth was not a single event, but an ongoing journey of self-discovery and renewal. With her newfound strength and wisdom, Hazel became a guardian of the forest, guiding and protecting the younger creatures who sought her counsel. She shared the lessons she had learned, the value of patience, resilience, and embracing change, and encouraged them to embark on their own transformative journeys. As the years passed, Hazel's legend grew, and her name became synonymous with the beauty and magic of personal growth. And whenever a young creature felt lost or uncertain, they need only look to the majestic stag in the forest, whose very presence reminded them that within each of us lies the potential for transformation, if only we have the courage to embrace it. Story 53. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Ela. Her home was a small, cozy cottage with walls adorned with ivy and a garden that bloomed with a rainbow of flowers. Ela lived with her grandmother, a wise woman whose stories of old enchanted all who listened. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of pink and orange, Ela would sit by the fireplace, listening to her grandmother's tales of distant lands and magical wonders. It was in these stories that Ela first heard of the Whispering Woods, a place where the trees talked and shadows danced with secrets untold. One crisp autumn morning, Isla awoke to find her grandmother looking wistful by the window, her eyes tracing the path of the falling leaves. "Isla," she began, her voice soft and full of mystery, "there's something I must share with you. It's time you knew about the Mirror of Echoes." The Mirror of Echoes was said to be an ancient artifact hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods. Its magic was unlike any other. It could reveal truths and secrets, showing glimpses of what was and what could be. Many had sought it, but none had ever returned to tell its tale. Isla, her curiosity piqued and heart alight with the spirit of adventure, felt a pull towards the woods she had only ever admired from afar. Her grandmother, sensing Isla's eagerness, gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Remember, dear one, it's not just the mirror that holds power, but also the journey you take to find it." And so, with her grandmother's blessing and a small satchel of provisions, Isla embarked on her journey. The path to the Whispering Woods was lined with trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Isla walked, the crisp air filled her lungs, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, a comforting aroma that wrapped around her like a warm embrace. The woods welcomed Isla with open arms. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds sang sweet melodies, and squirrels darted playfully among the branches. Isla marveled at the vibrant tapestry of life around her, feeling a sense of kinship with the creatures that called this place home. As she ventured deeper, the woods grew denser, and the air became cooler. The path twisted and turned, leading Isla to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood the Tree of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with bark as smooth as silk. Isla approached the tree, her fingers brushing its surface. To her surprise, the tree seemed to hum with a gentle vibration, as if acknowledging her presence. It was here, beneath the boughs of the Tree of Whispers, that Isla met an unexpected friend, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. The fox watched Isla with quiet curiosity, its tail swishing softly against the grass. "Hello there," Isla greeted, her voice gentle and warm. The fox tilted its head as if considering her words, then trotted closer, its movements graceful and assured. Isla knelt down, extending a hand in friendship. The fox sniffed her fingers, then nudged her palm with its nose, accepting her offer. A bond formed between them, a silent understanding that needed no words. Together, Isla and the fox continued their journey, the forest guiding their steps with unseen hands. As they walked, Isla spoke to the fox, sharing stories of her village and the tales her grandmother had spun. The fox listened intently, its eyes never leaving hers, as though it understood every syllable. Days turned into nights, and the forest became a world of shadows and moonlight. The air was cool and crisp, filled with the sounds of nocturnal creatures stirring. Isla found comfort in the presence of the fox, its warmth a steady companion against the chill. One evening, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars, Isla noticed something glimmering in the distance, a faint, silvery light that danced through the trees. Intrigued, she rose to her feet, the fox following close behind. They moved quietly, the forest floor soft beneath their steps, until they reached the source of the light. Before them lay a glistening pond, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the night sky like a tapestry of stars. At the water's edge stood a stone pedestal, and upon it rested the Mirror of Echoes. Isla approached the mirror, her heart pounding with anticipation. Its frame was ornate, carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and change in the moonlight. As she gazed into the mirror, the surface shimmered, and a vision began to unfold. In the depths of the mirror, Isla saw herself standing by her grandmother's side, the two of them laughing and sharing stories by the fireplace. The vision shifted, revealing glimpses of her journey through the woods, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned. Each scene was woven with threads of wisdom and understanding, painting a picture of growth and transformation. As the vision faded, Isla realized that the mirror had shown her the true power of her journey, the strength of her heart, the bonds of friendship, and the wisdom gained through experience. It was a revelation that filled her with peace and gratitude. With newfound clarity, Isla turned to the fox, her eyes shining with understanding. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice a gentle caress on the night air. The fox nodded, its eyes mirroring her own. Together, they began their journey home, the path illuminated by the soft glow of the moon. As they walked, Isla felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her. Upon her return to the village, Isla was greeted with open arms by her grandmother, who listened intently as Isla recounted her adventure. The fire crackled warmly in the hearth, casting a comforting glow around the room. And so, as Isla settled into her chair by the fireplace, her heart full and her spirit at peace, she understood that the true magic of the Mirror of Echoes lay not in the object itself, but in the journey it inspired, a journey of friendship, discovery, and transformation. In the days that followed, Isla shared her story with others, weaving her own tales of wonder and wisdom. The village buzzed with excitement, its people inspired by Isla's adventure and the lessons she had learned along the way. Though Isla's journey through the Whispering Woods had come to an end, its magic lived on in the hearts of those who listened, a gentle reminder that the greatest treasures are often found within. And so, with the fire crackling softly and the stars twinkling above, Isla's story came to a close, a tale of kindness, courage, and the enduring power of friendship, forever etched in the hearts of those who heard it. Story 54. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the whispering woods, where the leaves rustled secrets into the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there lived a young girl named Leora. Leora had hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who was known throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and tales of faraway lands. Their cottage was a cozy haven, with a thatched roof and walls adorned with climbing ivy, where the scent of lavender and chamomile wafted through the air, soothing all who entered. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora would sit by the fireplace, her grandmother's tales spinning around her like a warm blanket. One night, her grandmother told her of a magical object known as the luminous lantern, a lantern that could unveil hidden worlds and illuminate paths to the unknown. This lantern, she said, was rumored to be hidden deep within the whispering woods, guarded by the ancient spirits of the forest. Leora's heart fluttered with curiosity and excitement. The idea of discovering hidden worlds enchanted her, and she longed to see the magical lantern with her own eyes. Her grandmother, sensing this yearning, placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Remember, my dear," she said softly, her voice like the rustle of autumn leaves, "the journey is as important as the destination. The forest has its own wisdom, and those who venture within must listen with not just their ears but their hearts." The following morning, with the sun casting a warm glow over the dew-drenched grass, Leora set off into the whispering woods. She wore a cloak of deep green, blending seamlessly with the foliage, and carried a small satchel filled with bread, cheese, and a flask of nettle tea. Her grandmother had also given her a pendant, a simple piece of amber that glowed faintly whenever danger neared. As Leora stepped beneath the canopy of the ancient trees, she was greeted by a symphony of birdsong and the gentle babble of a brook nearby. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the earthy aroma of moss and pine. She walked along a path dappled with sunlight, her footsteps soft and deliberate, as she marveled at the beauty surrounding her. Hours passed, and the deeper she went, the more the forest seemed to come alive. The whispers of the trees grew louder, and Leora could almost hear them exchanging stories of old. She came to a clearing where the sun shone brightly, illuminating a ring of toadstools. In the center sat a rabbit, its fur a silvery sheen, munching contentedly on a clover. "Hello," Leora greeted softly, as not to startle the creature. "Have you seen a lantern in these woods? One that shines with a magical light?" The rabbit paused its nibbling and twitched its ears thoughtfully. "Ah, the luminous lantern," it replied, its voice surprisingly deep and melodic. "Many seek it, but few find it. The path to the lantern is not marked by signs, but by the heart's intent." With a nod of thanks, Leora continued her journey, pondering the rabbit's words. She wandered deeper into the forest, where the light was dimmer and the air cooler. Shadows danced playfully, and the trees seemed to lean in closer, as though eager to share their secrets. As dusk approached, Leora stumbled upon a small pond. The water was so clear it mirrored the sky, and in its depths she saw not her own reflection, but a different world. It was a world of shimmering lights and ethereal creatures that flitted about like falling stars. Intrigued, she knelt by the pond and whispered, "Is this the hidden world the lantern reveals?" A gentle voice floated up from the water, as soft as a breeze. "This is but a glimpse, a reflection of what lies beyond. To truly see, one must first believe." Leora pondered this as she set up camp by the pond, her heart filled with wonder and anticipation. That night, as she lay beneath the blanket of stars, she dreamed of the hidden world and the mysterious lantern that could unveil it. The next morning, the forest was cloaked in a fine mist, lending an air of mystery to her surroundings. Leora continued her journey, guided by instinct and the soft glow of the pendant around her neck. She trusted the forest to lead her, for she had come to understand that it was not just the lantern she sought, but the wisdom of the woods themselves. As she walked, she encountered a fox with eyes like amber and a coat as red as autumn leaves. The fox regarded her with a curious gaze and said, "You seek the luminous lantern, do you not?" "Yes," Leora replied, smiling at the fox's perceptiveness. "Can you help me find it?" The fox chuckled, a sound like the bubbling of a brook. The forest is a living thing, ever-changing. To find what you seek, you must open your heart to its whispers. Only then will the path be revealed. With a graceful flick of its tail, the fox bounded away, leaving Leora to ponder its cryptic words. She pressed on, her senses attuned to the forest's every murmur. As the sun climbed higher, the mist lifted, revealing a path she had not seen before. The path was narrow and winding, leading her deeper into the heart of the forest. The air grew still, and a sense of anticipation hung in the air. Leora followed the path, feeling the forest guiding her every step. She soon reached a glade bathed in golden light, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves shimmering like emeralds. In the center of the glade stood a pedestal of smooth stone, and upon it rested the luminous lantern. It was a beautiful object, crafted from silver filigree, with a crystal globe that sparkled like the morning dew. As Leora approached, the lantern began to glow with a warm, inviting light. She reached out, her heart swelling with awe, and gently lifted the lantern from its perch. The moment her fingers touched the cool metal, a soft hum resonated through the glade, as if the forest itself was singing a song of welcome. With the lantern in her grasp, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and its hidden world. She realized that the journey had changed her, teaching her to listen with more than just her ears, to see with more than just her eyes. As she turned to leave the glade, she noticed a path leading back to the village, illuminated by the lantern's gentle glow. The journey home was peaceful, the forest embracing her as an old friend. Along the way, she encountered the rabbit and the fox once more, and they walked with her, their presence comforting and reassuring. When Leora finally stepped out of the whispering woods, the sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the village. Her grandmother waited by the garden gate, her eyes twinkling with joy and pride. "You found it," her grandmother said, her voice a melody of happiness. "But more importantly, you found yourself." Leora nodded, understanding now the true purpose of her quest. She had learned to trust her heart, to listen to the wisdom that surrounded her, and to embrace the magic in the world. Together they walked back to their cottage, the lantern lighting their way, a beacon of the hidden wonders that awaited those willing to seek them. That night, as Leora lay in her bed, the lantern casting a soft, soothing light across the room, she felt a deep sense of peace. The journey had ended, but in her heart, she knew that it was only the beginning of many more adventures. And as she drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of the hidden world, where the forest whispered its secrets, and the stars danced with joy in the night sky. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Ayla. Her eyes sparkled with wonder, for she possessed a rare and magical gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and creatures that dwelled in the forest's embrace. From the moment she could toddle, Ayla felt an inexplicable connection to the natural world around her. The rustling leaves whispered secrets only she could decipher, and the birds' melodies conveyed messages of joy and wisdom. Her parents, humble woodcutters, marveled at their daughter's unique talent, encouraging her to embrace the magic that flowed through her veins. One crisp autumn morning, as Ayla wandered through the forest, gathering wildflowers and humming to the chipmunks scurrying about, she stumbled upon an extraordinary sight. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a towering oak tree was a glimmering object, its surface reflecting the dappled sunlight in a kaleidoscope of colors. Ayla's heart raced with curiosity as she knelt to inspect the peculiar find. It was a crystal, unlike any she had ever seen before. Smooth and polished, it pulsed with an ethereal energy that seemed to beckon her closer. As her fingers grazed its surface, a warmth spread through her body, and she gasped in awe as visions of a hidden world within the forest unfolded before her eyes. In that moment, Ayla understood that this crystal held the key to a realm beyond her wildest dreams, an enchanted sanctuary where the boundaries between the natural and the magical blurred, and wonders beyond imagination awaited discovery. Without hesitation, Ayla clutched the crystal tightly and followed the visions it revealed, her feet carrying her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their branches intertwining to form a canopy of emerald and gold. Strange, otherworldly creatures peeked from behind the foliage, their eyes glittering with curiosity and wariness. As she pressed onwards, the world around her seemed to shift and shimmer, the very air tingling with energy. Ayla's heart raced with equal parts excitement and trepidation, but her determination to uncover the secrets of this hidden realm outweighed any fear. At last, she emerged into a breathtaking clearing, where a crystalline pool shimmered in the center, its waters reflecting the vibrant hues of the sky above. Towering trees encircled the glade, their trunks twisted and gnarled, bearing the scars of centuries past. Ayla's eyes widened in wonder as she beheld the myriad of fantastical creatures that called this enchanted place home. Fairies flitting among the wildflowers, tiny pixies perched atop toadstools, and majestic unicorns drinking from the pool's shimmering waters. As she stepped further into the clearing, a regal figure emerged from the shadows of the ancient trees. It was a magnificent centaur, his human torso adorned with intricate tattoos that seemed to shimmer and move of their own accord. His eyes, ancient and wise, regarded Ayla with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "Welcome, child of the forest," the centaur spoke, his voice resonating with the weight of ages. "Few mortals have ever set foot in this sacred realm, for it is hidden from those who lack the sight and the heart to embrace its wonders." Ayla's breath caught in her throat as she realized the enormity of her discovery. "Please, sir," she said, her voice trembling with awe, "I mean no harm. I merely followed the guidance of this crystal, and it led me here." The centaur's eyes twinkled with recognition as he beheld the glimmering object in Ayla's hands. "Ah, the soul stone," he murmured. "It has been many years since one of its kind has graced our realm. You must possess a rare and powerful connection to the natural world for it to have revealed itself to you." Ayla nodded, her heart swelling with pride at the centaur's words. "I've always felt a deep bond with the forest and its inhabitants," she admitted. "The trees, the animals, even the very air around us, they all speak to me in a language I can understand." The centaur regarded her with a newfound respect. "Then perhaps you are the one we have been waiting for, the bridge between our two worlds." He gestured towards the crystalline pool, its waters shimmering with ethereal light. "Gaze into the waters, child, and let their magic show you the path that lies ahead." With a sense of reverence, Ayla approached the pool and peered into its depths. At first, she saw only her own reflection, but then the waters began to ripple and swirl, revealing visions of a world in peril. She gasped as she witnessed forests withering, rivers running dry, and entire ecosystems teetering on the brink of collapse. "What you see is the fate that awaits the mortal realm if balance is not restored," the centaur's voice echoed solemnly. "The greed and ignorance of mankind have severed the sacred bond between the natural and the magical, and the consequences grow ever more dire." Ayla's heart ached at the sight of such devastation, and she felt a newfound sense of purpose stirring within her. "What can I do to help?" she asked, her eyes brimming with determination. The centaur smiled, a glimmer of hope shining in his ancient gaze. "You, Ayla, possess a gift unlike any other. With the power of the soul stone and your innate connection to the natural world, you can serve as a bridge between our realms, working to heal the rift and restore harmony." From that day forward, Ayla embarked on an extraordinary journey, guided by the centaur and the magical creatures of the hidden realm. She learned to harness the power of the soul stone, using its energy to communicate with the very essence of the natural world. In the mortal realm, she became a champion for the forests and the creatures that called them home, educating others about the importance of preservation and sustainability. Her words held a power that resonated deep within the hearts of those who heard them, for they carried the weight of the ancient wisdom she had acquired in the hidden realm. Ayla's journey was not without challenges, for there were those who scoffed at her beliefs and turned a blind eye to the plight of the natural world. But she persevered, her unwavering determination and the support of her magical allies sustaining her through even the darkest of times. As the years passed, Ayla witnessed the slow but steady healing of the lands she held so dear. Forests that had once been barren and lifeless began to flourish once more, their branches heavy with new growth. Rivers flowed clear and strong, their waters teeming with vibrant life. And the creatures that called these places home thrived, their populations rebounding from the brink of extinction. Through her unwavering efforts and the power of the Soul Stone, Ayla had become a living embodiment of the bond between the natural and the magical realms. She had forged friendships that defied expectations, finding kindred spirits in the centaurs, fairies, and other fantastical beings that dwelled in the hidden sanctuary. And as she grew older, Ayla's journey became one of personal transformation and growth. She learned to embrace the wisdom of the ages, recognizing the delicate balance that existed between all living beings and the importance of respecting and nurturing that balance. In her twilight years, Ayla would often return to the Enchanted clearing, gazing into the crystalline pool and reflecting on the extraordinary life she had led. She knew that her time in the mortal realm was drawing to a close, but she found solace in the knowledge that her legacy would endure. For in the hearts of those she had touched, and in the flourishing landscapes she had helped to restore, Ayla's spirit would live on, a testament to the power of magic, friendship, and an unwavering commitment to the natural world that had been her greatest teacher and ally. And as the sun set over the ancient forest, bathing the hidden realm in a golden glow, Ayla would smile, content in the knowledge that her journey had made a lasting impact on both the magical and the mortal realms, forever intertwining their fates in a harmonious dance of love, respect, and wonder. Story 56. In a quaint village nestled between the Whispering Woods and the Emerald Hills, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. She was known for her radiant smile and the warmth she shared with everyone around her. Yet beneath her cheerful exterior lay an unease, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. Leora felt trapped, like a butterfly inside its cocoon, yearning for a transformation she couldn't envision. The villagers adored Leora, for she tended to the community garden with a nurturing touch. Her hands coaxed life from the soil, and her heart wove connections between the people who gathered there. Still, whenever dusk painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Leora found herself gazing into the distance, longing for something beyond her reach. One autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a crisp breeze, Leora wandered into the heart of the forest. She followed a path carpeted with golden leaves, an unfamiliar route that seemed to beckon her onward. The air was filled with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the soft whisper of the wind through the branches sounded like a gentle lullaby. As twilight descended, Leora stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the silver light of the moon. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise. Beneath its sprawling branches, a small, shimmering pond reflected the starry sky. It was a place of magic, untouched by time, and Leora felt a strange sense of belonging. Kneeling by the pond, she gazed into the water. Her reflection wavered, then shifted, revealing a myriad of colors swirling and intertwining like a living tapestry. Entranced, Leora reached out, her fingertips brushing the surface. The water rippled, and from its depths emerged a delicate, luminescent butterfly. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of colors, the very hues Leora had seen in the water. Startled, she drew back, watching as the butterfly danced around her, leaving a trail of sparkling light. It hovered near her heart, and Leora felt a gentle warmth spreading through her chest, as if the butterfly's glow was awakening something within her. From behind the oak tree stepped an elder with eyes that twinkled like stars. Her name was Sylvie, a wise woman who had lived in harmony with the forest for as long as the villagers could remember. "Fear not, dear one," Sylvie said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "The butterfly is the spirit of transformation, mirroring the journey you must embark upon." Leora listened intently, her heart beating in time with the fluttering wings. "But I don't know what I need to change," she confessed, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Sylvie smiled, her gaze gentle yet knowing. "Transformation is not always about changing who you are, but discovering the depths of your own soul. Sometimes it begins with a simple act of courage, trusting the path that unfolds before you." Over the following days, Leora returned to the clearing, guided by an unspoken promise. Each visit, she learned from the forest and its magical inhabitants. The trees shared their stories, the brook sang its ancient songs, and the stars painted dreams upon the night sky. Her new friend, the butterfly, became a constant companion, its presence a reminder of the magic within. Leora began to see her own life with clearer eyes. The tasks in the garden, once routine, now held deeper significance. She noticed the way the sun nurtured each leaf, the rain kissed every petal, and the earth cradled each root. As Leora embraced these lessons, she found herself changing in ways she had never imagined. Her laughter rang more freely, her heart opened wider, and her dreams soared higher. The restlessness that once tugged at her heartstrings began to unravel, replaced by a quiet confidence and a sense of purpose. The villagers noticed the change in Leora. Her joy was infectious, spreading like sunlight through their days. They marveled at the beauty she created in the garden, where once simple flowers now bloomed in vibrant, unexpected patterns. One day, a young girl named Anya, who had always admired Leora, approached her with a question. "How did you become so brave, Leora? I want to feel like I can grow, too." Leora took Anya's hand, her touch gentle. "Bravery isn't about being fearless," she explained softly. "It's about allowing yourself to be vulnerable, to explore the unknown parts of your heart. Sometimes it means listening to the whispers of the world around you and welcoming change with open arms." Anya nodded, her eyes wide with understanding. Together, they planted seeds in the garden, and Leora knew that, like the seeds, Anya's spirit would blossom in its own time. As the seasons turned, Leora's transformation continued. She learned to dance with the changing winds, to find peace in the quiet moments, and to cherish the bonds she had nurtured. Her journey of self-discovery led her to understand that true growth came from within, nurtured by love, friendship, and a touch of magic. One evening, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Leora stood once more in the moonlit clearing. The butterfly, now a radiant companion, circled her joyfully. Sylvie appeared, her presence a comforting embrace. "You have found your path, dear Leora," Sylvie said, her voice a gentle melody. "And in doing so, you have gifted others with the courage to seek their own." Leora smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, Sylvie, for guiding me. The forest has taught me that change is not to be feared but embraced, for it is through change that we truly find ourselves." With those words, the butterfly alighted on Leora's shoulder, a symbol of her journey. As she walked back to the village, the snowflakes danced around her, each one a whisper of the magic that lived within her heart. And so, in the warmth of her newfound understanding, Leora continued to grow, sharing her light with the world and inspiring others to embark on their own paths of transformation. In the gentle embrace of the village and the timeless magic of the forest, she found her peace, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 57. In the heart of a galaxy far away, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, there was a small, vibrant planet named Luminara. Luminara was known for its iridescent forests and gentle, rolling hills that seemed to hum with an ancient melody. It was home to a species called the Lumni, beings of pure light who drifted softly through the air, leaving trails of shimmering luminescence in their wake. On the outskirts of the galaxy, in stark contrast to Luminara's gentle glow, lay the rugged planet of Pharaxa. Pharaxa was a world of towering metal spires and vast magnetic plains, inhabited by the Pharaxi, a sturdy and industrious race of metallic beings known for their strength and resilience. In the bustling port city of Lumina's Edge, a Lumni named Solara fluttered anxiously among the branches of the radiant trees. Solara was curious and adventurous, always seeking new experiences beyond her peaceful world. Her light danced with hues of curiosity and excitement, and she longed for a companion for her next adventure. Meanwhile, on Pharaxa, a young Pharaxi named Tark was preparing for his first interstellar journey. Tark was built from the strongest alloys of his planet, his frame gleaming with a steely sheen. Despite his tough exterior, Tark had a gentle heart and a fascination with the softer things in life, like music and stories. Fate, with its mysterious workings, brought Solara and Tark together on a bustling space station that served as a hub for travelers from all corners of the galaxy. The station was a kaleidoscope of lights and sounds, with vendors selling exotic fruits and musicians playing tunes from distant worlds. Their meeting was not without its challenges. Solara, all light and energy, found Tark's metallic form imposing, while Tark initially thought Solara's brilliance too overwhelming. Their first encounter was filled with misunderstandings. Solara found Tark's methodical way of speaking too direct, and Tark struggled to interpret Solara's radiant, ever-changing colors. As they navigated the corridors of the space station, a sudden power outage plunged everything into darkness. Solara's natural glow became their only source of light. Tark, unable to see, reached out instinctively, and Solara, understanding his plight, gently guided him with her luminous tendrils. In the stillness of the shadowed hallway, surrounded by the faint hum of the station's backup systems, they began to talk. Solara learned of Tark's fascination with music, and she shared her love for the stories of the stars. They discovered a shared longing for understanding and connection that transcended their differences. When the lights flickered back to life, their bond was already forming, a friendship forged in the shared challenge of navigating darkness together. Their journey together continued as they embarked on a mission to explore the Enigma Nebula, a swirling mass of cosmic dust and mystery. As they traveled through the nebula, they encountered a series of challenges that tested their newfound friendship. One such challenge was a storm of cosmic energy that threatened to tear their ship apart. Solara, with her ability to manipulate light, worked tirelessly to reroute power to the ship's shields, while Tark, with his mechanical prowess, reinforced the ship's hull. Together, their combined strengths helped them weather the storm. In the quiet moments that followed, as they floated through the peaceful expanse of the nebula, they shared stories of their homes. Tark spoke of the metallic symphonies of Pharaxa, and Solara painted vivid pictures of the glowing forests of Luminara with her words. Through these stories, they began to see the beauty in each other's worlds and appreciate the strengths they each brought to their journey. Their final challenge came in the form of a mysterious signal emanating from the heart of the nebula. It was a distress call from an ancient, derelict ship, its origins unknown. Guided by a sense of duty and compassion, Solara and Tark set out to investigate. As they boarded the ship, they found it to be inhabited by a single surviving creature, a small, frightened being of an unknown race. The creature was lost and alone, unable to communicate, its only form of expression a sequence of soft, plaintive sounds. Through patience and empathy, Solara and Tark worked together to understand the creature's needs. Solara used her light to create comforting patterns, while Tark's deep, resonant voice sang gentle melodies. Slowly, the creature began to trust them, and they helped it repair its communication systems. The creature, whose name they learned was Nira, expressed immense gratitude. In the warmth of their shared experience, Solara and Tark realized that their differences were not barriers, but strengths that enriched their friendship and allowed them to help others in need. With Nira safely escorted to a nearby planet where its kind resided, Solara and Tark returned to their ship, their hearts full of the joy that comes from true friendship. As they sailed through the stars, they reflected on their journey, understanding that friendship is not about similarity, but about the willingness to embrace and celebrate differences. As they approached the edge of the Enigma Nebula, Solara's light glowed with a warm, golden hue, while Tark's metallic frame shimmered in the starlight. Together, they had discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and species, forged in understanding, respect, and the shared journey of the heart. And so, with the universe stretched out before them, they continued their adventures, hand in hand, light and metal, two unlikely companions who had found in each other the greatest treasure of all. Story 58. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the wind and the ground was a soft carpet of moss and fallen leaves, lay the peaceful village of Willowbrook. This was a place where magic flickered like fireflies in the evening dusk, and the air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and wild thyme. In Willowbrook lived a kind-hearted young girl named Lila. She had a curious mind and an even more curious heart, always seeking the stories hidden in the rustle of leaves and the babbling of brooks. Her best friend, a wise old owl named Horace, often perched on her shoulder, his feathers as soft as the finest down. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved clock tower, known for its melodious chimes that sang out the hours, had gone silent. The absence of its song left a peculiar hush over Willowbrook, as if the village itself was holding its breath. "Horace," Lila whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "Do you hear that?" The owl blinked his large golden eyes slowly, turning his head to listen. Or rather, what we don't hear, he replied with a knowing look. The clock tower's song has ceased. Lila nodded, her eyes wide with wonder and a sprinkle of concern. We must find out why. With the moon rising to cast its silvery glow, Lila and Horace made their way through the cobbled streets of Willowbrook, their footsteps light and eager. The villagers were settling in for the night, unaware of the adventure about to unfold in their midst. As they approached the clock tower, Lila noticed the warmth of the evening air mixed with the cool, earthy scent of the stone structure. The tower stood tall and proud, its face usually aglow with the gentle light of enchanted lanterns, now dim and silent. Look, Horace, Lila pointed to the base of the tower where a faint shimmering trail glimmered like dew in the moonlight. Do you see that? Horace fluttered down to the ground, his talons softly scraping the cobblestones. Indeed I do. It seems to be a trail of stardust. Stardust was known to be the playful remnants left by the mischievous denizens of the forest, the Fey folk. They were known to wander into Willowbrook from time to time, leaving behind traces of their magical mischief. Could they be the reason for the silence? Lila wondered aloud, her eyes following the twinkling trail that led away from the tower and into the depths of the whispering woods. With Horace nodding in agreement, they decided to follow the stardust path. The forest welcomed them with open arms, the trees arching over like a protective canopy. The night air was filled with the symphony of crickets and the occasional hoot of a distant owl, creating a melody that soothed the mind and heart. As they ventured deeper, the trail of stardust grew brighter, illuminating their path with a gentle glow. Lila felt a sense of excitement mingled with the serene quietude of the forest, each step a new whisper of adventure. Soon, they arrived at a clearing where the stardust pooled in a small, glistening circle. In the center stood a tiny, elegant figure with wings that shimmered like liquid silver in the moonlight. It was Fay, the eldest of the Fey folk, known for her wisdom and gentle nature. Greetings, Lila and Horace. Fay's voice was as soft and melodic as a lullaby. I've been expecting you. Lila and Horace exchanged a glance of surprise. You have? Lila asked, stepping forward. Fay nodded, her wings fluttering gracefully. The clock tower's song has been silenced by a playful spell, cast inadvertently by some of our younger kin. They meant no harm, only to play, but the spell has grown beyond their control. We must help set it right, Lila said earnestly. The village depends on the clock tower's chimes. Fay smiled warmly, her eyes twinkling with appreciation. Of course, dear one. To break the spell, you must find the source of the stardust and return it to the clock tower. With renewed purpose, Lila and Horace set off again, now guided by Fay's wisdom and the light of the stardust. The path led them deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the night could understand. Finally, they reached a grove where the air seemed to hum with magic. Here, nestled among the roots of a grand old oak, they found a group of young Fey, their wings fluttering nervously as they clustered around a small, glowing orb of stardust. The Fey children looked up with wide, apologetic eyes as Lila approached. We didn't mean to cause trouble, one of them piped up, her voice like a tinkling bell. Lila knelt down, her smile gentle and reassuring. It's all right. Can you help us return the stardust to the clock tower? The young Fey nodded eagerly, their wings creating a chorus of soft flutters. Together with Lila and Horace, they gathered the stardust into a delicate silk pouch. The journey back to Willowbrook was filled with laughter and the soft glow of the stardust, a tiny parade of joy and magic under the watchful gaze of the stars. As they reached the clock tower, the Fey worked their magic, releasing the stardust back into the heart of the tower. The air was filled with a soft hum as the magic settled, and soon the first gentle chime rang out, clear and melodious, carrying across the village like a song of peace. The villagers, roused from their slumber, smiled as the familiar sound wrapped them in comfort. All was as it should be, and the night was once again serene. Lila turned to the young Fey and Fay, gratitude shining in her eyes. Thank you for your help and for the adventure. Fay bowed her head, her smile warm and kind. It is we who must thank you, dear Lila, for your courage and kindness. As the Fey folk fluttered back into the heart of the forest, Lila and Horace made their way home, the path now lit by the silver glow of a full moon. The night had grown deeper, yet the air felt warmer, filled with the quiet satisfaction of a mystery solved and a village at peace. Lila climbed into bed, Horace settling on his perch by the window. As she drifted into dreams filled with stars and soft melodies, she knew that the magic of Willowbrook was safe and sound, wrapped in the gentle embrace of friendship and wisdom. And so, the village slept under the watchful eye of the moon, the clock tower's chimes a lullaby that promised another day of wonder and discovery. Story 59, In the Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint village bordered by the Whispering Woods, there lived a gentle-hearted boy named Finn. Finn had an insatiable curiosity and a heart as big as the sky. The villagers often found him exploring the edges of the woods, which were said to be enchanted, filled with ancient secrets and whispering winds that carried tales of old. Finn's grandmother, wise with age and the keeper of many stories, often warned him about the dangers of wandering too far into the woods. But she also shared tales of the wonders hidden within, a hidden world that only revealed itself to those with pure intentions and a courageous heart. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the village was bathed in the amber glow of twilight, Finn sat by the crackling fireplace. The fragrance of pine and the warmth of the fire wrapped around him like a comforting blanket. His grandmother, seated in her favorite rocking chair, began another tale, a story about the magical compass of the Whispering Woods. "This compass," she began, her voice soft and melodic, "is said to guide the worthy through the hidden paths of the woods. It reveals the true heart of the forest, a place where the trees speak and the rivers sing. But remember, Finn, it only appears to those who seek not for themselves, but for the good of others." The story lingered in Finn's mind long after he had gone to bed. That night he dreamt of towering trees that whispered his name and rivers that laughed with joy. When he awoke, the dream seemed to beckon him, urging him to embark on a journey into the mysterious woods. With a sense of purpose and a heart full of anticipation, Finn decided to venture into the Whispering Woods the very next morning. The air was crisp, and the leaves crunched beneath his feet as he walked, each step taking him deeper into the heart of the forest. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The woods were alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. As Finn wandered, he noticed a peculiar sight, a small golden flicker amidst the green. Curiosity piqued, he stepped closer and discovered an ancient, intricately designed compass nestled among the roots of an old oak tree. The compass seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth in his hands, its needle spinning slowly before settling in one direction. Finn knew this was the magical compass from his grandmother's tales. His heart swelled with excitement and a hint of apprehension as he understood that he had been chosen to uncover the secrets of the Whispering Woods. Guided by the compass, Finn traversed paths he had never seen before. The deeper he went, the more vibrant the forest became. The trees seemed to lean in, their whispers growing clearer, as if eager to share their stories. Finn listened, entranced by tales of ancient times and forgotten realms. Along his journey, he met creatures of all kinds. There was a wise old owl named Eldrin, whose eyes sparkled with knowledge. "To see the unseen, one must look with the heart, not the eyes," Eldrin hooted, offering Finn wisdom to ponder. Further along, Finn encountered a mischievous fox named Lyra, whose playful antics brought laughter to the forest. "Sometimes," Lyra said with a twinkle in her eye, "the path to discovery is not a straight line, but a dance." With each encounter, Finn's understanding of the forest deepened. He realized that the true magic of the woods lay not in the compass itself, but in the connections he forged and the lessons he learned. The journey was not merely about reaching a destination, but about the transformation that occurred along the way. As night began to fall, Finn found himself at the edge of a tranquil glade, bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens, its leaves shimmering like silver. The compass in Finn's hand glowed brighter, guiding him to the tree. Standing before it, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and understanding. The tree seemed to hum with a gentle melody, a song that resonated within his very soul. It was then that Finn understood the true purpose of his journey, to protect the Whispering Woods and its treasures for future generations, just as the forest had embraced him. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom, Finn made his way back home. The compass, now a cherished keepsake, served as a reminder of the journey that had changed him forever. Back in the village, Finn shared his adventures with his grandmother and the villagers, weaving tales of friendship, courage, and the hidden wonders of the forest. His stories inspired others to appreciate the beauty and magic of the natural world, fostering a deeper respect for the Whispering Woods. And so, the boy with the big heart and the magical compass became a guardian of the forest, ensuring its stories would continue to whisper through the trees for generations to come. As he sat by the fireplace, the warmth enveloping him once more, Finn knew that his journey was only the beginning of a lifetime filled with wonder and discovery. In the gentle glow of the firelight, Finn's eyes shone with the promise of new adventures, and the Whispering Woods, ever watchful and wise, whispered their approval. Story 60. In a snug little village nestled between whispering woods and murmuring streams, there was a palpable sense of magic in the air. The village, known as Willow, was a place where the stars seemed to shimmer a bit brighter, and the breeze carried the scent of lavender and honeysuckle. It was a gentle world, where the days were filled with the harmonious hum of bees, and the nights were serenaded by the soft hooting of owls. In a quaint cottage at the edge of this village lived a thoughtful young girl named Amara. Amara had eyes as bright as polished agate stones, and a heart as warm as the hearth that glowed in her living room. Her days were spent in delightful exploration of the woods, where she often discovered treasures like peculiar stones, vibrant feathers, and once even a tiny, glimmering bell. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Amara noticed something unusual. The village's gentle, rhythmic routine had been disrupted. The glowbugs, which usually danced in droves at twilight, were absent. The familiar chatter of the willow trees, which whispered secrets to those who listened closely, was eerily still. And most perplexing of all, the sweet scent of freshly baked honey bread that should have wafted from the village bakery had vanished. Intrigued and a touch concerned, Amara decided to seek the counsel of her dear friend, an elderly owl named Orin. Orin was known far and wide for his wisdom and his profound knowledge of the village's mysteries. His abode was an ancient oak that stood tall at the heart of the woods, its branches extending like welcoming arms. As Amara approached the oak, the forest seemed to come alive with the comforting rustle of leaves and the distant croak of a friendly frog. Orin awaited her on a low-hanging branch, his feathers puffed up against the cool evening air. "Ah, young Amara," Orin hooted softly. "I see curiosity has brought you here tonight." "Yes, dear Orin," Amara replied, her voice a gentle whisper as if not to disturb the tranquility around them. "Something strange is happening in Willowmere. Could you help me unravel this mystery?" Orin blinked slowly, his amber eyes reflecting the last light of the setting sun. "Strange occurrences often have simple roots," he mused. "Tell me what you have seen, and we shall ponder together." As Amara recounted the odd happenings, Orin listened intently, occasionally nodding his head in agreement. When she finished, a thoughtful silence enveloped them, broken only by the soft chirping of crickets. "Perhaps," Orin suggested after a moment, "the key lies with the glowbugs. They are sensitive creatures, attuned to the heartbeat of our village. If they have not appeared, there is surely a reason." Amara nodded, feeling a flutter of excitement. "Then we must find the glowbugs and understand their plight." With Orin's guidance, Amara ventured deeper into the woods, her path lit by the gentle glow of the moon. The forest, though dark, felt welcoming, as if it too were curious about the mystery they sought to solve. As they walked, Orin shared tales of the forest's magic, of how each creature and plant played a role in the delicate balance of life. Amara listened with wide eyes, her heart swelling with appreciation for the world around her. Eventually they reached a clearing where the moonlight pooled like liquid silver. There at the center stood a curious sight, a circle of glowbugs, their lights dim but flickering softly. In the middle of this circle lay a small, shimmering object. Amara approached cautiously, her footsteps barely stirring the grass. She knelt beside the glow bugs and gently picked up the object. It was a tiny crystal vial, the kind used by the village herbalist to store precious potions and elixirs. "This is strange," Amara murmured, examining the vial. "It's empty, but it feels important." Orin fluttered closer, his gaze sharp and discerning. Such vials are crafted with care and purpose. Perhaps this one was meant to hold something vital to the glowbug's dance. A sudden idea sparked in Amara's mind. Could it be that the glowbugs are missing something they need to shine as brightly as before? Orin nodded, a glint of approval in his eyes. "A wise deduction, Amara. Let us return to the village and visit the herbalist. She may have answers." With the vial safely tucked in her pocket, Amara and Orin made their way back to Willowmere. The village was quiet, the houses aglow with the soft light of lanterns, their windows casting warm, inviting glows. The herbalist's cottage, with its garden brimming with herbs and flowers, stood at the village's edge. The herbalist, a kindly woman with hair like silver threads and eyes as deep as the forest, greeted them with a gentle smile. Her name was Linnea, and she was known for her kindness and her vast knowledge of nature's remedies. "Amara, Orin." Linnea greeted them warmly as they stepped inside, the scent of chamomile and mint wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. "What brings you to my door at this hour?" Amara explained the mystery of the glowbugs and presented the crystal vial. Linnea examined it closely, her fingers deft and sure. "Ah," she said softly, her voice like a lullaby. "This vial once held a special essence, mixed from the nectar of midnight blooms. It enhances the natural glow of the glowbugs, allowing them to shine with joy and vitality." But why was it left in the forest? Amara wondered aloud, her brow furrowed in thought. Linnea's smile was gentle, her eyes twinkling with understanding. Sometimes the wind carries away things we hold dear, and the forest, with its own wisdom, finds a way to return what is lost. Together, they prepared a new batch of the essence, using the fragrant midnight blooms that grew abundantly in Linnea's garden. The air filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and Amara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her. With the vial refilled, Amara and Orin returned to the clearing in the woods. As they approached, the glowbugs seemed to sense their arrival, their tiny lights flickering with anticipation. Amara carefully opened the vial and sprinkled a few drops of the essence onto the grass. Almost immediately, the glowbugs began to glow more brightly, their lights twinkling like stars. They danced around Amara and Orin, their joy palpable in the air. The forest seemed to sigh in relief, the trees whispering their thanks as the glowbugs resumed their nightly dance. Amara watched, her heart full of wonder and gratitude. As she and Orin made their way back to Willowmere, the village felt alive once more, the gentle hum of life resuming its natural rhythm. The scent of honey bread once again drifted from the bakery, and the willow trees resumed their soft murmuring. That night, as Amara lay in her cozy bed, the moonlight casting gentle patterns on her walls, she thought about the mystery they had solved and the lessons she had learned. With Orin's wisdom and Linnea's kindness, they had unraveled the puzzle and restored harmony to their world. And so, as the stars watched over the sleeping village, Amara drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle glow of the forest and the comforting presence of friends, both old and new. Willowmere was safe and sound, wrapped in the embrace of a world where magic and friendship were forever entwined. Story 61. In the tranquil vastness of the galaxy, where stars glittered like scattered jewels across an indigo velvet, there existed a humble little ship named the Starlit Voyager. Aboard this vessel, two souls from distant corners of the universe embarked on an unforeseen journey of companionship and discovery. The first was Lyra, a gentle being from the verdant planet of Viridian, where the air shimmered with the scent of blooming flora, and the skies were perpetually bathed in hues of emerald and gold. Lyra's appearance was as fluid and graceful as the dancing leaves of her home planet. Her skin, a delicate shade of green, seemed to pulse with life, and her eyes glimmered with the deep wisdom of the ancient forests she hailed from. Her voice, when she spoke, was a soft whisper, reminiscent of the rustling wind through the trees. Her companion was Zarn, a sturdy creature from the rocky planet of Krager, known for its rugged terrain and fierce sandstorms. Zarn's form was robust, with skin the color of iron ore, and eyes as piercing as the sharpest crystals mined from his homeland. His speech was often gruff, like the rumble of distant thunder, and his demeanor mirrored the harsh landscape he was born into. Despite his exterior, Zarn carried within him a heart as warm and enduring as the sun that scorched his planet. Their meeting was not one of choice, but of circumstance. Both Lyra and Zarn found themselves aboard the starlit Voyager due to a cosmic alignment of events, a mission that required their unique talents, but was fraught with misunderstandings. Initially, their differences were as stark as night and day. Lyra's love for the serene and harmonious clashed with Zarn's preference for the straightforward and practical. Their first few days aboard the ship were marked by awkward silences and small disagreements. Lyra would often spend her time tending to the small garden she had cultivated in a corner of the ship, while Zarn busied himself with the mechanical workings of the vessel, ensuring every cog and gear moved with precision. However, the universe had a way of weaving destinies together, and it wasn't long before a challenge emerged that neither could face alone. A sudden meteor shower threatened the integrity of the starlit Voyager, pelting it with fiery stones that blazed through the cosmos. The ship quaked under the celestial assault, its systems flickering precariously. In the midst of chaos, it was Lyra's calm foresight that first bridged the gap between them. "Zarn," she spoke gently, her voice cutting through the clamor, "I know of an herb from Viridian that can stabilize the ship's energy core. It grows in the garden I tend." Zarn, though initially skeptical, nodded, the urgency of the situation softening his usual demeanor. Together, they worked to blend the peculiar plant into the ship's systems, Lyra guiding with her knowledge of nature, and Zarn applying his mechanical prowess with deft hands. As the ship steadied, a newfound understanding blossomed between them, a realization that their differences were not barriers but strengths that complemented each other. The mistrust that had lingered like a shadow began to dissipate, replaced by a light of mutual respect. The days that followed were filled with shared laughter and stories. Lyra introduced Zarn to the soothing melodies of Viridian, played on a delicate instrument crafted from the roots of ancient trees. In return, Zarn taught Lyra the rhythmic chants of Kragor, resonating deeply like the heartbeat of his planet. Through these exchanges, they learned the true language of friendship, a language beyond words, built on trust and shared experiences. One evening, as they sat together in the ship's observation deck, gazing at the swirling nebulae and distant stars, Zarn turned to Lyra. "I never thought I'd find a friend among the stars," he admitted, his voice gruff yet warm. Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "It's the journey we share that binds us, Zarn, not where we come from, but where we go together." Their journey aboard the starlit Voyager continued, each day a new page in their story of friendship. They faced challenges with courage and celebrated victories with joy, their bond growing stronger with each passing moment. And so, in the quiet embrace of the cosmos, Lyra and Zarn discovered the essence of companionship, a connection that transcended the boundaries of their worlds, rooted in understanding and nurtured by the simple, profound truth that together they were more than the sum of their parts. Story 62. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young boy named Finn. The village was a place where the sun always seemed to shine a little brighter. The air carried the scent of blooming wildflowers, and laughter echoed from dawn till dusk. But what made this village truly special was its secret, a hidden world beneath the great oak tree at the heart of the village square. Every villager knew of the great oak, its branches stretching wide like a guardian's arms, casting a cool, dappled shade on the cobblestone below. The tree was ancient, its bark etched with the stories of time, but only a few knew of the world it concealed, a world Finn was about to discover. Finn was a curious soul, a trait he inherited from his grandmother, who had once been the village storyteller. He spent his days exploring the woods, collecting stones that sparkled like stars and crafting tales of his own. Yet the great oak remained a mystery he longed to unravel. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the horizon with hues of amber and rose, Finn sat beneath the oak, a book of tales resting on his knee. The gentle rustling of leaves was a melody, soothing and familiar. As he turned the page, a glimmer caught his eye, a tiny flash of light from the roots of the great oak. Intrigued, Finn leaned closer, brushing aside the leaves and twigs. There, nestled among the roots, was a small, silver key, ornate and ancient, with intricate patterns etched along its shaft. It felt warm in his hand, as if it pulsed with a life of its own. What could this unlock? Finn wondered aloud, the question hanging in the air like a whisper. His heart raced with the thrill of discovery. Clutching the key, he circled the tree, inspecting every inch of its gnarled surface. Just as the last rays of sunlight touched the horizon, he found it, a small keyhole hidden beneath a knot in the wood, perfectly shaped to fit the silver key. With a sense of wonder, Finn inserted the key and turned. The tree groaned softly, as if waking from a long slumber, and a hidden door swung open, revealing a spiral staircase descending into darkness. Finn hesitated only for a moment. His heart, filled with the stories of his grandmother, urged him forward. With a deep breath, he stepped inside, the door closing gently behind him, leaving the village and its fading daylight behind. The staircase was cool and damp, the air tinged with the earthy scent of moss and rich soil. Small lanterns, glowing with a soft blue light, lined the walls, illuminating his path. As he descended, he felt a tingle of magic in the air, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. At the bottom of the stairs, Finn emerged into a cavernous hall unlike anything he had ever imagined. The ceiling arched high above, sparkling with what looked like tiny stars. The walls were adorned with murals depicting scenes of nature, forests teeming with life, rivers flowing with crystalline clarity, and skies filled with swirling clouds. But it was the inhabitants of this hidden world that truly captivated him. Small creatures, no taller than his knee, bustled about. They had skin that shimmered like dew-kissed leaves and eyes that glowed with the warmth of a summer's day. Some had wings like butterflies, others sported curling horns or delicate antlers. "Welcome, Finn," chimed a voice as soft as a breeze. He turned to see a creature with wings of iridescent blue and a crown of golden leaves perched atop her head. "Hello," Finn replied, his voice filled with awe. "How do you know my name?" "We know all who carry the heart of the storyteller," the creature replied with a gentle smile. "I am Lyra, guardian of this realm. You have found the key to our world, and we have awaited your arrival." Finn's heart swelled with a mixture of pride and curiosity. "What is this place?" "This is the Enchanted Grove," Lyra explained, her voice like the bubbling of a brook. "A world intertwined with yours, hidden from sight but woven into the fabric of nature. We are the keepers, protectors of the balance between your world and ours." As Lyra spoke, Finn noticed how the keepers moved in harmony with the world around them. Each step they took seemed to nurture the earth, causing flowers to bloom and streams to flow. This was a place where magic and nature danced together, creating a symphony of life. "But why was I able to find the key?" Finn asked, his curiosity insatiable. "Because you possess a gift, young Finn," Lyra replied, her eyes sparkling with a knowing light. "The gift of storytelling, inherited from your grandmother. A gift that allows you to see beyond the surface, to feel the pulse of the world." Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a sense of belonging and purpose. He remembered his grandmother's tales, how they painted worlds in his mind, how they connected him to something greater. "Come," Lyra beckoned, leading him deeper into the grove. "There is much to show you." As they walked, Finn marveled at the wonders of the Enchanted Grove. He saw trees that sang with the voices of the wind, rivers that carried whispers of ancient secrets, and fields where dreams took form, fluttering like delicate butterflies. But it was not just the beauty of the grove that enchanted him. It was the sense of unity, of creatures and nature living in harmony, each one playing a role in the tapestry of life. It was a world where kindness and wisdom guided every action, where friendship blossomed like the brightest flowers. As they wandered, Lyra told Finn of the grove's history, of how it had been created to preserve the balance of nature and magic. She spoke of the Keeper's mission, to nurture the world and inspire those who could see beyond the ordinary. "Your world and ours are connected," Lyra explained, her voice tinged with both hope and concern. "But that connection is fragile. We must work together to protect it." Finn listened intently, the weight of her words settling into his heart. He realized that his discovery was not just an adventure, but a call to action, a chance to become a bridge between the worlds. As they reached the heart of the grove, a magnificent tree stood before them, its trunk wide and its branches spreading like a canopy of stars. At its base lay a pool of water so clear it mirrored the sky above. "This is the heart of the grove," Lyra said, her voice reverent. "It is the source of our magic, the wellspring of life." Finn gazed into the pool, captivated by its serene beauty. Within its depths he saw reflections of his own world, his village, his friends, and his family. But he also saw glimpses of the grove, of its vibrant life and the harmony it embodied. "Can I help?" Finn asked, determination shining in his eyes. Lyra smiled, a smile that spoke of ancient wisdom and newfound hope. "Yes, young storyteller, you can help us by sharing our story, by reminding your world of the beauty and balance that exist beyond what is seen." Finn nodded, understanding the task that lay before him. He knew it would not be easy, but he also knew that stories had the power to change hearts, to open minds, and to forge connections. As the day began to fade, casting a soft glow over the grove, Finn bid farewell to his newfound friends. Lyra placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, her touch warm and reassuring. "You are always welcome here, Finn," she said. "Remember, the key lies within you, in your heart and your tales." With those words echoing in his mind, Finn ascended the spiral staircase, the silver key held close. As he emerged from the great oak, the village was bathed in the soft light of twilight, the world around him familiar yet changed. Finn looked back at the tree, feeling the connection between his world and the grove, a bond strengthened by understanding and friendship. He knew that his journey had just begun, a journey of storytelling and sharing, of bridging worlds and nurturing the balance of life. With a heart full of purpose, Finn made his way home, the stories of the Enchanted Grove ready to take flight, their magic weaving through the words he would share. And as he lay in his bed that night, the stars shining bright above, he felt the gentle presence of the grove, a promise of wonder and friendship, guiding him into the realm of dreams. Story 63. In the gentle embrace of a serene valley nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay the quaint little village of Eldergrove. It was a place where time seemed to pause, allowing life to unfurl in its most peaceful form. The villagers lived in charming stone cottages, surrounded by blooming gardens that sang with the colors of every season. At the heart of Eldergrove stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching out like the wise arms of an old storyteller. In this idyllic setting, there lived a young woman named Aisling. She was known for her kind nature and her delight in the simple pleasures of life. Aisling had a particular fondness for the forest that bordered the village, where she often wandered, gathering herbs and listening to the symphony of birds and rustling leaves. Her days were filled with the gentle rhythm of village life, but her heart yearned for something more, a touch of magic, a whisper of adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the first golden rays of the sun filtered through the mist, Aisling set off on one of her usual walks into the forest. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground was soft beneath her feet, cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves. As she ventured deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight she had never seen before. There, beside a bubbling brook, stood an ancient stone archway, half hidden beneath a cascade of ivy and wildflowers. The stones were weathered and worn, yet they exuded a sense of quiet majesty, as if they held secrets of a bygone era. Aisling felt an inexplicable pull towards the archway, as if it were calling her by name. With a heart full of curiosity and a hint of trepidation, she stepped through the archway. As she did, the world seemed to shift around her, the air shimmering like a mirage on a summer's day. She blinked, and when her eyes adjusted, she found herself in a realm that seemed both familiar and wondrously new. The forest here was alive with colors more vibrant than she had ever imagined. The leaves glowed with shades of emerald and gold, and the flowers bloomed in hues of sapphire and amethyst. The birds sang melodies that danced on the wind, and the brook babbled with a voice that seemed almost human. Aisling marveled at the beauty of this hidden world, feeling as though she had stepped into a dream. And in the midst of it all, standing by the brook, was a figure that seemed to embody the very essence of the forest, a gentle creature with eyes as deep as the sea and a mane that flowed like a river of starlight. "Welcome, Aisling," the creature spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I am Leora, guardian of this hidden realm. You have crossed into the land of whispering willows, a place where magic dwells and the heart finds its true path." Aisling felt a warmth spread through her, melting away any fear or hesitation. "It's beautiful," she breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "But why have I been brought here?" Leora smiled, a gentle curve that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "You have a pure heart, dear Aisling, and a spirit that seeks truth. There is a journey you must undertake, a journey that will change you in ways you cannot yet imagine." Intrigued and emboldened by Leora's words, Aisling nodded. "What must I do?" "You must find the Heartstone," Leora explained, "a magical gem that holds the power to heal and transform. It lies hidden within the heart of this realm, guarded by challenges that test the strength of friendship and the wisdom of the soul." With Leora's guidance, Aisling set off on her quest, feeling a sense of purpose she had never known before. The path wound through the forest, each step bringing her deeper into the wonders of the land of whispering willows. Along the way, she encountered creatures both whimsical and wise, talking rabbits who sang songs of the stars, mischievous foxes who shared riddles that teased the mind, and gentle deer who offered guidance in the form of cryptic yet comforting whispers. As she journeyed, Aisling found herself growing in ways she had never anticipated. She learned to listen with her heart, to see with eyes unclouded by doubt, and to trust in the power of kindness and compassion. And with each lesson, she felt herself drawing closer to the Heartstone, as if it were a beacon guiding her through the forest. However, the path was not without its challenges. One day, Aisling came upon a wide, rushing river that blocked her way. The current was strong and fierce, and there seemed no way to cross. As she stood on the riverbank, pondering her dilemma, she heard a soft voice call out to her. "Do not fear, dear traveler," the voice said, and from the shadows emerged a small, unassuming turtle. Its shell was a mosaic of colors, shimmering like a rainbow beneath the sun. "I am Terran, keeper of the river. If you seek to cross, you must first learn the lesson of patience and persistence." Aisling knelt beside Terran, eager to learn whatever the wise creature had to teach. "How can I cross the river, Terran?" "First, you must listen," Terran replied, his eyes gleaming with gentle wisdom. "The river speaks, and in its song lies the secret of its passage." And so, Aisling listened. She sat by the river's edge, her heart open to its song. At first she heard only the roar of the water, but slowly, as she attuned her senses, she began to discern a melody. A symphony of whispers and murmurs that seemed to weave through the air like a tapestry. With Terran's guidance, Aisling learned to harmonize her own heartbeat with the rhythm of the river. She realized that the path across lay not in fighting the current, but in flowing with it, moving in tandem with its natural rhythm. With newfound confidence, she stepped into the water, feeling its cool embrace as she waded across, guided by the river's song. On the other side, she turned to thank Terran, but the turtle had vanished, leaving only a shimmering trail in the water as a reminder of the lesson learned. Aisling continued her journey, her heart light with gratitude and understanding. The forest grew denser as she ventured further, the trees towering above like ancient sentinels. The path was less clear now, shrouded in shadows and mist. Yet Aisling pressed on, her resolve unwavering, for she knew that the Heartstone lay ahead. One evening, as twilight descended upon the forest, Aisling found herself in a glade bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. There, amidst the silvery light, stood a majestic stag, its antlers adorned with blooms that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. The stag regarded Aisling with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "I am Eldrin, guide of the night," the stag spoke, its voice a gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "You have come far, and your heart is true. But to reach the Heartstone, you must face the greatest challenge of all, the challenge of fear." Aisling nodded, understanding the truth in Eldrin's words. Fear had always been a shadow that lingered at the edges of her mind, a whisper that sought to hold her back. But here, in the heart of the land of whispering willows, she felt a strength she had never known before, a strength born of friendship and wisdom, of love and hope. With Eldrin as her guide, Aisling ventured into the heart of the forest, where the shadows grew thicker and the air seemed to hum with anticipation. She felt fear stir within her, but she also felt the warmth of Leora's presence, the wisdom of Terran's teachings, and the courage that Eldrin inspired. As she walked, the darkness seemed to close in, but Aisling did not falter. She reached into her heart, drawing forth the light of all she had learned. With each step, the shadows retreated, revealing a path illuminated by the glow of her own inner strength. Finally, she arrived at a clearing bathed in a radiant light. In the center lay the Heartstone, a gem of unparalleled beauty that pulsed with a soft, welcoming glow. Aisling approached it with reverence, feeling its warmth envelop her like a gentle embrace. As she touched the Heartstone, a wave of energy coursed through her, filling her with a sense of peace and understanding. She saw visions of her journey, the lessons she had learned, and the friendships she had forged. She realized that the true magic of the Heartstone lay not in its power, but in the transformation it had inspired within her. With the Heartstone in her grasp, Aisling felt a deep sense of fulfillment. She knew it was time to return to Eldergrove, to share the magic and wisdom she had discovered with those she loved. Guided by the light of the Heartstone, she retraced her steps through the forest, each step bringing her closer to home. The path was no longer shrouded in mystery, but bathed in the warm glow of understanding. When she emerged from the forest, she found the village bathed in the soft light of dawn. The villagers greeted her with smiles and open arms, eager to hear the tale of her journey. And so, as the gentle morning light spilled over the hills, Aisling shared her story, the story of a journey that had changed her, of a hidden world filled with magic and wonder, and of friendships that had defied all expectations. As she spoke, the villagers listened, their hearts touched by the beauty of her tale. They realized that the true magic lay not in the Heartstone itself, but in the journey it had inspired, in the bonds of friendship and the wisdom that had been gained. And so, in the cozy warmth of Eldergrove, beneath the watchful gaze of the ancient oak tree, the village came together in harmony and joy, united by the magic of Aisling's journey. As the seasons turned and the years passed, the tale of Aisling's adventure became part of the village's lore, a story passed down from generation to generation, a story of transformation, wisdom, and the enduring power of friendship. And so, with the crackling of the fireplace and the gentle rustle of the leaves, the story of the Heartstone and the land of whispering willows came to a peaceful close, leaving behind a legacy of love and light that would shine for all eternity. Story 64. Once upon a time, in a realm where wonder and whimsy danced hand in hand, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a bright-eyed dreamer, her heart overflowing with curiosity and a longing for adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest near her home, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glimmering acorn, gleaming like 1,000 tiny stars caught in its polished shell. Willow's fingers tingled with anticipation as she picked it up, marveling at its ethereal beauty. Little did she know that this was no ordinary acorn, but a magical talisman imbued with the power to unveil the hidden realms that existed all around her. As she cradled the acorn in her palm, a shimmering light enveloped her, and the world as she knew it transformed before her very eyes. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing at the threshold of an enchanted kingdom, nestled deep within the heart of the forest. Towering trees twisted and turned, their branches adorned with glittering leaves that shone like jewels in the dappled sunlight. Streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles, their melodies echoing through the verdant glades. As Willow explored this wondrous realm, she encountered a myriad of extraordinary beings, sprightly fairies flitting among the wildflowers, playful pixies darting through the foliage, and wise old Trents whose roots ran deep into the earth's ancient secrets. One such Trent, a gnarled oak with a kindly face etched into its bark, beckoned Willow closer. "Welcome, young one," it rumbled in a voice that seemed to resonate through the very soil. "You have been granted a rare gift, the ability to explore the hidden realms that coexist with your own world." Willow listened, entranced, as the Trent revealed that the acorn was a sacred talisman, passed down through generations of forest guardians. "This realm is in peril," the Trent explained, its branches drooping with sorrow. "A dark corruption has taken root, spreading its malign influence and threatening to wither the very spirit of our world." Without hesitation, Willow vowed to help in any way she could. Thus began her extraordinary journey, a quest that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering belief in the power of friendship and hope. Along the way, Willow encountered a motley crew of unlikely companions. Thistle, a feisty fairy with a penchant for mischief. Moss, a gentle sprite whose verdant magic could coax life from the most barren soil. And Bramble, a gruff but good-hearted pixie whose sharp tongue belied a heart of gold. Together, they traversed mystic glades and twilight groves, uncovering clues that led them deeper into the heart of the corruption's dark influence. They faced treacherous challenges, riddles that twisted the mind, labyrinths that defied logic, and enigmatic foes whose very presence sapped the life from the land. Through it all, Willow's courage never wavered, her determination fueled by the bonds of friendship that grew stronger with each obstacle they overcame. She learned that true strength lay not in brute force, but in the resilience of the heart and the power of unity. As their quest reached its climax, Willow and her companions found themselves confronted by the source of the corruption, a twisted, malevolent entity that had festered in the shadows, feeding on fear and despair. In a final, desperate gambit, Willow called upon the magic of the acorn talisman, unleashing a radiant wave of pure, unbridled hope. The corruption withered and crumbled, its darkness dispelled by the light of Willow's belief and the unbreakable bonds of friendship she had forged along her journey. The hidden realm was restored to its former glory, the trees bursting with vibrant life, the streams singing with renewed vigor. As Willow bid farewell to her newfound friends, she knew that her adventure had changed her forever. She had faced her fears, embraced her courage, and discovered the true power that lay within her heart, a power that transcended the boundaries of realms, a power born of love, hope, and the unbreakable spirit of friendship. With the acorn talisman tucked safely in her pocket, Willow returned to her own world, her eyes shining with newfound wisdom and wonder. She knew that the hidden realms would always be a part of her, and that the magic she had discovered would forever guide her steps, reminding her that even in the darkest of times, hope can blossom like a wildflower in the most unexpected of places. Story 65. Once upon a time, in the heart of a tranquil forest, nestled among towering oaks and whispering pines, lay the village of Elderglen. This was a place where magic danced lightly on the breeze, and the scent of blooming wildflowers filled the air. The villagers lived contentedly, in quaint cottages made of stone and thatch, surrounded by gardens bursting with color. The village of Elderglen was not an ordinary place, for it was cradled in the arms of the Enchanted Woods, a realm where magic was as abundant as the dew on morning leaves. Here the sun painted the sky in hues of gold and lavender, and the moon cast a silvery glow on the cobblestone paths. Elderglen was home to many gentle souls, each with their own gifts and talents. Among them was a young girl named Leora, whose heart was as bright as her curious mind. Leora had always felt a bond with the forest, and she often wandered its winding trails, accompanied by her faithful companion, a wise old owl named Bramble. Bramble, with feathers like soft clouds and eyes that twinkled with ancient wisdom, had been Leora's confidant since she was a child. Together they explored every nook and cranny of the woods, from the babbling brooks to the towering tree houses built by the woodland sprites. One sunny afternoon, as Leora and Bramble strolled through the forest, they noticed something peculiar. The leaves of the trees were quivering, though there was no wind, and a soft, melodious humming filled the air. Puzzled, Leora paused, her senses alert. "Bramble," she whispered, "do you hear that song?" The owl nodded, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Indeed, I do, Leora. It is the song of the forest, but it seems different today." Intrigued, Leora followed the sound deeper into the woods, her footsteps light on the mossy ground. The melody grew stronger, leading them to a glade where a gentle stream trickled over smooth stones. There they found a group of woodland creatures gathered in a circle, their faces marked with concern. At the center of the circle stood a tiny, luminescent sprite named Thistle. Her wings shimmered like gossamer in the dappled sunlight, and her voice was as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Oh, Leora, Bramble, thank goodness you've come," she exclaimed, her expression earnest. "Something strange is happening in the forest. The song is changing, and we don't know why." Leora crouched down, meeting Thistle's gaze with empathy. "How can we help?" she asked gently. Thistle fluttered closer, her eyes wide with hope. "We need to discover what is causing this disruption. The balance of the forest depends on it." With a nod of determination, Leora agreed to help. Together with Bramble and the woodland creatures, she set off on a quest to unravel the mystery. They walked through sunlit clearings and shadowy groves, listening closely to the shifting melody. As they traveled, Bramble shared his knowledge of the forest. "The song of the forest is woven from the harmony of nature itself," he explained. "Each creature, each plant, contributes its own note. If something is amiss, it is because one or more of those notes is out of tune." Leora pondered his words, her mind racing with possibilities. "Perhaps we should visit the elder tree," she suggested at length. "It is the heart of the forest. It may know what troubles the song." The group agreed, and they made their way to the ancient elder tree, its massive trunk wrapped in vines and its branches stretching toward the sky like arms in a welcoming embrace. As they approached, the tree's bark seemed to shimmer with an inner light, and a gentle voice resonated in their minds. "Welcome, dear ones," the elder tree greeted, its voice deep and soothing. "I sense the dissonance you seek to understand." Leora stepped forward, her eyes alight with curiosity. "Great tree," she said respectfully, "can you tell us what is causing the change in the song of the forest?" The elder tree paused, its branches swaying gently as if in contemplation. "There is a presence within the forest," it said slowly. "A creature not of this realm, whose own song is clashing with ours." The revelation was unexpected, and Leora exchanged a glance with Bramble. "A creature from another realm?" she repeated, her mind whirling. "How did it come to be here?" The tree's leaves rustled softly, like the pages of a well-loved book. "It is lost and confused, drawn here by the magic that flows through our land. It seeks something it cannot find." Leora's heart swelled with compassion. "Then we must help it find its way home," she declared. With a renewed sense of purpose, the group set off once more, guided by the elder tree's wisdom. They followed the faint trail of the otherworldly song, which led them to a secluded grove where the air was thick with enchantment. There, they found a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a small shimmering being with eyes like liquid starlight, perched nervously on a fallen log. The creature looked up as they approached, its expression a mix of fear and curiosity. Leora knelt down, her voice soft and reassuring. "Hello, little one," she greeted warmly. "We are friends, and we wish to help you." The creature tilted its head, its gaze fixed on Leora. "I am lost," it admitted, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I do not know how I came to this place." Bramble fluffed his feathers, his tone gentle. "You are far from home, but do not worry, we can guide you back." The creature's eyes glimmered with hope, and it nodded gratefully. "Thank you," it murmured. Leora reached out a hand, her touch imbued with kindness. "Can you tell us where you come from?" she asked. The creature hesitated, then closed its eyes, humming a soft, haunting melody. The notes wove a tapestry of images in Leora's mind, a land of silver lakes and skies painted with the colors of dawn. Bramble nodded sagely. "I know of this place," he said. "It is a realm where dreams are born, just beyond the veil of our own." With the help of Thistle and the other woodland creatures, they prepared to open a portal to the creature's home. As they worked, the forest seemed to hum in harmony once more, as if sensing the resolution of its dissonance. When the portal shimmered into existence, a gateway of light and color, the creature gazed at it with awe. "I remember now," it said softly, a smile dawning on its face. "This is where I belong." Leora watched with a heart full of warmth as the creature stepped through the portal. "Safe travels, little one," she called after it, her voice carrying the tenderness of a lullaby. As the portal closed, the song of the forest returned to its serene and joyful melody, filling the air with a sense of peace. The creatures of the forest gathered around Leora, Bramble, and Thistle, their eyes shining with gratitude. "You have restored the harmony of our home," Thistle said, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you, dear friends." Leora smiled, her heart swelling with happiness. "It was a journey we took together," she replied, looking around at the faces of her newfound friends. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with the soft colors of twilight, Leora and Bramble made their way back to Elderglen. The village was aglow with the gentle light of lanterns, and the air was filled with the comforting scent of wood smoke and baking bread. As Leora lay in her cozy bed that night, with Bramble perched nearby, she reflected on the day's adventures. She felt a deep sense of contentment, knowing that the forest was at peace and that the creature had found its way home. And so, as the stars twinkled brightly above, Leora drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the soft, melodious song of the forest, a song of friendship, harmony, and the gentle magic that wove through the world like a silken thread.